Good evening, everybody. How are you all doing tonight?
Good.
Excellent. So, guys, as you can see, we're actually joined by a first-timer for the clubhouse tonight. We have our wonderful friend, Endless Fables. If you guys have seen some awesome pics of AWOC on IG, chances are this guy, he's been involved in that somewhere. He has been one of the biggest promoters. We're always just confused here about which way to point. But he has been one of the biggest promoters of AWOC that I've seen on Instagram, as far as like consistently posting pictures all the time. Got to say, love your work, Brian. Thank you for joining us tonight, brother.
Thanks so much.
So, guys, go ahead, Brett.
I was just going to say, beloved member of the tribe, tribal leader, if you will. Good to have you here, Brian.
Good to be here.
Which, did you want to speak about that for a moment? The tribe.
Break it down,
I
Brian.
guess I could.
Why don't you go ahead and do that, my man?
These are the best action figures that you could buy. I just want you to know, these are the best. Hands down. You're not going to have a problem with them unless you really put some effort into it. But I just love the way they look, the way they pose. Don't necessarily need to heat them up out of the package, but I heat everything up. But they're great to part swap and just a lot of fun. So that's why they're always on my desk, along with other things. But
well, we all got to have our desk toys here and there, because otherwise we'd probably lose our sanity. Kenny flexing. He's got some good ones.
I got to check some of those out someday.
You probably should, Brick. I'm telling you, man. If you get your hands on these things, you'll probably just stop buying most other lines if you get your hands on these. I'm just going to say. Well, guys, it's been a bit of a week and everything like that. Had some cool things happen last week that have led into this. So as any of you guys were here hanging out last week, you guys would have noticed I did hit over 1K subscribers last week. So we got to look into seeing what's next for the channel and all like that. That's going to be a main topic about tonight. Just trying to figure out what the next step is, where to go from here. Mind you, that does not mean that the clubhouse is going anywhere, because then where would we all hang out on a Saturday night if not for here? I mean,
probably in dark alleys that we don't want to talk about.
Yeah. I was gonna say, back to all those, shenanigans. Yeah, no. This is where it's at. We're all gonna stay here, hang out, play with our toys all Saturday night, because they don't have Saturday morning cartoons on anymore. So we can do this Saturday night life instead. But yeah, so I mean that brings up a lot of questions into like, what kind of stuff do I want to do more? There's the idea of channel membership and what extra could I bring to the table? Because one of the things I thought about is a members only live stream, but it doesn't get much more crazy and wild than what we already do. So I'm not sure that that's really going to give you any additional true content when I do a 6-hour live stream every Saturday night, with all these beautiful people. What am I going to do? A solo live stream for members only? Nah, it's not my style. I'll save that for other YouTubers that do that solo stuff. I am definitely one of a panel. I enjoy that. So that
people that do that talk too much, Oz.
You know what? I know. I've seen that. But yeah, so that wasn't really going to work. So we're going to try to figure out some ideas. We're going to spitball around tonight and see what we can do about that. But before we even really deep dive into that, out of nowhere today, completely out of nowhere, we get a huge bomb dropped on us from Mattel. Like, just out of nowhere, this huge 4-pack goes straight to the fan channels. And we're going to get into talking about that, because it seems there's a little division, a little split here amongst the, who likes what, I don't know. I think that's really great. you know, that what's that?
No. Did I remove him by knocking a figure over on the keyboard?
You totally kicked Ed out of the house.
What the hell, Dan?
You came in and
What the hell was that?
All right, this is why I shouldn't have.
That's it. I'm taking my choice and going home.
Sorry, Ed.
Thanos isn't giving you a choice. He should go
I have a very small debt.
Figure on it.
That's all good, man. It's all good.
It's all good, brother, man.
That's
Oh
awesome.
man, I'm glad to kickstart us off with something funny like that. So, all right. You know what? Before we get too far into the conversation and topic of all that newness, I'd be remiss if I didn't go say hello to all these awesome people in the chat that have shown up tonight. I'm a little worried there wasn't that many people here to start. I guess they're just so used to us going live later, they had to wait for that notification to hit and say, "Oh shit, he's actually live." All right, we've got Menhuza in the house. First one in tonight. What is up, brother? Good to see you. Ronnie Trickshot is here. Kenzo's pulling double duty. Curtis Ackerman with the grats on the 1K. Thank you, Curtis. I appreciate it. And we've got Thor KC saying greetings, programs. Ooh, hitting us right in the matrix. We have Ray Black in the house saying Oz panel and chat. What is going on, Ray? The Collecting Brothers, John and his AI brother Josh. Good to see you. We have Dre the Geek Dad jumping in saying yo. Tony's Figs is in the house saying sup, bros. What's going on, Tony? Good to see you. The Collector is in the house this evening saying evening, gents. We had the man Alexander Drunk Gizmo Customs. Howdy, Oz. Hope you are well. I am doing great, brother, especially since you are here. Thank you for jumping in. If you guys have not checked out Drunk Gizmo Customs on IG and you like having dioramas, beautiful setups, you guys are missing out because his work on making fountains, there's no one better. Seriously, you cannot get better for your dios if you have a fountain, even wells and other things. And he's got some other resin work coming too. So guys, keep your eyes on that. SCS Dog in the house saying aloha all. What is up, brother? Nolan is here, and combined with Ray, this makes us fully 100% completely Toy Tube official. Even if we didn't show a damn toy on stream, that would make us official. We have my boy Sean Clifford, longtime friend of mine and ex-co-worker from our GameStop days. Sean, it is good to see you, brother. Saying, sup, Ozzy? First time I caught y'all in a minute. Very true, my friend. Very true. Alex is here. Black Phoenix saying, hi, everyone. I got kicked off IG, so I can't use the Frenzy chat anymore. Oh, man.
How does anyone who's not me get kicked off on IG and I remain?
I asked him that question in the chat. So I was curious.
Alex, let us. Shit, he can't even really reach
every other week.
He put it in the chat.
Okay, I'll bring it up. I'm just going through all the starred comments to grab everybody who's just coming in here. We're gonna get back to that. Brother. Dave's Dimension in the house saying, "Hey, awesome people, what is up, Dave? Good to see you, my friend." And we got Paul Morales here. Oh, Shawnee boy with the $1 super chat saying, or a super sticker, which I can't see on the screen because StreamYard's weird like that. It is the cool sunglasses and the smiley face. I can see it over on my YouTube screen. Okay, here we go. It says, I might have allegedly sent a spicy video to a buddy of mine. Oh my man, look. Know your worth, Alex. And if you're gonna send spicy stuff like that, man, get paid for it. Don't do nothing you're good at for free. All right, don't
post it on Wednesdays.
Yeah, post it on Wednesdays. I guess must be what saves that.
He was doing some free samples for marketing.
Well,
I didn't realize that was frowned upon. But unless maybe if somebody reports it. Like they didn't want to receive it or something?
Yeah,
maybe that's.
I send my stuff to Oz all the time. There's never an issue. So
I love looking at his brick. I mean, what?
Allegedly.
There's a way to get kicked off something. Alex will find it. I swear, every other week.
That's I'm sorry to hear that, my man. I am really sorry to hear that because that's, I don't know, the amount of dudes that I know, right? Like just
Moving on.
Moving on. I mean, there's not much more we can say about it. It's not like we can change it. I'll go
Besides,
storm metas.
Allegedly.
Look, I had Prolapse live here on camera and still on YouTube somehow now with 1K subscribers later. So I mean, I don't know, Alex. I don't know what to tell you, my friend. You are more than welcome, Alexander. Absolutely. And you know what, Dave? You can follow OnlyFigs on IG. They post some pretty cool stuff. I'm not gonna lie. Yep. All right. Let's clear through this Motu talk. Let's clear the air about the Motu talk. So it's been pretty heavy on some Motu news lately, and I gotta say, for those of you who don't know what Motu is, He-Mans. There's been a lot of He-Mans talk lately.
We're not waiting for Curtis.
We'll bring it back up when he comes on. Sure, why not? If anything, it'll put him out. We'll act like a tranquilizer. We'll put him to sleep.
We'll make sure Bud comes in to show him about it.
You know what? As a matter of fact, Bud, start putting together a slideshow, 30, 40 slides long, and all of them just the 4 new figures. That's it.
Zoom in, zoom out.
Make sure you zoom in on the elbow joints. We want to see it all.
Right, every inch. All right, so they drop this new 4-pack coming in, which honestly, like, I'm thrilled when they do something like this, like the sketchbook 2-pack, right? The sketchbook 2-pack came out of nowhere, and it was like really cool to see something we totally didn't expect. And then I see this thing. Now, mind you, of course, the first thing my eyes go to is this wicked looking, like, I want to say double-headed, but it's more like a tri-headed snake man with how we're using, and again, that head, that other arm, that's from the Turtles of Grayskull King Hiss, where it's almost got like more of this demonic snake look with these horns. It's got a Lord Viper head. And then it's got this completely new head sculpt here on the other side.
The Once a Man one?
Yeah, like very much a Once a Man Cobra Commander style. And you know what? Bud actually sent a comparison pitch with some of the sketches of Lord Pythonus. So it could very well be. Kenny's got us right here. Hold on a sec. Let me embiggen him.
I got you.
We'll wait. There it is. Here it is. So yeah, that's a pretty close look to that sculpting right there. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, definitely.
So what's the deal with the snake head that looks like it's just stuck on top of a peg?
I know.
That's just a
Viper on a modulock connector.
Right, yeah. So instead of doing like the more, and mind you, I don't have the character, so I don't. The 2-bop steady or the 2-bad, they didn't use the modulock piece to give us the double head, did they? Kenny, Cobb, I know.
So you're referring to this neck piece as a modulock piece?
Yeah.
Modulock.
Yeah, that's the modulock piece that they use, so you can apply both of the heads to modulock, which is different from how they do it for that 2-bad body style. And I think that's where more of that disconnect comes with the Lord, with the Viper head, head, because it just doesn't, like, that's the only thing that takes me out of this is just how it goes from like this real thin, skinny, kind of narrow neck to boom. Now you got this big, wide neck.
Yeah, it just looks off. I mean, it's not bad. It just looks off.
It's still cool though to see that headpiece in that green.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, I think that looks great.
So check it out. Figured it out. So what you're looking at here, so this is actually like a arm, and there's a hand in there like that, and that's like
It's his puppet.
His puppet from the Fright Zone, the old school Fright Zone.
That's what,
He's
you know
invisible
what,
friend.
Rick?
It's like
I'm not
this.
gonna. When I first saw the picture, I thought that's what was on the arm. He was wearing the freaking puppet from Fight Zone.
I still
never
think
realized
he's
that.
cool. And it doesn't bother me with like Origins because they look like toys. They're not, like it does not bother me at all.
Absolutely.
Exactly. I thought it was really cool. And again, you guys know I love my Snake Men faction, so I'm always happy whenever they're going to give me a new snake. Like no matter what it is, it's crazy for me. And the amount of reuse parts that they use, like the upper arm on the one side is snake face, and again, you got kind of that reuse of the King Hiss style arm leading up to that other King Turtles Grayskull King Hiss head. It's the Modulok torso, and a brick. If you could scroll down a little bit,
Got you.
All right. So then we've got the squeeze leg going on the left there, coming down into the boot. And then on the right side, it looks more like the Ratlore leg from the Turtles of Grayskull Ratlore. Which that's an interesting choice because the Ratlore legs are stubby. But using the Ratlore from Turtles of Grayskull, as Kenny pointed out when he was reviewing that figure, it's a little bit longer because of the way the socket goes into the foot for the lower leg. So I thought that was a really interesting way to do that because the typical Ratlore leg is shorter than the standard figure leg because the way his design is.
So am I understanding that essentially this part is shorter than this part, and then this part is shorter than this part?
Yeah.
Oh.
Which looks really weird on there again, but you know what though? I like seeing them do something different.
Yeah, it's kind of
something
Frankenstein-y. Sure.
Right? Yeah, they just kind of like, hobbled this together, and I think it's a great choice.
So with that,
Sorry, now not only am I seeing a hand here, but obviously here too, and I'm just
that's what I was saying. Like when I first saw this morning, I thought that was the freaking puppet from Fright Zone.
Yeah,
I really
it's like
did.
old school puppetry, movie effects.
Right.
so with that
No,
head
but
though,
it's fun.
you should be able to pull that head off and stick it on a regular neck peg, right? For He-Man. Just make
This one?
anybody.
Oh yeah. I mean, the weird part about this would be if you were going to pop the double head kind of look to it, if you're going to pop those off and then just put a single head on that body, you're definitely going to want to do some paint matching or something because it looked really weird. He's like,
oh no, I was talking about like just a snake head. Like you could pop that off and stick it on top of any body, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Not a bad thing.
And he comes with the 2000X style. Kenny's showing off, flexing some more basically what this is going to look like here. And you know what's funny though, Kenny? In the red there, the way you got it, that doesn't look nearly as off as it does in that picture with the green.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
And I know Cobb was showing off a little Modulok action here. Cobb's got like 20 of them together here. Working on making the Mega Beast before we get the
oh shit, I was muted. Yeah, I think the way they have it tilted, the neck's hanging off a little.
Right. Yeah,
picture.
It doesn't look like
But
it's on quite right.
Straight on, it's not as
It
bad.
looks okay.
Yeah.
All right. Nice.
And the nice thing is they put the paint apps on that snake on the arm. So like this one, you could see it's just plain green. And on the picture there, they actually painted the face, the eyes, the mouth.
Oh, so that's the actual like one from the figure.
Yep.
I didn't realize
one
it wasn't
from...
all painted up. Yeah, no, that looks a lot nicer with the paint apps on the new thing.
Yeah, they're just.
Oh yeah, no.
And then green, huh?
Yeah, again, because I'm so used to buying stuff like Mythic Legions and all like that, where they have really good high detailed paint apps. Sometimes I forget when looking back at Origins how little of the detail they sculpt do they actually paint. And Ronnie Trickshot just wants to know, is that his mother-in-law? It could be, brother. It could be. And we got a couple other people who have jumped in the chat here. I'm going to highlight them real quick as we go on. We got Big M in the house coming over from Kenny's channel. He is a new channel member over on Kenny's. And we've got MCR saying the green head looks removable. They totally are. Yeah, all these things.
All of them are.
Motu Origins is totally designed for pop and swap, which is great. And I don't know if that's something carried over from like, Four Horsemen or how that goes, but that's one of the most fun things that I have with my Origins figures is doing a lot of these pop and swaps.
Speaking of Allison just showing up, I wonder if Ronnie Trickshot's mother-in-law is similar. Allison's answering right now. Sounds like the one that married my ex-sister-in-law. Wonder if they're related to Carl.
There you go. Could be. So, yeah, with the neck piece, it does look a little off. But as we just saw, like the actual ones that are out, the ones that we have, it really didn't look too bad on there when Kenny put it on. And, again, the way Cobb had it on there, it doesn't look nearly as bad. And there you can see a better breakdown of that leg. Wow. Okay. That looks a lot better that way.
Yeah. I think I agree with Thanos. Like at the end of the day, Origins is a different line. Like I think if you're expecting, my sense is if you're wanting a certain different kind of approach to a line that's a little bit more like, refined, maybe, I don't know if that's the right word. Again, not disparaging. It's different. It is meant to look a little bit more toy-like, right? And so to me, you just showed us like the original version of this thing was not all painted up to have detail. Like it's meant to be it had a plasticky toy look. And so I get it if folks are like, I don't like that. I kind of wonder if then maybe it's Origins that maybe look at another line or something. I don't know, like, because I think Masterverse is kind of meant to be a little bit more on the adult collector looking thing versus a toy.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, one of the main reasons I enjoyed getting back into Origins is because this was if I spend the amount of money I spend on a Mythic Legions figure and play with Connor, now mind you, Mythic Legions is pretty sturdy. So I have no worries thinking about me and Connor playing with some Mythic Legions figures. They can take a bit of abuse, right? Origins, it's one of those ones where like I could take that figure, throw it all the way up against a wall, and I don't think I would have any problems with it whatsoever. Like they can take some abuse, they can take some punishment, and I really, really like that about these figures.
What I think hits that nice sweet spot of being like that kind of level of plastic quality, etc., and quality sculpt and paint would be that line that Brian was talking about earlier, Animal Warriors of the Kingdom.
What? No way.
But anyway.
Oh yeah. No, because again, solid freaking figures. I'm not worried about breaking it if I drop it.
No, yeah. Real talk. Yeah. It's true.
Well, they're meant to be played with.
That said, I think toys are different, right? I think I dig this. And we were talking this morning when this popped up that like, I wanted to grab this mainly because I am into Masterverse. And that's the funny thing is the way these are like painted up and everything. I think these are cool heads. Like, and I know that the Origins heads fit really well on Masterverse, generally figure by figure, but I'm sure these will look cool. And I'm kind of curious to give it a shot. But I know we're talking about this figure, but there's some of the other figures in here that I'm actually the parts that I'm really excited for too. So the whole pop and swappability thing, I'm one of those persons who buys Origins kind of with the idea of, popping things around. For example, look at Kenny over there.
Yep.
Yeah, there's just something that,
like,
I don't know, some cool thing.
It fits. Yeah.
Just
like it fits the other way when you do Masterverse onto Origin.
Oh, yeah. Got it.
Right? Yeah, because like the hero that came out, one of my biggest gripes about that hero was he is way too happy. But 100%. At the same point in time, Kenny
Oz likes his heroes miserable.
I don't like them miserable, but I just think he is way too happy. Like that dude is walking around with a vibrating butt plug in. Like
he needs to be a little more intense.
You should be smiling like that. Here we go. Thanos is gonna give us because he just got his. So there you go. Like that dude.
So that's on the Masterverse, but I put the Origins head on it, and then I put the Masterverse.
That's so good, dude. And the
That
skin
one-
tone fits
Show me-
perfectly
show
with
me
it,
the other
so you
one,
don't have to
Thanos.
worry about it.
That looks like a Ken doll head.
Oh, vibrating. Got it.
That's
Yeah, yeah.
exactly what Bud said about it. Was that is Ken's head? Basically, they took Ken's head, they put a circlet on it, and they were like hero, which is
Yeah.
funny because they already had this head sculpt from
Mhm,
Masterverse,
mhm, mhm.
and
That's a
as
good
you
head
can
sculpt.
see, it fits perfectly and it looks great. But either way, though, I know they were trying to again. It's Origin style. They're making it look more like a
I
toy.
mean-
So
It's kind of
That's-
his thing.
Yeah, that's the rough thing. That and
and
or
that's
just a
the
tricky
Super
thing.
7 version, right?
I like
From,
that one. I like that one a lot. That one actually reminds me of dude from Toy Story 3, was it? Or 4?
You had the
The
Ken doll in there too, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's but
See, it's just their Ken doll.
it's just funny. I think they're threading a bunch of needles, they being Mattel and the Masters of the Universe team. If it's one team, I don't know how that works, or if it's an Origins team and a Masterverse, they kind of have to like sort of figure out like the identity, the lane of each line. And it feels like right now, actually, the lines are blurring, right?
Mhm.
Where Masterverse started the whole new Eternia thing and was intending to like pull from old concepts, and then Motu Origins relatively recently started with the sketchbook thing, which I think that was also part of what they said originally with Origins. But a lot of it was just sort of like Origins is to capture that vintage feel that you can play with your kids. Masterverse was pitched as this sort of like new adult collector line in the large scale, sort of like its cousin Motu Classics, right? In terms of like the degree of sculpts and all that kind of thing. And so lately they've kind of been merging. So when I look at a lot of these sculpts compared to like even that snake head one over there, both of these, the Once a Man and the True Snake Head and this monster gozer looking thing. And then this one here, which I'm really excited about, which totally gives me like, like, I don't know, Dom kind of like, or Micronauts, a Croyer kind of vibes. And this one too, like there's just like, you can see there's levels, there's details in those sculpts that I feel like are a little bit more detailed than I'm used to seeing necessarily on an Origins head. So versus like, you can see it compared to this guy, right?
Yeah, no doubt.
That's an old head.
But
So- If actually, let's move to that Horde guy next, and he's kind of in the background of this shot.
oops,
So
sorry.
yeah, no,
Yeah,
this
I'll
is
get
this
to
is a
him.
good
He's
one. For him.
here. He's here. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? There's my guy.
So this is another one that jumped out to me, and again, it's because of that all new head sculpt here for this like Horde Prime
So
kind of
cool.
look that they're going for.
Mhm.
Not sure. Is this supposed to be kind of like the Despara helmet? Maybe.
Mhm.
Looks like that jaw articulates too.
Oh, that would be sweet. That
Underneath
would
it,
be
you got a gap.
really, really sweet. That would be cool.
Looks like it moves.
But
I don't know,
again,
behind
you
the teeth looks solid, I thought.
Yeah, this looks a little solid, but
yeah,
but there is like an undercut here, but I'm not sure that it's a.
it might just be a
Maybe.
sculpting detail.
Well, and just like
Yeah.
we found out with Masterverse, the 40th anniversary Skeletor had the articulated jaw, but then that new one that they came out with has the same face sculpt, but it has the connected face with the sculpted
Mhm,
teeth.
true.
So
True.
they could maybe interchange it later and have it move, but
Yeah.
that's just
Possible.
That would be
spitball-
cool.
Possibly.
spitballing.
Possibly.
So the rest of this guy, he's really all just reused pieces from 2000X King Randor.
Yeah.
We've got Horde boots on the guy, but it's
Not
crazy
being
how
an- Sorry, not being an Origins guy, could you break down for me, and maybe anybody else, like when you say the Randor, what is that? Which parts are
So-
which?
that chest piece right there, that is King Randor from the 2000X version when they released it, which is kind of I don't want to say younger Randor, but kind of.
Right.
There you go.
Oh, I see. Cool.
Yeah,
cool.
here, let's pull that up so everybody can kind of get a look at what we're talking about there.
That's
so
cool.
yeah,
I didn't even see him before. I didn't even realize they released him, but that's
it's because he came out in one of those waves where we weren't able to really find it in store. whole
it's
lot.
giving me total like Jack Kirby New Gods armor.
Right,
Less
with the
Burger
little
King, you know?
Yeah, definitely
Yeah.
less Burger King, less Whoppers for Eternia on that one. Now, what I find is really unique about this, though, for the Horde symbol on that armor, they use the one from the cartoon, the Filmation cartoon.
DreamWorks. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like your typical Horde symbol from what we've seen from the Horde figures on Origins, which is cool. And scroll down to the legs, because I wanted to see the legs on this one. Okay, yeah, they're just standard Horde boots.
Horde.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Horde boots.
And then is this part, I didn't notice, is the same as the
Yeah.
Randor?
Yeah, that's all part of that Randor armor piece. And then underneath, that's just like your standard muscled buck.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't seem to cover very well.
You know what? Maybe he's just
shorter on there than it does on Randor.
Yeah, it's a little lower on Randor.
Maybe Hordek's a little bit more.
He's packing.
Endowed.
Yeah. That leg is cool too.
Yeah, because that's supposed to be like his leg brace from 2000X. So I dig that. And I'm surprised we haven't seen them reuse that leg.
I know, that's what I was thinking too before. We haven't seen it again since then.
Yeah. All right.
Now he don't got the armband.
No, he doesn't have the armband for the Horde either. Which I thought one of the other pictures he did, but I think it was just that, again, the removable one that they kind of standard come with.
There's also got the weapon too. The staff is Randor's.
The staff is Randor's from the 2000X line. Yep.
The head is completely new though, correct?
Yeah. Head is all new. That's never been used before.
So far, that head and the Once a Man head are completely new in the things that we've looked at. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Cool.
And then the Punisher mask for Skeletor, right?
Yeah, it's like Punisher, Casey Jones, mixed with...
Pythonus is definitely going to be used for that head. That's exactly
there. Yeah, 100%.
So put a hat on him. It'll be perfect.
Drop a helmet.
Yeah, that's okay. I've still got a cool one that Kenny sent me that I'm going to be customizing soon.
Oops.
I was just breaking open that snake.
That was in one of the hodgepodge of parts, huh?
Yes.
I will say, in the lighting in that other shot and in this first shot, these see more detail, but it's the light shining in and those different glares. But and I'm sure in hand it's going to be different. But here I definitely get a little bit more of that Origins vibe. I think it looks great. This armor is from they did a Beastman with this and one of Stranger Things, right?
Lords of Power Beastman. Yeah, that's from that one.
The red one, basically.
Yeah, I don't recognize the belt piece. Or wait, no, that's
Skeletor
2000X.
Sorry, just scrolling down, I didn't recognize it as much, but yeah, that is.
What about the forearms? The bracer thingies, van braces.
Those look different.
They do look different. I'm trying to look at
they're off of
on the wall.
They're off of a character though from.
They look like they
use it
could
for
be
a cyclone or something.
That's what I was thinking, cyclone.
Hold on,
but I don't have my Origins with me. They're all out in the other room.
No, Cyclone's got the big circle wrist things.
Oh, okay, I don't know who has those lines though.
They don't look really familiar to me.
It's not Snake Face
because it's not a cover. It's an actual arm part.
Yeah, I don't know.
Here you go. Allison would like to say Mosquitor.
Is it Mosquitor?
Mosquitor.
Yes.
Mosquito racers.
Right. Okay. I was going to
say I
right. Recognize them from
you don't question Allison when it comes to Motu parts. She's like she knows her stuff.
She knows it better than I do.
Well done, Allison. And Allison, when are you going to jump on one of these things again? We miss you. I miss you. I'll speak for myself.
I definitely miss Allison. And then again, coming down to his boots, that is just another reuse piece. Well, the feet are different, though.
Those look familiar, I think.
I appreciate reuse. I don't know. And I know that I've heard some reactions to this, and they're just like, "Oh, this feels so unoriginal," and these are things that we haven't seen. Or sorry, these are random ideas, right? Why not give us something we know and love, or whatever it is?
I was just gonna say, I just saw it, but it's here.
There it is.
The shin pieces, ain't it? Or no?
No, those aren't it.
Nope.
No, it's different. Shit. I was trying to look at the shin parts, but those are different.
Snake armor Skeletor?
It's pronounced shin, not shit.
Did I say shit?
I said what I said.
I mean, obviously, yeah, I'm gonna go back to AWOC, but there's a lot of reuse in that wave too, and that in that line, and that's part of the creativity of it. Same with like Mythic Legions, Cosmic Legions. It's all about parts reuse and moving things in. And maybe it's because I'm used to those things, and because I actively seek out like new things a lot. I'm not trying to just here. Wait, hold on.
I was gonna say we need to add
A new
this
Joe
all-star.
has arrived, has appeared.
Hey, everybody. How's it going?
What's up,
Joe? I'm good, brother. Glad you could make
What's
it
up,
tonight.
Joe?
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Finally got home. So looking forward to joining you guys, talking about some toys.
Yeah, we're talking about Motu.
That's
talking
okay.
about a bit of
I
Motu
like
right
Motu, actually.
I know you love Motu.
I was gonna say the castle behind you tells me so.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. I'm a little bit of a fan. A little bit.
What I love are genre stuff, period. And so, like, I guess I wonder sometimes when people are like, I don't know how anyone could react negatively to this pack. Like, I get it. Maybe you wanted something different. But on the face of it, when I look at this thing, regardless of it, it's not an existing Motu thing. One, I think that's good. Like, things need to have a life beyond what we understood them to be, especially if they're going to last. The best IPs reinvent themselves. How many different versions of TMNT do we have? And that's because, they didn't shy away from it and we got used to it. And instead of, complaining every time and whatever, doing petitions and stuff. But also, when I look at this stuff, man, I'm just like, it gives me nostalgia, not just for Motu, but like, some Mad Max, some Fist of the North Star. Like, I get those vibes. Just like, with AWOC, I got Thundercats vibes, Planet of the Apes vibes, but I was like, but this whole AWOC thing that they've created is also really cool. Just like when I saw Mythic Legions, I was like, oh, this reminds me of Lord of the Rings or whatever. But like, how sad would I be if I was like, hey, look at those Mythic Legions. They're not, I don't know. That's not Tolkien, so F that line. Like, God, so sad.
But if you really look at like Mythic Legions, I'm a little bit of a fan, so I'll comment on that.
Yes.
You are?
No way, Joe.
A little bit. But they evolved.
Yes.
We're not, the Necronominus wave wasn't the first wave,
Nope.
and
Sure
and they
wasn't.
continue to evolve and they need to.
Yep.
But I feel like we fall into a trap nowadays. Well, not us, but fans.
Some fans,
where
yeah,
it's
for
like
sure.
they want it to be what it was, but it was a product of the era. So the original is never going to work. Like, it's never going to feel the same.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't like when things are updated because they want that feeling of when they were a kid. And you're not a kid. But then if they release something that's the same, because like I did hear a little bit when they first came out with Origins, they were like, when are they going to update, do better versions of these? And then when they get better, it's just, there's always a subsect, it seems like, that's unhappy with a certain thing and gets to be loud when they don't get what they want. But it's different groups, I think.
Well, now that Brick told me that Mythic Legions isn't Tolkien, I'm selling my collection. Jesus. Thanks,
I
Brick.
know. Like, what's the
Ruined
point?
the whole thing for me.
Sorry, apparently I have a new child, so
Oh.
Hola, Adito's the one. Sorry,
But
yeah, I don't.
All that
don't
being
come looking for
said,
crowd support.
we are middle-aged men collecting toys and getting angry about plastic men and plastic dragons and things like that. And it seems
That's
counterproductive to what a hobby is
Crazy.
supposed to be.
Yeah.
So crazy.
Yeah.
And not even just a hobby, right? It's like this particular hobby. It's like go laugh, go have fun, go appreciate the art, go imagine being on a different planet with skull people. I don't know, but hey, if
Right.
that brings you joy to be angry. I don't know. I don't know how that makes.
I don't get it. Maybe just complaining online is how you actually have fun. So you decided to choose toys to be that thing you complain about. I'm not sure.
You get more clicks from anger.
I mean, if we would have continued the vintage line, we would have had new figures and more reuse of parts. So it's just like continuing on.
You know,
Dennis,
and
we talked. Oh, go ahead, Oz. Sorry.
That's the part that boggles my mind the most, and that is exactly what this all boils down to. And Brick, you're hitting it right on the head. Joe, you're hitting it right on the head. It needs to evolve to continue to stay alive. Like, period. That's all there is to it. Because I'll tell you what, they've already basically reissued every version of He-Man, every version of Skeletor. Heck, we've got new versions of Beastman that we didn't before, and we got new versions of Merman that we didn't before. But I am so tired of just here's He-Man, here's Skeletor, here's Beastman, here's like, I enjoy seeing them work to give us some new characters with new things, no existing lore, and I don't want to ignore. We got Robert Carline in here, or Camline. I can't read it. It's too tiny. I need to get. Maybe I should have got bifocals on my glasses. Carnline.
Yeah,
Carnline. Says, I wish we could complete Origins before we get stuff like this. But here's the thing. They've already said we are going to get, and when you say complete Origins, I'm guessing you mean the vintage line.
Sure.
They have already said that they are going to give us the entire vintage line through Mattel Creations. So we'll get it.
I don't think this takes away from that, though, because this is like all reused stuff.
Yep.
And it's like, here's an army builder for all the factions, which is cool. Most companies don't do that.
So the profits
then, like,
way
you know,
higher.
the money they get from this and the time they can work on other stuff while they're releasing stuff, like, we're still getting new stuff. Like, that's just the cool
I
thing.
believe this bridges that gap and it keeps it going. I agree with you, Thanos, 100%.
And that's basically what I felt about it. Minimum.
There's 3 new parts on heads. That's it. Like, you know,
3 new heads, 1 new weapon. Because the hammer that the guard has is from the Turtles of Grayskull, Tila.
Turtles of Grayskull.
That's a
or
dope
April,
hammer,
rather.
April O'Neil. Yep.
April, rather.
The camera hammer.
Yeah.
That Horde character is giving me serious Jack Kirby vibes.
Yep.
I am really digging that. I don't even
100%.
collect Origins, and I want it just because of that cool, like, what was his called? Like, Third Earth or Fifth Earth, whatever.
Gosh. It's
we
the New
talk about it all the
Gods
time,
on.
It's the
New
New God.
Gods on.
Fourth World?
Yeah, it's Fourth World.
Fourth World.
Fourth
Yes.
World. Okay.
Thank you.
I get a total Fourth World vibe from that.
Totally. It's which is like, again, in the DNA of Masters of the Universe. For those, you know, like, there's famously these reports that they were working on a New Gods toy line that didn't work out, and, you know, the question, and it's, you know, it hasn't been explicit. Some people wonder, and people, including people who work there, that, like, Mattel never threw anything away. So that concept art and all those ideas and the people who worked on them would have been around when they started working on Masters of the Universe. And if you take a look at, I swear, if you take a look at the battle ram and like all of that, that's straight up like Apocalypse
vehicles and then
world stuff.
Yep.
LIPS, Apocalypse, Dark Side stuff. So
Eternian Royalties mentioning that they don't really look so much like army builders to me. Maybe like generals or army leaders, but they don't necessarily look generic enough to army build. And I totally feel that. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Right. You could put that skeleton guy in front of your skeleton warriors, and then the man-at-arms looking dude in front of your royal guards.
Right. He looks perfect to lead the way of the royal guard.
Yeah.
Adam gets it.
And then,
I mean,
right in front of the Horde troopers, you got
picking
that
up
guy.
like a couple of like the guards and the Horde guys. Like, I mean, I know you have to buy the whole 4-pack, but I'm just saying, like, those in pairs in front of Eternia, or like, you know, the Primal Batcave that I use for Hordex Castle would be cool.
Joe, I believe this comment was for you, sir.
That's only funny on Off-World.
It's more funny on Off-World, but
yeah,
it carries a little over. And again, I know we've kind of been glazing over the chat here. I do want to get back in here and say hello to some more people that were jumping in. We've got It's Jay Gonzo saying good evening, everyone. What's going on, my friend? And again, Robert Carnline, thank you for joining us here. Mikey, seeing you in the chat, I've highlighted a couple of comments, brother. But yeah, it's always good to have you here. We've got Woody 222 the Figure Addict coming in, saying what's up to everyone. We've got the King of the Monsters here. And let me see. I know there was a couple more. Ed, I appreciate you. Hey, I have starred comments, which Ed's been doing a really good job. Thank you. We got Delora Palmer hanging out with us tonight. What's going on, Delora? Good to see you. Grego has returned to the chat saying controversy breeds attention. It's very true. And Anryu is in here as well. For me, it's the look of the figures just doesn't interest me. And that's totally cool too, right? Like it doesn't necessarily have to interest you, but you can also just not pick it up too, right? You could just wait for those next ones that are coming in Origin. I gotta say, like, I know people were going crazy over Rio Blast. I think Rio Blast is a cool figure, but like I passed on him because he's not one that I really cared about too much. I never did. I still think he's a unique figure. He's pretty cool, but he's not like, oh my God, I gotta have that. I still haven't even picked up Modulok yet. He is one that I really like, but I haven't picked him up yet. These guys, as soon as I saw them this morning, I was like, I want every one of these figures.
Like I had that reaction too, and I don't look at a lot of Origins necessarily because I've got some, but I was looking at those parts, and this is the vibes that I was talking about, like Fist of the North Star, and Anyways,
and I dig that sword.
I'll just throw some stuff in. Yeah,
dig that sword, and the helmet head sculpt on this one, very cool.
Yeah, these guys are like chilling. Hey, let's do battle. And I like your armor. Yours too,
That Horde head would look cool on that.
Nice abs, bro.
Horde Trooper Prime. That red one.
Right, the all red Horde Trooper Prime. I was thinking the same thing, Cobb. I was thinking the same thing. I thought it would have been neat if they modified King Randor's staff and put like a Horde symbol on the staff or something.
That looks more like the He-Man symbol on his weapon.
Right? Yeah.
Kind of the old Iron Cross look.
Sorry, this one? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Not exactly, but it's got that vibe to me.
I was raised
Catholic, reusing so that from this one, like Joe.
So would carry it in.
You're right.
You have like the host right there.
He's a bishop. Yeah.
Yeah. But with these Origin figures,
go ahead,
with these Origin figures, it just screams pop swap to me.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I think about a lot of lines that are very pop swap or build it kind of stuff with the blockies. I don't know if y'all have seen those or not. I've seen it. Then you got Mythics, then you got Glyos. I think a lot of this is kind of and Animal Wars of the Kingdom and some others. I really feel like that may be the direction a lot of toy lines are going in with this pop swap type stuff.
Yeah, and part of the reason. Sorry, Oz, go for it.
I was going to say it's always been kind of a really neat play pattern, right? And really, toy companies have been doing it forever themselves, even if it wasn't always ingrained into how you should play with it. But as a kid, like I would take off an arm from one of my He-Man figures and pop it onto another. And, not every toy line could you do that, but it's something I would do. But toy companies are always doing that. They're taking a part from here, a part from there, cobbling it together, making a new figure, right? And that's really just kind of how we get a lot of these things. This wave really just kind of reminds me of the 187 wave that came out, where it was in that lineup of that wave. Ninjor, Randor, basically Scareglow like that wave, it was a whole bunch of just regular parts. They painted them up different. One was in glow in the dark, which is probably one of the best ways to do anything new, make it glow in the dark. But that entire wave was all just like a re-release wave with a couple of new head sculpts, and boom, there it was. And the Skeletor or Scareglow, like they literally just like pulled the hood off of a Skeletor, and that was his head basically. So I mean, this is kind of just reminding me of that wave realistically. And they ingrained the play pattern of pop and swap with these, but like go down the toy aisle, right? Go down any of the action figure aisle. There's the Marvel mashems. They've done Star Wars. The Ninja Turtles are doing it. Like it is a very popular play pattern. And if you look at adult collectors, especially within certain communities, you get a lot of pop and swap and people customizing toys. It's become one of the bigger new play patterns that we all do.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, because Cobb never customizes anything or
and the cool part is it's like even since 2019 when they were doing it, they were giving us these little pieces of paper to say this is what you can take apart. Like they've been telling us since the beginning that this line is made to do that and enjoy, and this is what you can and can't take away. So it's kind of cool.
Well, what I find even funnier about that is that's what they tell you can take apart.
Right.
But we all know if you warm it up a little bit more, you can pretty much pop apart every piece of that.
Yep. Love it.
So I really feel that the only figure out of this entire wave, and I say wave because they used to come out in waves of 4 figures, but this is a 4-pack. You can only buy this as the whole 4-pack here. The only one that's complete reuse with no new parts whatsoever is like the Man of War, Man at Arms style guy. He's got Randor's cape, Randor or Jitsu's armor. He's got, again, April O'Neil's hammer, and he's got the Royal Guard head with, the faceplate over the mouth. So, I mean, like, he is 100% like reuse of all parts. There's nothing new on that particular figure. But the paint deco that they do on it, out of all of the figures here, it's got the most paint deco, I think, because they actually went in and painted the gold trim on the different detailing of his different lines and stuff. Like, I really like that with him. I like that they painted all that detail. It makes him pop. And you know what I would say? I definitely would call him my Man of War for the Attorney and Royal Guard.
Oops, sorry.
He looks heroic. I would totally, if I was collecting those, I would totally make him a heroic character instead of an army builder. He looks like a paladin or something like that to me.
Oh, totally. It's it's funny you say paladin because that's exactly what I was thinking, especially with the hammer, Joe. Like I'm just seeing him hit a holy smite with that thing.
Right.
Well, and just don't forget we had that 4-pack for the snakes that did the same thing. And it seems like every year they do that. They give us a good 4-pack of just completely reused parts that we continue, you purchase and you throw more back into the line and it keeps it going. It's one of those where they, and it's cool because it is different, even though it is the same parts. The color scheme, like you just said, it brings you a whole new piece. I don't know.
Funny you mentioned that 4-pack though there, because it's funny. I like this 4-pack more than I liked that 4-pack. Mind you, I still got that 4-pack. I was all about it. Here's one of the guys right here. I can't remember which one he was. Generic Snake Army Builder 3.
Bill. His name's Bill. No,
it's pretty sad, Bill. Honestly, I was less impressed with these than I am with this. I actually like this a lot more.
Agree.
So I'm happy.
I don't understand the hate. The hate's kind of just ridiculous.
Yeah, and again, I don't know. I mean, the stuff that I saw, I get it. People were I don't know if hate's the right word, but they were wondering. There was some frustration. Like, hey, why are they giving this? This is so unoriginal. A kid could do this. You're putting parts together and all that kind of thing. And I don't know. I feel like we've kind of said it already, but I will just say that I'm excited that there are some new stuff coming. I'm glad that they're trying new things. And at the end of the day, if I didn't like it, what I would do is just go, oh, cool, and then move on with my life. But
exactly.
But that's just me. And to answer, I've been trying to do it like a spreadsheet. I was literally like counting for, was it MCR, I think?
MCR was the one that asked how many figures have released in Origins.
Right.
It's well over 100 at this point.
It's almost 200. Oh, yeah. I counted. There's 200 entries on like different checklists, but some of them are vehicles. But it's I think there's 209 entries, but like some of those are vehicles and play sets. So there's a good amount of figures, and some of those even have like 4-packs, 5-packs. So,
mind you, yeah, a 4-pack or a double pack even.
Right, and that's
you're
where
getting 2 figures, and it's still one item.
So it's just silly to me to be like, why are they giving us this? Like, just pause, because clearly there's a bunch of other stuff coming in like, a couple of days. And I can maybe understand a little bit of the sentiment of like, oh, I wish they would just hurry up and do this in terms of like one's patience, maybe, or I don't know if you're on borrowed time or what, but I just feel like at the end of the day, the problem with that is there are buyers of the line who may stop buying once they're complete. And I actually think part of the interest is, it's like pretty standard, is that they want folks in for a little bit longer haul and maybe pick up some other things along the way.
They might see something that they like, right? Because again, this isn't going to resonate with everybody. But you know what's funny? For me, out of the characters that are left for the vintage lineup, there's not too many where I'm like, oh, I got to have that. Right? Like there's really not too many left. I know Blade from the movie is one of those guys where I really want him because I always loved him. I view him a little bit more piratey. He was like a Corsair to me. So I really want to get him coming out. And there's not really too much more outside of that. I am more excited now when they give us new stuff like this. I look forward to more of this than I do them finishing the vintage line. And that's with stuff like Blast Attack, who's part of the Snake Men, which is my favorite faction, but I don't really care for Blast Attack. He was kind of dumb.
And then, they're not putting the vintage ones to retail. Like, they're going to be Mattel creations. You already know it's going to be a slow road. Which is kind of a bummer, honestly, but at least they're doing something. Like, they're still doing stuff.
Right. They're still trying
break that down for me, Thanos, in terms of here, I don't know if we want to keep looking at those, but when you say it's a bummer, but also like, what's the deal? So all of the actual original figures in Origins, they've said are now Mattel
they said that's how they're going to release them as Mattel Creations. So I
what's
never
that
really
retail?
liked the Mattel Creations thing, but like retail is the cartoon collection, the re-releases, the crossovers, and then like I guess sketchbook too, and then random stuff like that. So this is actually probably the first thing we've seen is tied to one of the other sublines that is going to retail, right? Like in a while.
So this is what it looks like, just going to be fan channel exclusive, where it's going to go to like online retailers. I don't think we're going to ever see this one hit store shelves, but honestly, like it's really the first like new kind of thing that we didn't already know was coming. This came out of nowhere. Right. They didn't hint,
and it was
at
right
this
after
at
their
all.
reveal thing. Like, come on, man, you just had a reveal thing, and now you throw this on us on a Saturday. When how many times? Granted, nobody missed out that wanted it, but it was like,
right.
What if it was sold out and everybody's like, well, I didn't even know it was there.
They should have like gave a heads up to like at least like, well, watch out, we're gonna have another drop soon. Like,
well, again, my biggest gripe with Mattel has been the lack of communication over their lines. Period.
I will say I was a kid of the 80s, though. Born in the 70s, grew up in the 80s, and we didn't know jack. You just showed up to a place and there were new toys on the peg.
That's right.
So if you're really into that nostalgia, live in the 80s, baby.
There you go. That stress, the stress of
so true.
Can I go back to the 80s, Brick? Is that what you're telling me? You got like a time machine?
Hey, look, if everybody that wanted to complain about toys and said it was better in the 80s, if they'd all go back to the 80s, there wouldn't be the internet, so I wouldn't have to hear them complain about it.
There you go.
This is true. You look at fanzines.
Yeah.
Decker.
So Adam is asking, what do folks think are going to be Club Grayskull only figures?
Too bad.
Really, yeah, could be, because we still haven't got Origins. Too bad. That is another one that I want. I mean, I know they did the cartoon collection, but that's not Origins.
They need to not lock any of the vintage stuff behind the membership. Like, honestly, they said they were going to do it through Mattel Creations. Just continue it that way. Do not put one of those behind paywall, even if it's a small paywall.
Maybe it will be just like the Shirella and the Eldor. Anything that has Power of Grayskull on the box, maybe those will be the only ones behind the Club Grayskull wall.
And that would be kind of cool, because like we didn't really have those to begin with, right?
Keklar.
And you know what? I'm with Jeff. I'd much rather be in the present, because if we were back in the 80s, anytime I wanted to smoke a joint or something like that, I'd have to go find a guy that was holding. Now I've got dispensaries right down the street where I can buy it legally and then sit outside in my front yard and smoke it and not care if a cop drives by. It's pretty badass time to be around.
It's very true.
Plus, Yeah. Oh no, I'd definitely roll back the clock and hang out for like a weekend, watch Saturday morning cartoons in my jammies with a bowl of cereal, like we were talking before live. I'd totally roll back and do that. And then I'd roll back to the future again so I could buy all these cool toys. Because the truth is, I love them.
I mean, as far as like, I get the concerns about stuff being behind kind of a paywall, essentially, right? With Club Grayskull. I've said this before in different spaces. I feel like these companies, Mattel, Hasbro, are really, 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 really trying to figure out how do they sell toys in this current landscape, right? Where you've got a bunch of different indies producing fantastic toys, like that one that Brian mentioned earlier, was the Animal Warriors of the Kingdom or something, like Spiro Toys. Or about that, you've got awesome toys on Kickstarter, like Space Zombies from Mars right now by the Nameless Toy Company, or whatever, Brutal Realm, all the things that like we talk about all the time. There you go.
Hey, watch where he's pointing that thing, Thanos.
He looks awesome. Look at that.
Love that shoulder pauldron on there. So good.
Exactly. But like between all the stuff that we're getting from imports, we have the internet now, so people are a little bit like, again, they don't have to wait and just sort of see what shows up in their town. They know like, oh, there's good stuff available elsewhere, and I can get it. And so I think the Hasbros and Mattels are figuring out how do they do this, how do they compete, but also like how do they keep lines, these nostalgic lines like Masters of the Universe alive. And I think that's a real legit concern. And so it's interesting to me to hear and to understand that all the classic characters from the vintage line in Origins, they've explicitly said, hey, it's not going to be at retail anymore. But you know what it is? Stranger Things and Motu and Thundercats and Motu and whatever else, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Motu. And what that signals to me is, because they don't do things just by accident. They have the numbers, they have the data. What that signals to me is, sorry, but the people who were buying just the vintage collection, magazines do rule. Toy Collector magazine. The people who are buying that maybe weren't enough to sustain the line as is, but you know what sold really well? Hey, when we collaborated with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and we did these things. So like they found a way to keep the brand alive at retail in front of like the largest audience and make potentially the largest sales. And the truth is, the hardcore people, I'm sure they're going to find a way to go to Mattel Creations and order those things and get what they want. And then maybe the even more hardcore people who like to spend $10 a year will sign up for Club Grayskull to not miss out on. So like, I feel like they know something. They know sure as hell know more than I do. And most people who are on the toy tube talking about toys, they've got data, they've got information. So
they've been in the business for, I don't know how long.
Yeah.
So, some of these toy companies actually, like if you date them back to their earliest licensings, probably almost getting close to 100 years in some ways. Because again, like Mattel existed before the 80s, right? Like, Barbies date back way before then, like 40s and stuff. So yeah, some of these toy companies been around for 70, 80 years. I think they might know a little something about what they're doing to have stayed in business.
I think a lot of the market has changed, though, because in the 80s, they were trying to sell it to us as children.
They programmed us as kids.
There are no kids complaining about the new Motu figures that I've seen anyways.
You know
it's
what?
all like middle-aged men. So
yeah, if they know what they are, though.
It has changed, but what's the complaint? That there's too much variety?
This is not what we asked for. Is what I've heard.
It's too much. There's too much to choose from. Like, just buy what you like. I mean, if people are buying the stuff, they're going to keep making it. I mean, that's kind of how businesses work. So, I mean, it's like going to the store and it's like being mad. Well, there's chocolate, strawberry, and vanilla. Damn it! I only wanted chocolate.
I didn't ask for all these.
I'm pissed off because there's other things to choose from for other people. Like these arguments are really. I'm not mad. It just seems silly.
No, it is weird. And I guess someone would say, yeah, but I really like that one chocolate and they refuse to sell it at my local Target or Walmart anymore. Now I have to go online and order it. But at the end of the day, you can still get it. And honestly, I don't know about like you guys, but it's kind of a pain sometimes when you're a middle-aged person, whether it's with kids or a job or whatever, to be traveling around town to like 3 or 4 Targets and never find a thing and go back over and over and pay the gas. When it's like, oh, there it is. Here's the link. Thanks. Click, order. I'll wait a couple days. It's going to show up.
There's no Target. There's no Walmart. I don't even have anywhere. Everything I buy is online because I have to. So,
I didn't have to go through the pain
but like
and frustration.
Sometimes it's hard to get in their window. Sorry, I think I'm like lagging behind you guys. But like Mattel Creations, it's like 9 o'clock in the morning. A lot of times, like I'm like working. Sometimes I can figure it out. Sometimes I can't, and that's a little frustrating.
You need an outhouse like Joe has, Thanos. That's all.
Hey, sorry, Jeremy J. It's been too long, man.
I was going to say, we got a new super chat here, guys, real quick. Jeremy J is joined in with a $1.99 super chat saying, "Sup, dudes? Long time no see, brother. Good to have you back in the chat, man. Great to see you." Jay Astro is here as well. And again, big shout out to Blake Toy Collector Magazine. Thank you for being here. Finally launched that Moon Man Zero. So, guys, go definitely back that Kickstarter. We also have Travis, Mr. Wonderful here. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining in. All right, but
hey, real quick on the, I hear you, Thanos. Have they been selling out? Like, what's the deal? Because I know Masterverse.
Did Rio Blast ever sell out, or is he still up? I don't know. Like, I haven't been paying attention. He's still up.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure. Like the last 3 Geldor, Rio Blast, and
you know what? I never did pick up that Geldor.
They're doing better than, or they're doing worse. I don't know which one it is, but at least you can still get them.
I think they're doing better.
People still have PSD from like the Wondar and Koldar era of Wargames.
Sure. Yeah.
Just saying, Ozzy, might give away, maybe get Geldor.
I would say, like, what doesn't make sense to me is why. Maybe it's a timing thing. Maybe they know people don't want to wait super long. But if you've got the ability to do pre-orders now, why not use the Mattel Creations thing as a way to get a clearer, definitive sense of how many you should make, right? And so that way you don't have to worry about it. It's essentially a time pre-order, right? And that way, even if you're working at whatever, like, don't worry about it. Like, it's going to be a window. like Mythic Legions or whatever, like
I think
so I don't know.
Like the smartest.
Don't sleep on that one either, guys. Don't sleep on that brick.
You have a long window, and then you're guaranteed to get it if you order it.
Yeah,
I like pre-orders. I like not having that pressure to be at a certain place at a certain time. I mean, I'm that jackass that when the figure obscuras are released, I still like Ed said, hiding in the toilet trying to order it real fast, even though they have plenty.
They've definitely had plenty.
They're going to do collector, but it was, before the dragon came out and everybody started hating on the dragon.
Not everybody.
Major complaint was how long it took for the figures to come out.
Right.
So you kind of can't win. There's always going to be a subset that is unhappy with whatever.
Well, like Mezco, when they drop a Rumble Society figure, they tell you like the day before, just like the figure Obscura. And if you don't order it within an hour of it releasing, you're missing out because it's sold out and that's it.
Well, yeah, Mezco
how you sell out a pre-order, I don't know, but like if it's dropping and something you want, you better be ready to be there at 1 p.m. Eastern on that date because you're going to miss out.
Agreed.
Well, and actually, just what Todd said just now, that's one thing I was thinking too. It's like you're getting them at a reduced price from anything else, so those actually aren't even as expensive as the one on the Walmart shelf per figure. So you're still not even paying that much. So I mean, it's a lot less to complain about even with that. So
maybe there just hasn't been enough Motu stuff to complain about lately. So now they just got something.
That's true. That's true. The snake layer, it's been a while.
It's been a while.
I think everybody just stopped listening to people bitching about Turtles of Grayskull.
Right.
And now
which, mind you, has been some really cool damn toys out of it.
Yeah, those figures were.
We even got Curtis to look at them. What the hell?
Right.
I mean,
all right.
I'm sorry. Anybody that can hate that freaking merman.
So good,
right?
This hands down is one of the coolest figures ever. I'm sorry.
Look at that face. It's so fun. Yeah.
Right?
He's a female.
Some fun, evil stuff.
Right?
Translucent all the way around.
Translucent, except for the fishtail. And you know what? I'm not going to lie. I'm looking at this fishtail and I'm thinking maybe I'll just pop his translucent legs on. And maybe I'll take one of these extra Tilas and make some kind of a mermaid.
Or like a mermaid.
Yeah, well,
look at this one.
I was going to say, I'm kind of hoping we'll get a Mermista, so I don't necessarily have to customize one.
Necroconda's tail.
Ooh, that's one I still need to grab. Necroconda and Reptilex.
That's an Origins Tila, green Tila?
That is the green goddess.
Goddess, yeah.
Oh, man, I haven't been paying attention to Origins. I didn't realize they did a green goddess.
She was an earlier wave.
Oh, she was like wave 6, 7.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she came out same wave as Stinkor.
Can I share something
sorry, I was trying
very, very, very tangentially related?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
You can share anything you want, Brick. That's what we're here for.
Thank you, guys.
I mean, just don't show whatever it was that
Alex
showed, because I don't want us banned from IG.
Nope, not doing that. Mattel Creations, Monster High. This is actually a figure that my dad sent me a text about, or a toy, I guess. It's a doll. So it's our action figure.
It's a toy.
Has anybody seen this at all? Is anybody familiar with this? Don't be shy.
I'm pretty sure, since I don't want it, it shouldn't exist. Isn't that the meta?
Yes,
you didn't ask for that.
Right. All toy companies should make what I want and only.
Only
what I want right now.
Fair enough.
I'm out of here. I didn't ask for that.
2025. You're right.
I've seen it, Brick. I follow a Monster High.
Okay, so it is a Monster High. Oz, you might appreciate this. It is another doll, sort of like targeted. I don't know if targeted or pulled from Filipino culture.
Right.
So they did a Barbie, right, relatively recently that I've shared before. This is a Monster High, but what's dope about this is it's a Manananggal. You were talking about a swung, right? Oz,
yes.
right?
Yes.
So there is this monster in the Philippines called the manananggal. Manananggal actually means to sort of detach or remove. So what it is during the day she looks like a woman, and then at night she'll find a banana tree and plop herself in there, and then she'll detach her upper body, leave her legs there, and fly away and hunt for pregnant women and eat their babies. So
wow.
So what is that myth come
She's
from?
a
Rick?
badass.
What is their origins of that?
I don't know. I'm not
crazy
sure.
myth.
Yeah, it's wild when you think
That is
about
a
like pregnant
deep
women going to bed, waking
Yeah.
up, losing their babies. I don't know, but
That's crazy.
But it's so wild to me. Like that was my first question to my dad. Is like, does she detach? And
right, does she? And
yeah,
totally does. And Trevor's familiar apparently.
Did you, Trevor?
Right.
She was probably from Jersey or like was it Jackson Heights?
That detaching part could be fun, actually.
I'm not gonna lie. Like I think this is a really cool figure.
I wonder if you tickle her feet when she's not attached, if she can feel it when she's flying around.
So what you're supposed to do is if you do see hit their body, you're supposed to burn it, and that will, end her.
Right.
If you're cruel like that.
Some of the folklore is just horrifying that we have in the past of all these different things.
Yes.
You know what? It scared the shit out of you into being a better person, though. Imagine
exactly.
A lot of
I
ways.
love that her name is Corazon Mariquit. It's cool. I dig this kind of stuff. And there's been a couple of Mythic Legions customs made of this creature. Retrospect. Leland Okendo has done a couple. But I thought it was really cool, and it was kind of fun that my dad sent my brother and I a thing. And check it out. This is the stand that you're looking at right there, and so you can display her doing kind of like that
separation thing.
Yeah,
that is cool. So like I knew about Monster High because a buddy of mine, his daughter was into this, and I found out about it, because like, well, what can I get her for Christmas and all like that? And they were like, she's into Monster High dolls, and I'm like, what's a Monster High doll? Went to go look, and I was like, oh wow, this is rad. It was like goth Barbies is kind of like what it felt like at first, and it was like all these other paranormal like monster style creatures, and I'm like, well, this isn't goth Barbies, this is like cryptozoologic dollhouse play here. I'm totally into
cool
this.
concepts. And of course the clothing
doing stuff like this.
Totally. And the clothing is like, the whole Maria Clara dress and the husi, like a fabric that's a little bit sheer. It's cool. I love to see it. And
this line's been around for a long time too. My daughters both play with Monster High when they were little, and they're grown ass women now.
Coming out, yeah.
Good use of Mattel creations, Mattel. Good job.
And G's totally about the fact that his wife collects Monster High. So that is awesome and rad. And again, I think this is really cool. Like, I'm not going to lie. If there was a doll set like this when I was growing up, I probably would have been into it. Which
they're cool.
Hey,
it's so imaginative.
Weird flex, but you know what? I would have. I really think I would have.
Yeah.
And Jeff says cryptid Barbies. Yeah, exactly. Like they're going into myths and lore and legend and stuff like that. It's Jay Astro. Monster High, Monster High, the party never dies, banger theme song. Okay, there we go.
So here's my question. Are there like young women out there who are fans of Monster High and see this and they're like, why are they doing this new thing? Why don't they just give us the old original Monster High characters that I know and love? Or are
there's no lore for this? Oh, wait.
I'll tell you this, Brick. I was Christmas shopping with my 25-year-old, and we were looking for something for my niece, who is like 7 or 8. I can't remember how old she is now. But anyway, we were walking through the doll aisle, and my daughter saw the newest, Walmart release of the Monster High. And she's like, they updated one of the characters that was her favorite back in the day. I think her name was Jade or something. I can't remember. But she was like so excited. It was so funny to see it. And like, I ended up trying to get it for her for Christmas. But then when I went back, they didn't have that that one because there was like 2 of them on the shelf at the time, of course. But I mean, like, there was none of that, you know. Oh, this is stupid because it's new and it's not the one that I remembered as a kid. And it's like, you know, she didn't even complain about the price was, you know, $20 higher than it used to be.
Okay, so it's
Todd's putting it out there like
it's an equal opportunity haterism that's happening.
Yeah.
Then. Okay, cool.
Not sure
Fair
Monster High
enough.
collectors cry DEI.
I'm sending pics in, seeing if I could piss off some groups. Thought this looked kind of cool though. Clam
You
Champ
got
Hero.
that. Hold on, Kyle. Let me find you.
Okay, so we're getting the knowledge on the Monster High right here. I'm not gonna lie, that looks really awesome and frightening.
Right. Well, you don't have that stupid smile anymore.
I can just picture him saying, "It's Eternia. Do you speak it, motherfucker?"
Yeah, man, that's good freaking work. I like that. I actually like that better than the hero that it came as.
I know, it looks
But
cool.
Dolores says,
Oh.
as a sorry,
Take it away. I'm not touching it.
as a Monster High collector, we aren't like that. We like new characters and ideas. Damn, I'm switching. I'm going over to collect Monster High.
Right.
It sounds
If it's
way
a
more fun,
positive
actually.
space, I might
It does.
actually be all about it.
Oh, Joe's showing off some new goods. What do you got?
I like
there,
that
Joe?
Harley Quinn Barbie that came out. Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
Oh,
I saw
wow.
Dan
What I want
Larson.
right there, Joe.
Yeah, I saw Dan Larson take the classics harness and put it on the barbarian, whatever it's called, legendary barbarian. Yeah, that's it. And I wanted to try it, and it freaking fits perfectly.
That's
They
a
put
classic
sword
one.
in there.
That looks
It's pretty
great.
dope. Yeah,
That looks
I was
awesome.
pretty happy with this. I think this is how he's going in my display. So
Kyle,
That one
any,
anyway,
you guys
right,
need that
Joe?
barbarian figure?
there was a lot of people all talking at the same time. I'm sorry if anyone asked a question, I missed it.
Yeah, my bad.
No, it's okay. Did anybody ask a question? I want to answer. I just couldn't decipher it. No? Okay.
No, I just said
I was
that-
going to ask if you could send me one of your barbarian figures, Joe.
Oh, yeah. I'll get right on that, Kinzo.
Okay. All right. I'll be waiting with. I'll hold my breath for that.
Yeah.
Right.
So, okay.
Hey, also, I'm selling this bridge.
I'll just say, like, you know what? They're going to have those barbarian figures at every con they're going to for the rest of the year. So, Kenny, Cobb, if you guys need one, or you even just kind of want,
I'll PayPal you some money. I'll definitely PayPal.
Yeah, I'm going to Joe Fest. They'll have them there, so I'm planning.
Yeah,
on getting
we'll
I hit
make
up
this
Terrence,
happen.
Whatever comes first.
I can actually, I can actually help you guys get them. So I had so many people asking me if I wanted them at ZoloCon. I actually told a few people no, just because I was like, I'm going to end up with like 10 barbarians. I need to stop. So,
Yeah, I'll definitely get one because that's saving me from getting that Adam on.
right.
Yeah, I'm in for that too.
Well, yeah,
Cool.
because Adamon and Keltis right now, look, unless you're Ken and you got somebody up in Canada who knows there's nobody who's
Yeah.
going to buy it for the price that he's typically going for online, which I don't know why the guy just didn't sell it online, but he's in Canada, so maybe that's why he didn't want to ship to the States.
Keltis, I was looking at enough parts, like get the parts together, ship it to Bud, have him paint it. I could come up with my own
Hey,
Keltis.
as long as you're okay not having the original necessarily, yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because
Go for
I'm
it.
just not gonna ever pay those prices. I mean, unless I came across some kind of super deal or something. But
That's what
what
Ken
I've
did.
seen,
You
I've
can
never-
get a Zazar's blue body and make one that actually looks more like Skeletor than, like what the actual tribute figure looked like. And I
Mhm.
really like that look, like a lot. I've seen a few people do that custom, and it's
yeah, 'cause I
pretty
know
slick.
like that one skeleton guy I just got not too long ago has the same head as that.
Yeah, the
Keltis.
Walter
Skull.
the Mad.
Yeah.
I've actually got an extra Waltor head. Not actually, I don't think it's a Waltor. I think it came from another guy before that. Because I got it
was
before
one came with
Waltor the
Sir
Mad that came
Gerard, Walter the Mad. It was originally a scapular head. That head's been used quite a bit.
Yeah.
So there's some variety there too.
I don't want to say that the head I got was necessarily a Sir Gerard head, but it was out before Waltor the Mad, and I got it from
That was the
Sean.
Sir Gerard alternate head that was supposed to be the con exclusive head, and the factory got mixed signals and put it in all the regular release.
Oh, okay. So that explains where I got that from. Now, that is actually a really nice segue. Brian, I know you had a couple of questions about some popping and swapping, and
I did.
So go
Guy
ahead.
next to you is the master, so ask him.
Before you start, I didn't want to interrupt. I was waiting, but Brian, awesome to hang out. But I got to get going. I lost track of time, and
really?
I've got two kiddos who are. We have a date to play some 5-minute dungeon. It's an awesome game. If you know anything about it, but I gotta get going. But we'll hang out again soon, Brian.
All right. See you, Brick.
Later, Brick.
Brick. Thanks for hanging out tonight, brother. Appreciate you.
Looking forward to your show tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow, Jeremy Gerard is hanging out on my channel. Like, why would he do that? But that's awesome that he agreed to do it. So tomorrow, 3:45, we're talking dragons, all this stuff. So thanks.
I'll drop
Thank
the link
you, Joe.
for you.
Appreciate you. Bye, everybody.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, I don't have a lot of mythics, period. I might have maybe 6 or 7. So my question is, so Skeleton Builder is basically the one that drugged me into Mythic Legions. So
it's a cool figure.
So it's wound up in several of my shots. So there's Animal Warriors of the Kingdom, and then Skeleton Builder probably winds up in 3 or 4 or 5. So but my question is I bought the Undead Builder pack. Is there any piece that I could get that would work as a torso, like a naked torso for this guy?
Red Death.
The Red Death.
Okay.
The feet, the alternate feet that are included with him, there's 2 sets of the same feet. It's actually has the same peg as the Red Death, or the right peg for the Red Death shins.
Okay.
So yeah, that's a pretty cool. Or I don't know if it's an exact match. I haven't tried it, but that's a body that works pretty good with those.
Yeah, if you're looking to make kind of like a naked zombie, the Red Death would be the way to go with that one, I think.
Okay.
Unless, Curtis, do you know of any better torso that would work for like a naked zombie torso?
Specifically from Legions? No.
For the builder pack head.
Yeah, if you're just talking about using Legions parts and not third party, then no, just the Red Death would be the best.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, the only downside to that is like retail or the regular release Red Death might be a little bit pricey, but the retailer version, I think there's still quite a few out there. So you probably have an easier time getting your hands on the retailer version.
Prices have kind of started coming down on some of those. You could probably get one for around $60.
Yeah.
I imagine it wouldn't be too much. Yeah.
That's what the retail on it was $60.
Was it 60? I thought it was 70.
Okay,
I think 60 for the Red Death.
Yeah, it might have been.
I don't
know. The clock alone is worth it. So
I had a question about the Torpiculi. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that can you build a gorilla skeleton out of that with the additional?
Yeah.
There's actually a gorilla skull coming out in the wave that's going to be released.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
100% totally make a gorilla out of it.
Okay. All right.
You can make a lot of cool stuff with Torpiculi. Give me 1 second.
Oh man, yeah. The Torpiculi, Conibus, like the skull heads that are coming out, like the Chimera body that comes with Balulith and all, like there's just so many neat things you can make with those. Popping and swapping skeletons for weeks now.
Have a good night, Ryu.
Ryu, brother. Take care.
So this is a Torpiculi build here. and just combining him with the cannabis horse. So, you know, got the dual necks from the Chimera that figure, and you know, so you can do a lot of different stuff with the third picture.
Yeah.
It's kind of designed to be like just a super fun pop and swap figure. So
Okay.
Yeah, get a lot of them while you can, folks. Get a lot of them while you can.
But not too many, because I still need more.
Right. I was going to say I think 2 more now. I also need another Belulith or 2.
All right, Oz, we've waited long enough. Shall we bring Bud on and do the slideshow of Motu?
Yes.
we got
exactly what I was waiting on.
The 400 images
we were waiting on you.
Of the 4 characters. We wanted to wait until you were here, Curtis, to go through the slideshow.
We made sure Bud got some detailed pictures of like the elbow joints and stuff just for you, Curtis.
I am so excited for this channel to see the 1,000 subscriber box that I sent to Oz. It is I think you guys are gonna love it.
So I was telling the guys before we went live a little bit about that. So yeah,
that's cool.
Again, last week hitting 1K subscribers. Curtis wanted to congratulate me in a very special way. He went and he picked up the sketchbook 2-pack Origins collection because he knows I'm a huge fan of Origins, especially crabby ones like this.
Oh, what is that? What is that character?
I think Joe.
Oh wait, Curtis is here. I have to act like I hate it. Oh, it's not Vecna. Grumble, grumble, grumble.
Isn't that a D&D character?
No.
Nice.
That looks really awesome, Kenny.
That is cool. Is that soft goods on the torso?
No, it's just the standard.
But that's the
standard
Rebel
soft
Red
plastic
Snakehead or Rebel 3D.
This was 3D print, and I did it with that shiny blue, so it kind of has a weird, the detail on it's really crazy.
Yeah, that's nice. Oh, G says that's Vecna, Joe, in the comments.
Oh, I haven't heard. Who is that? I haven't heard.
Vecna, he's a D&D character. You probably haven't read up on him yet.
What's D&D?
Yeah. Dinosaurs.
Picnic dinos.
Yeah.
There you go.
So yeah, and Curtis is going to send me this sketchbook 2-pack, and then he tells me like, yeah, I just mailed you a box that weighs like 25 pounds.
12.
Full of
I told
rocks.
you every time I mention it, it's going to get bigger.
There you go.
So next week I'm going to get my
by the
hands.
time it gets there.
Right. I'm gonna get my hands all over Curtis's giant package next week. But see, then Curtis is going to be going away to MuskyCon next weekend.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to actually have to wait until the following clubhouse to see what's in Curtis's package.
I mean, you do like the toy edge, so I think it'll be it'll be right up your alley.
Oh,
so.
This is definitely going to be some extreme toy edging for even me, because I want to know what the fuck you put in this box.
There you go.
It's going to be a bunch of landscaping rocks, Oz. Don't get too excited.
It's got to be what it is. Got to be what it is.
Where's
so
that
what head
from,
did you
Thanos?
throw on there?
So I won this steam powered mum on highly posable channel a couple weeks ago.
Right.
It came in this week, so
that was awesome,
really cool.
Dude, that's great. I'm getting
cool.
Guar vibes.
Right? Yeah.
I like that.
pretty nifty.
SCS Dog says 30-pound package. What kind of toys we talking about?
Landscaping rocks.
I don't even have one that big.
Oz will be Charlie Brown. I got a rock.
I got a rock. There's no way that the sketchbook pack is going to be that big, but yeah. Either way, though, I'm really excited and I really appreciate it, Curtis. Thank you very much.
Well, I mean, wait to thank me until you open it.
I find out it's all of Curtis's junk from unboxing a billion.
It's a bunch of Vecna dongs.
Can't have too many dongs.
Yeah, heck yeah. The guy comes with like 6 of them. I mean, like he plugs in 2 of these on each side of his back. That's a lot of dongage.
That is.
But sometimes
Dare I
you need
say
to make
too
an
many.
entire course of dongs. You never know.
Right? So, guys, well, first off, Brian, do you have any more questions or anything like that? Because I don't want to just move on from.
Yeah, not really. I've popped a few of them apart, and I've got some cosmics that I've popped apart. So, but those were my big questions. Was wanting to know about those pop and swap. If I wanted to build another character with my spare parts of the undead pack, what torso or what waist, hip size would I need for that?
1.0.
Yeah.
1.0.
Those are 1.0 figures. So
Okay.
like the standard male figures.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, you buy enough figures from this line, you're going to end up with a couple of extras. The only thing you're not really going to end up with a whole lot of extras of is the waist pieces, the hip joints.
Yeah.
Like that's it. Like everything else you're going to get like from here down is all Mythic Legion's parts. Between arms, armory, or arms and armor, and body parts. And actually I got a bigger thing down here now of like some different body parts. And that's just like extras, like not enough quite to make a full figure because I'm missing like one set of lower arms or
that dresser that's behind me is full of Mythic Legion.
Right.
Yeah.
Like the whole dresser. So yeah.
It doesn't take long, as you will find. I mean, because again, just like look at recent releases, Legendary Barbarian, you're coming in with 2 heads and you can only put one on the body. And depending on which way you go, you're going to have 1 head and 3 hair pieces, or you're going to have a head and 2 hair pieces. However, since you got some of those skeleton Legion builders, though, these wigs look great on those guys.
Okay.
They look really, really good. Thank you, Colin, for sharing that with the world because we need more of it now.
Wow.
Yeah, Thanos is winning with the wigs, I think.
Yeah.
I've got some of those.
An afro. Whoa. I dig it. I don't know. I still like it on the alien more, but look at this gorgeous freaking snake head on here.
You're muted, Kenny.
I said, just wanted to get your attention so I could show you my horse, Oz.
Yeah.
It's anatomically correct.
It's got that ass.
No, I mean, you could do anything with that torso. It's cool.
Right? Yeah, it looks good, man. And shout out to Rolando as well as I know Eldor. Both of those guys are like, they're posting everybody's channels in the chat. Thank you, brothers. Really appreciate it. You guys are knocking it all apart. Big happy birthday to Eldor. He took another trip around the universe.
Oh, nice.
Congrats, Eldor.
I believe he says he's turned 1,004 at this point. So happy birthday to him, brother.
Oh,
big shout
he's still
out.
a youngster then. Yeah.
I can't even imagine.
Happy birthday, dude.
I just said, he turned 21. So everybody turns 21. And I know we saw Brendan Higgins jump in the chat. Rick Jones is here. Scrolling up because I was just trying to catch a couple of other people jumping in now. Again, Trevor, we shouted him out earlier. He joined in with us as well. Send him the link if you want to join us on the screen. So, yeah, definitely. So, yeah, trying to figure out what kind of... I'm struggling here because, again, I do this show. We do this whole live hangout, big panel, whole bunch of people. We go for like 6 hours. Sometimes it's a little less. But we do these huge, long live streams every Saturday night. So if I were to do like members only content, what would you guys like to see? Because
nudes.
Osley fans.
That's a whole different type of.
That's Osley fans. Yeah,
that's the Osley fans, folks. That's the Osley fans.
What about like classy nudes?
You know,
like
classy.
Costanza.
Yeah.
Tees, not sleeves.
Paint Oz like one of those French.
Oh yeah.
You can totally paint me like some French
something
toast.
lacy.
I mean,
a little see-through. You know,
I might be able to do
And
something.
like a velvet
semi
chair.
see-through.
Ooh, yeah.
Ooh, I definitely would rock that velvet
just
chair.
enough to
Is it getting hot in here?
Oh, what is that, Thanos?
It's
I think
the
so.
Superpowers Brainiac vehicle. It was at Ross for $4.
Yeah, I got them
yeah.
at Walmart for $4. Yeah.
I love that.
I just saw those start hitting the clearance today. I actually popped into a GameStop today just to see kind of what they had sitting around. I didn't buy any of their toys.
If you see one of those on clearance, Oz, grab me one.
Yeah, okay, can do. At GameStop, they weren't at clearance.
Okay.
But next time I hit up a Ross, if I see one, I got you.
Yeah,
I got
I
you.
don't have
What
any
about
of that
the
shit around here?
Are you looking for any of the other superpower vehicles, like the? Because what was the other one that came out around that time with that? Was it
What the hell else did come out with that?
Black Manta's vehicle?
Yeah, it was Black Manta's vehicle came out. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
You
cool.
know
At the
what?
Hall of Justice?
Yeah, is that a print?
No, it's
that's Imagine X.
It's Imagine X. I
gotcha.
found this at the thrift shop a while back. It was also $4. So
Works
Still
as a great
working together.
backdrop. Good scale with that. Building to
Yeah.
that, yeah. That works nice.
Those work great with plunderlings too.
Oh yeah, Imagine X stuff.
Yeah, and then
Imagine
that
X is a great.
then
place.
that skull vehicle works good with them too. So.
All right, Jeff said could do some online toy hunting live. So like, you know what? Yeah, that could probably work, Jeff. Where we sit here and we'll just go toy shopping online, and I might buy some ridiculous stuff or whatever. You know, do it as like a group thing, do a members only live stream, buy some stuff like that. That might be something to look into and do. I know Reploid Bill calls that window shopping. Well, he calls it window shopping, but he doesn't actually buy anything. He just looks at what's there. So I'd actually buy stuff. That'd be kind of fun. And yeah, favorite pop and swaps you've made.
You could let people stay on your couch for the night and like make them Totino's pizzas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
There we go.
The square one. Deep dark secrets.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Like Truth or Dare.
Ooh. Truth or Dare online?
Yeah.
All right. So
live from Oz's couch. I like it, Curtis.
Yeah.
Here we go. Getting high from Oz's couch. Totino's pizza rolls and joints.
Yeah, maybe next time you go out in the dark, like you take a member with you and you both smoke out in the dark together.
What happens in the dark stays in the dark. Well, see, that's the thing though, because as we talk about going out into the dark,
don't take those Vecna dongs with you.
Yeah, don't do that.
Take a couple of those dill don'ts. Talk with Steph and see about finding some dill don'ts. Jeff mentions, how's the no smoking going, Oz? I'll put it this way. Physical withdrawal symptoms like this past week was really, really rough. They say after 72 hours it gets easier. It has at this point finally, but like I slipped up at ZoloCon and then I kind of got some cigarettes. So then I ended up giving them to my aunt and she was just giving me one here, one there till I was out. Then I was like, I can't buy any more. Because again, can't buy anymore. That's the idea. I want to save money. I don't want to smoke. I don't want to spend money on that. So then starting that day one again, cold turkey, where it's like, okay, I'm not buying them anymore. And going on, you know, that physical addiction again and trying to get out of that. The withdrawal symptoms were really bad, like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Around that time, it started to get a little bit better. I was less nauseous. But yesterday was all right. It still felt kind of rough. Today I felt a lot better. But I thank you for asking, though. It's not easy. And yeah, less cigarettes mean toys. And the physical is based on how many years. And it's been over 20 years. So But that's also why you're not seeing me in the dark streaming tonight, guys, because I'm not just going to get up and walk away and go do that. I will still need to get up and refill my coffee, though, because it's getting low, but that's not the same as walking outside.
Is it true that you also gave up eating cold turkey? I saw something about that. Is that are you not? It's only warm turkey now?
Right. I only like warm or hot turkey, no turkey lunch meat. If you put turkey on my sandwich, you better toast that bitch. Because I can't have cold turkey.
Nice.
And, it's funny. It's like, not that this was the difficult part, because what we do here at Clubhouse is basically what everybody else says they'll do is like a members only thing where they're all like, like those extreme lives or those after dark kind of live things that people like to do. Clubhouse pretty much does that already for free every week. That doesn't get much more wild than who knows where the fuck we're going to go on a Clubhouse.
I mean, maybe my shirt will come off. Maybe it won't.
Shirts are going to come off. Yeah. Prolapses might happen. You might get over 1,000 subs, even though you didn't want it. He wanted it, but you didn't want it that way, kind of thing. I don't know. It's blurred consent. It's really weird.
Yeah.
Again, it's straight, like what we do here is pretty much what most people would do for a members only thing. So it kind of like automatically throws that out the window. It's made it really difficult for me to think what to do for that kind of members only content. And I mean, I could just simply throw up some emojis, like, because you get those channel member exclusive emojis. I could just make some of those up and put that up there, and that'd be the only bonus. But I don't think that's necessarily like it, right? If you join the Patreon, become a patron member, there is a group chat for that. So I thought maybe I could make like, something like that as a bonus too, like an exclusive group chat kind of thing. But I want to hear ideas from people like, what do you guys want to see on here? So Jeff, definitely thank you for the idea about Dre says Kahoot games are fun. So you want to see me do a Kahoot game? I have to look into that. Maybe we could do a Kahoot game. We could do like a virtual game night type thing. I don't know how that would work for everybody if we don't all have copies of the game.
Is that like what we did for the birthday thing on Geek DF Out?
Yeah, Kayla's.
Yeah.
We were that's right, doing the Kahoots games with that. That could be something.
Yeah, that was
and then there's audience participation on those games too. So it's
right. I know we still definitely want to try to do the D&D thing. I got to get back to that group chat and actually talk with people and be like, okay, guys, we got to figure out how to do this now. However, just last night on Let's Go Offworld, there is rumblings of kind of a one-off scenario that might be coming up real soon that a couple of us are interested in that Joe brought up last night. So that might have to get that going, Joe. That might be something fun to do. That wouldn't be a members only thing. That would just be, we're going to put it out there in the world for everybody. But yeah, I would definitely really enjoy doing something like that.
Playing D&D is always a fun time. Well, tabletop role-playing games, I should say. It doesn't have to be D&D.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be D&D. They just got they're the most well-known.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Something.
See here, Terrence says, when I'm on next time with Alan, I want to share my most embarrassing event that I only recently found out happened 29 years ago and involved Alan. Wait, is this Alan as in Vine Jungle Figure Factory still be Studio Alan? Or
I don't think so. If so, he spelled it wrong.
Right, because that Alan spells it with an E. What happened? What happened, Terrence?
I'm looking up ideas for YouTube memberships.
Ooh, okay, Curtis.
Yeah, and it talks about highlighting members in the video, like putting their names out there, organizing virtual hangouts, which you already talked about, early access. This one's interesting. Share exclusive bloopers and outtakes. So,
but again, everybody gets those live already.
Leverage community post for members only polls on things that you should do, like for the channel. So like kind of ask them like what they would like to see.
Okay. All right. Okay, so Terrence says that Alan. So that's definitely the one he's talking about. Okay, I can't wait to hear this.
Oh, members only discounts on merchandise. We can get some Oz merch.
I got to get that merch store set up.
Yeah.
My original Fireball Island found.
Nice.
Dude. That's cool.
Right. The OG one. I think I bought the newer ones for my kids, but that first one, you can't beat that.
Oh, members only ask me anything session.
Okay, a members only ask me anything. Again, like I say, I kind of already do that here, but yeah, we could do a members only one.
Members only tutorial and workshops.
That's your whole channel, Curtis.
It's funny because it's true.
And members only downloadable resources. What kind of resources you got for us to download, Oz?
I don't even know. What kind of resources do I have? I have a crap ton of useless Motu knowledge. But again, I just already talk about this stuff. See, that's my problem. I give it all to everybody for free already.
Yeah, you're putting it out there free.
I'm always putting it out there free for everybody already. I got to start putting it behind. I think that's why people like me in the first place, though.
I think what we do is we get you a post office box, Oz, and then we just have random people send you shit in the mail, and then you open it live to see how shocked you are.
Members only live react opening a box of dildos.
Start with Curtis's package.
We'll start with my package. Oh,
start with Curtis's 35-pound package.
Wow.
That's right.
Wow. Yeah, I think that's the thing, Oz. If you're just constantly putting out for free, it's hard to get somebody to pay for your meal, you know? So,
yeah.
Might want to put a penny between them knees.
Oh, that's great.
Maybe what I'll do is I'll start reading spicy content. That's what I'll do. I'll start reading spicy content, use my voice to narrate some spiciness. That'll be members only. If you want to hear this voice talk about eating a hot dog or something,
like a
members only mukbang
7-Eleven. The mukbang content. Now I'm trying to lose weight. That's why I'm going for all the walks. I don't need to start putting it on by eating a whole bunch of shit.
Oz's glizzy stream.
I think the membership rewards is probably one of the hardest things people struggle with when they get able to do it on.
Yeah,
really?
I'm like, I have no idea what to do.
Welcome back, Woody.
Yeah, I haven't even turned on ads yet. I'm just like, I don't know. Just I need to do research. I don't know.
I did turn on the ads, which, by the way, folks, did it play any kind of ad so far tonight? I need to know whether it's happening while we're live or not. So if one pops up, put in the chat, what the fuck is this ads? Kind of thing. So I know, because I got to figure out how to adjust that. It didn't say anything about it in StreamYard.
I pay for YouTube Premium, so I won't see any of your ads. I apologize.
Oh, so you guys are the 8 cents I got for watching last week's stream. I appreciate that.
Somewhere where you could take out mid-video ads.
Well, it's funny when you... Yeah, when you look at your analytics, like it'll show you like ad revenue versus premium revenue. Again, I'm just finding out about all this stuff because I just started to see it. And I was like, ooh, yeah, look at that money coming in. Woo!
You might want to reach out to Radnam, Oz, because I know when he first started, he was getting on his stream. He was getting like an ad every like 15 minutes. So he did something to adjust it so it's not so much. So he knows what the setting is in YouTube, but I don't know.
Well, there's also an option. My understanding, I haven't looked at it, but my understanding is there's an option that you could turn it off for live streams, but have it for replays.
Oh, that makes sense.
So,
and I think I did select that in the options when it was asking me to turn it on. So. Because realistically, that's what I want. I don't want people while we're doing this to get bombarded with ads.
Right.
That's really awkward. You're like, if that's going to pop up in the middle of a stream, then like that is really distracting when we're in the middle of a conversation and they're like, boom, you want to shop like a billionaire on Temu, and then you're like, oh god,
Yeah, I just had earlier watching. I don't know who was on Toy Habits or Mega J's, whichever one I was on. I was listening to them, and right in the middle of an ad popped up.
Yeah.
I mean, if I had questions about that stuff, I would probably go to Punk because I mean, he's a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
He's a big deal in a small package.
He's the only reason I have any followers. So any subs. I mean,
he's the reason that you hit 1,000 last week, guys. Like I don't think it's coincidence that he pops on the screen and all of a sudden you hit 1,000.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's true.
Oh, and don't get these if anybody was looking at them. Not that anybody would and like Super 7, but these are the worst figures I've ever had.
Was that their 5.5 style ones? The non-Savage World ones? Because when they first put those out, they were the Savage World. And now they're just like the regular ones. Do you get ads with YouTube Premium? No, you don't get ads with Premium. It gets rid of it. Oh, doing like a behind the scenes about the shows that I collab and narrate with Ken. Really, that's something I'd have to talk about with Ken because he's the one who, kind of sets that up. But what I will say about this, when you want to talk about behind the scenes, so the way that works, the way the first one worked is Ken gave me some lines. I basically read through some lines and everything like that. Ever since then, Ken's like, tell me about this, or like a basic like little interview, and then it's all my personal experiences with it. So like we'll talk for like 20 minutes and then he'll be like, okay, I got everything I need, and that's it. That's literally the behind the scenes. Me and Ken talking for 20 minutes about whatever the video's about, and then it's done.
Maybe you could do like a members only, like watching Bud put together a Motu slideshow. Like, is that something?
I think you could do a members only stream of just the Bud Motu slideshow.
Yeah.
I actually think people would probably become a channel member to pay me not to watch certain
there you go.
No, I did actually just come up with a great idea that I think will be perfect. I think we should make sure and get up all the tissues from Curtis every time Motu comes on, and we can send them the Curtis Tears tissues every month. You get one tissue with Curtis Tears on it every time we play Motu.
Orphan Tears.
I actually really like Motu. I think I was just really tired that night.
You were so cranky.
I think I was extra cranky.
Well,
for some reason
we were also supposed to go through Toy Fair.
I was excited about a lot of stuff from Toy Fair with the mask and the McFarlane stuff and everything. It was like, it was just never ending. It just kept going. I was like, holy shit, I got to get to bed, but I want to get to the good stuff. So,
well, it's like we spent an hour here on 4 Motu figures that are part of one pack.
You missed out.
We really did tonight. We spent like the whole first hour of this show.
Well, you guys were talking about the the Turtles of Grayskull last week. I thought that was really cool. Like, you guys showed some really neat figures that I didn't know that even existed. So,
that, people are
open
invite
on the to come hang out in the toy room is there, Curtis. All the
nice, time. Very nice.
Nice. What do you?
Yeah, I didn't know there was a Motu Vecna until recently.
Oh, there is.
Yeah,
isn't that a D&D character?
That's what I hear.
Yeah,
he's got crabs.
Yeah,
sat down on a Baltimore City.
You don't have him with the dongs though, so I don't know. It's just now that I know he has dongs, yours just seems a little lesser. Oz
seems dongless.
Oh, he can get some dongs on him. He can get them dong on him. All right, so I'm opening up finally my second legendary barbarian. Oh no, it happened! Damn it.
I see what you did there, Joe.
This was Dan Larson. It's the harness from Classics for the 2000 XE Man.
Yeah,
perfect fit.
Nice.
I broke the tip of the sword, just like everybody else.
Oh really? Yeah.
My other one didn't break. So
this is the second one I've opened, and I still have my tips intact.
Well, it's funny because I was trying to be real careful about it. First time I didn't even know about it, so I just freaking did
That's
it.
probably why you broke it, because you were trying not to.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened here.
That's how I had 3 kids. Actually,
by breaking your tip.
No, by trying not.
That's how it works, Curtis.
He was trying the pull-out method. And look, man, when abstinence is only 99.9% effective, you're never safe.
The only time that I'm abstinent is when it's not my choice. So,
I mean, nobody just forces it on. Nobody just shows up to your stream and says,
Somebody must have hit the like button.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. Trevor's mentioning.
How does one get a hold of a Thanos head?
It's the
Maliverse?
Oh shit, Atlas from Valverse.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I saw one of those in the wild at ZoloCon.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to pick one up now.
You got to just get a Thanos in your collection.
Yeah, Thanos has been like giving me subliminal messages the last few weeks, and now I feel like I need his head for some reason.
Somebody was talking about customizing Valiverse stuff. They're like, whatever his first name is, doesn't like you to do customs on it. And I said, Thanos Copter did the greatest custom Valiverse figure ever. And that's it.
Got Bobby to make it for him? Oh,
Bobby, there you go. So how's this one for a funny pickup? I pulled this out and showed it last night, but this is the one that when Faker Battle Cat went to a Goodwill in California, and there was a bunch of unopened G.I. Joe classifieds for $8.89.
That's cheap.
Wasn't Beachhead one of their I said
That's
Beachhead.
a San Diego.
Chuckles. That was an SDCC
exclusive.
Yeah.
This one too.
Wow.
Snow job for $9.
Crazy.
Everybody wants a snow job for $9.
Damn, that
When
cost
she
me
puts
20 on the corner.
ice cubes in her mouth when she.
Anyway, that was it. I just wanted to show off my little Goodwill pickups.
All right. Well, somebody's got to take you down because I dropped something and I'm looking for it.
I got you.
I appreciate you, Ed.
Damn, look at that van.
Oh yeah.
So after last week, is Kenzo banned from bringing friends in here, or how does that work? I don't know.
I mean, he's been put on a probationary period.
Is it double secret probation? Oh man, we got a van off over here.
We have to be very selectively coagulating these days.
Yeah, we got a van off.
He might have come from Mega J's stream, though, I thought.
All right, guys. Which van is cooler? Come on. Here we go.
Ooh, I don't know.
I'm sorry. Ed's is the shit. That is so good.
But he doesn't have any AWOC in there.
Well, you know what Ed's van is missing?
A Thanos head.
Fantasy style sword and sorcery down the side. Jeez, Ed, what are you doing? Show us
I
the side of your van.
I want to get a
Thanos.
white one to do that with.
Look, see, Thanos isn't cheaping out. He's got the pizza going down the side. I mean, it's still not fantasy.
Yeah, that black one needs like the Mythic Legion Arazak wizard on the side of it.
Oh, yeah,
perfect.
You know, I do think you should get that Valiverse one that Thanos has and put him in the van driving around with like candy, like free candy on the back.
No, no.
Okay.
No, don't put that out there.
I'll make it.
I'll
I'll make
give
it even
free candy
better.
away on Halloween
G.I. Joe's on
from
the
their
side,
house.
And not edibles, right, Thanos?
Okay, how
I'll
about
give
free
those.
toys? So we'll make it more adult and funny. Free toys, and then, you know.
Yeah, there you go. Because kids don't buy toys anymore.
Kids don't like toys. They want electronics, and that's it.
That's totally it.
What's up? Free iPad, my son yelled. Free iPad, he's listening in.
Free iPads? Yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
Tell him not to get in anybody's van for a free iPad.
Yeah.
Right. If somebody's yelling free iPads out of a van down the road.
All right. Hey guys, I'm gonna jump out. Merrick, I usually don't have him on Saturdays, but Jess had something to do, so I've got him. He just got off his VR, so I'm gonna go hang out with my kid now that he's not in his virtual world and I'm not in my virtual world. So we're gonna just hang out in the real world out there. So
It's awesome,
Have a good
brother.
time, Kenny.
it's fun, guys.
Yeah,
We'll
man.
see you later.
Later. Yeah, I've actually got to take off too. It's
What?
kind of a weird. Yeah, I know. I would love to stay around, but I've got like a work thing tonight. They're like putting a new software in, and I got to go do some testing and stuff, which is not usual for a Friday night. But anyway,
Friday, it's Saturday. You missed it last night, brother.
Or Saturday night. Sorry. Yeah, and then tomorrow I've got to leave for Chicago for. I'll be in Chicago for 4 or 5 days, and then go to Michigan for MesquiCon next weekend. So I got a busy weekend ahead of me. So let me go take care of that. But you guys have a good one. I'll probably be in the comments later in the chat.
For sure.
Later,
All right.
Curtis.
Later, guys.
Later, Curtis.
See you, Curtis.
See ya.
Same. Baldy said he was going to put free candy and toys on his. There we go.
I thought about ordering the white version of the van just to make those dumb jokes, but I didn't.
There we go.
Hey,
And one leaves and we
What's
get
up,
one
Adam?
back in. What's going on, Adam?
Hold on, my wife has a question. Yeah, I just jumped on.
Does she want to join? She can
No, I
totally
don't know.
join.
She just poked her head in here.
I'll send her
See
the
if I was
link.
on.
She can join in from the other room. It'd be great.
I don't know what she's doing in there.
Was that the question? Did you just get on, or was there like?
Yeah, she said, "Are you going on the video?"
She came in specifically to ask. Yes, that's exactly what I'm doing.
Well, I've been in here for a minute. I was doing some other
Mhm.
stuff. I said I'm going to go jump on the video, and I didn't jump on right away. I was
Kickstartery
checking-
things. Did you get like all of
Lots of
five
fun
new five new backers since last night's stream on Offworld?
That's like half our audience.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
I
we
think
did.
all
We
of
got-
them were
we got
on
a
screen
couple.
with us.
We got a couple, and then I got a few from a video tonight. So
Like I said, I got to redo my entry. I'm going to be redoing mine, switching up. So my tip broke, Adam. I don't know if you saw that. For anybody
Oh,
who's
no.
wondering, the legendary barbarian, just be mindful how you pull this sword out. Apparently, don't try to take it out like this is going to happen, and try to be careful with it. Because, like I said, the first one I popped out was absolutely fine. This one I broke the tip on. And I don't even know if I'm going to bother to try and put it back on, or whether I'm just going to do kind of like what Dylan did and maybe rough up the rest of it like it's been a battle damage.
Was it taken out of the package?
Yeah. Just taking it out of the package, right around the tip, apparently the way it's in the plastic.
It's really tight in the blister. It is.
Yeah, I noticed it a little bit with the first one that it was tight, but again, my tip didn't break. Now my tip broke.
it's we've seen that sword before, so there's more of them out there if you wanted to have a complete one, but it might not be the same color.
Well, it's not even like my legendary. So the first legendary barbarian, like I said, I put on that Lemurian armor. I'm keeping it on him. This is going to be my representation of Conan, because to me, this just is more how I picture Conan in my head than most. This other one, I'm not sure what I'm going to display him as or how I'm going to display him, because he's just so cool of a figure. He really, really is awesome. Oh, and we got
end up with a lot. There's a lot of variety.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of different things you can do with them for sure.
Yeah, with the different hair and different head. And...
Right? Or even just popping another head on it entirely. I mean, again, you might want to paint match it, but we got Figure Fight Club in the house saying, "What up, fellas? What's going on, brother? Good to have you here. Thank you for joining tonight." All right. Sorry. Just taking a look here. I get distracted when I see I have messages when I notice that notification while I'm live. All right.
So Trevor pointed this one out. Let me do this real quick. This is now I need another barbarian because I want to do this custom. This is a Punisher helmet.
Yeah. Totally looks like very Dragonborn with that, right?
Yeah, and I'm totally gonna do a Dragonborn custom. I
That's
can't wait to do it. But now I need another barbarian. I'll probably throw like a a black wash on it, darken
I
it
bet
up
you're
a little
regretting saying no to some of them extras now, aren't you?
bit. That was more of a fun thing than not
Right.
wanting them.
Like, I don't have enough to get you back at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, that axe comes with them too. The axe and
Yeah.
shield that had.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
the
gets
axe, the shield, and the sword.
this axe.
Then there's pauldrons. There's a bag of hands. Like
I'm gonna go
cuffs
for
with
a
chains.
different shield. I know they have that other one that's kind of more of the cross through it with like the wood in the
Yeah.
back, and kind of painted like a darker, give it like a red wash. Yeah, I'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
Do the
Oh
He-Man
yeah, you
version,
could definitely do it.
Absolutely. Yeah, that would look dope.
That's the shield.
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah. Yeah, we can work it out. We can get you guys what you need.
Yeah, I think I have one of those actually.
I was gonna say, I'm sure you already do have one of those at
He
least.
came with the dwarf or somebody.
One of the many, because again, it's a very common shield. So, but see, this is what I mean. Like, yeah, you're talking about having another torso to put those extra arms on and stuff like that. This is a whole nother extra torso. I don't even remember where I got this torso. But it's not attached to any legs or body. Like I said, the only thing I think you'll ever lack on with Mythic Legion's parts is the hip, the waist piece that you can actually plug the legs into. That's it. Everything else you get plenty of.
Did you get that orc builder pack, Oz?
Yeah, I did. You know what? And that's probably where
I think that's where that's from.
Yeah, that's got to be from the orc builder pack. Because I did like all the bear chunks.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, see, there you go. And of course, they come with belts and straps like all the other ones. I mean, you guys have already seen me open this figure up before. There's nothing new, no new surprises here. But I'm also getting around to finally opening up that other Minion infantry that I have. Because if you got Conan, he's got to fight those Stygian dogs of Set. You know, Set being the big snake god that, when you get more into the books and then you get into the lore of Conan and stuff like that. And so like Thulsa Doom from the first movie, for anybody who doesn't know, was not a Stygian priest like they displayed him as. He's actually more of a lich. He was basically like the first lich when Robert E. Howard wrote him, which is an undead necromancer wizard. And when James Earl Jones took the role for the movie, they were like, basically, it'd be too much to do like a skull-faced hooded wizard. Funny how that worked out, because then a couple of years later we got that anyway. But so they basically were just like, okay, well, we'll turn him into this like priest. They made him more like the character Thothamon from Conan instead. All right, Brandon's saying he got his Graveyard 4-pack, and I know, Joe, you just recently got yours. Which is cool.
Yeah, they're pretty amazing. I'm really digging them.
And
I got two more packs coming. I'm going to have a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah, plenty of skeletons.
2 more 4-packs?
Yeah.
How many of the previous ones did you get?
8.
So you have 8 of the kind of beige ones, and then how many of the Maxilius?
Only 3 Maxilius the Harvesters. So,
but technically, he's got
So you're like over 20, over 20 of that skeleton.
20 just regular plain naked skeletons.
There's you never want to not have enough. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Fair.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe someday I'll need 20 skeletons and then I'll be safe because I've got them,
He's actually going to put together a rave at the graveyard.
I've actually been slowly ordering like soft goods off of eBay, just different ones that I see that look worn out and things like that, and like almost like Barbie doll dressing them up in like tattered rags and stuff like that. And it's been a lot of fun. So
speaking of soft goods, Flex and some
Are you making those?
sweet purple.
So what?
Are you making those, Brian?
Yeah, I am. I made these while I was sitting here. These are my prototypes. I just literally cut up a scrap piece of cloth that I had. Whoop.
Looks good, man.
But I'm gonna try to put some wires in a couple of them. But this guy, he needs this outfit. I think purple on the yellow will look really cool.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So now when I go to Toyland, I got to buy another one of these. So.
Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, Abby's saying he picked up Artemis and Dorina for a friend today. Nice, brother, nice. Always good to share legions with friends.
Yeah, I got me a couple more builders. It's like $26. I was like, got that gladiator.
Oh yeah, the ones that are
he's always
still up
interested in me. I just never picked him up. I was like, oh, $26 down.
That's what I was telling Kenzo. Just go pick up a couple of Legion builders that are in stock right now, and just have fun playing and customizing them. Like, I mean, that's really one of the best things about it.
Those are amazing for pop and swaps too. Like, I know the Armory Knights are a bit more expensive, but like, pick up a green Armory Knight and then pop and swap it with the Gladiator.
Oh yeah,
have like the green parts, that like cool metallic green with the bare arms and stuff. I don't know. I think it would look pretty dope.
No, I can literally do that now.
I like that gunmetal one. I was thinking about getting him.
The paint on the Armory Knights is pretty fantastic. Some of those
really
army
is.
builders are, they're a little bit lacking in sort of depth in the paint, but the Armory Knights are like fully painted. Like they look better than a lot of the older figures, like older named figures in terms of the quality of the paint.
Yeah,
it might be one color, but they're stunning.
They really, really are.
Yeah. And if you're interested in painting it all, go in and paint some rivets, and you wouldn't have to do very much to get them looking, a lot more deluxe.
Yeah, no doubt. That's not too off.
Sometimes even a wash, because really the barbarian, like there's not a lot of paint detail. There's no paint detail in its waist piece. It's just they put a dark wash over it.
Yeah.
Right. So. Yeah. And that's again one of the best parts that I really think about. So this is a deluxe barbarian Legion builder, and all I did was throw on the con exclusive head from the 2-pack on there. And like that's really about all I've done with this, and it looks good, right? But one of the things that I like most about this barbarian is, again, you see that darker skin tone, that darker color. Like this dude's been out in the sun for a while. He looks grimy. He looks like he's been laying out in the mud. He was in the middle of a battlefield. This
out
dude
in the
is
desert
not
biting vultures.
Right, exactly. Just so he can get some moisture down his throat because he was drinking that blood. I mean, that's one of those things that I really, really like about that. Now, the skin tone on and mind you, this one I believe is actually the barbarian pieces, the extra body pieces that they had at Legion's Con.
Yeah,
I actually think that's what I have on this, which is funny because I had to buy a whole. That's right, because I took the lower arms from it and put them on the dwarf.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
to get the wraps. Yeah,
right. So yeah, that's why I just have this torso from what's left, and then I put the Lee J head on there to kind of make him like an understudy, but I didn't have the lower arms. But he's got the bare feet. Huh. I don't know. I'm cooking up some ideas here with this recipe. But yeah, but what Adam was saying is like if I were to take that bare torso and just pop that in here and then use like the armory parts or even just the bare arms, like, you know, use those bare arms, put these lower gauntlets on it. Same thing with the legs, pop it off at the knee and then pop these legs on there and just have that kind of bare thing, or that gladiator barbarian build or gladiator legion builder. There's just, you could do a lot with the armory and any other figure. They're really, really freaking great.
They are.
I just can't get tired of them.
I'm a fan.
What do you guys think of this?
That's the you made that skirt, right? Like a kind of a grass skirt kind of look for it.
Yeah.
I think it's neat. I like it. I think that's cool. And I like the fact that they look almost like leather straps and not just
Well, it is leather.
Okay,
Well,
so you actually
it's
cut
it's leather actually, so
well, yeah, because nobody's spending the money for real quality leather and then chopping it into tiny pieces to put on an action figure.
So
I like it. I like the idea of doing a grass skirt.
I think maybe like weather it up a little bit. Like it looks good, but
yeah.
Well, yeah. My thought is that I could make some of these and then people could do that themselves. Because I thought about, you know, cutting. You could cut some of these pieces off of over the leg and that kind of thing, and dirty it up and paint it or whatever.
I think that'd be awesome. I do. I really think that would look good. All right. So I was just talking about Conan's villains and talking about Thulsa Doom. So I gotta say, I actually think the new Headhunter figure actually might make a cool Thulsa Doom. Now I'm thinking about it more. Also, just realized I've never played with his glow feature since I got him.
You haven't played with a glow feature?
I was quiet.
What, on Headhunter?
Yeah, I didn't play with it. Like since I bought him, which
glow,
is
does
weird.
he?
Yeah. He totally like. So again, this is not a scare glow homage, but he definitely glows.
Oh, like blacklight.
Blacklight. Yeah.
Well, no.
Yeah,
Because
not glow in the
after,
dark.
if you take it off of him, though, he does. It's just not very brightly. But like, I just had him under my desk glowing. Mind you, it's only the painted bone details on the body. It's not the skull itself that does not glow. I remember when they said that this one glowed, I was like, if that thing doesn't actually glow, I'm going to riot.
See, and I don't remember them saying that, but that could be more on me than them. I tend to forget a lot of stuff, but it's a dope figure.
I don't think they said anything about it glowing.
I don't recall that, but
that also could have been a result of like the last thing that was supposed to glow not glowing, and they didn't want to give
they're
people
like, we just won't tell anyone just in
false
case.
information.
Right. No, I'll pull it up because they definitely said it glowed. And people have shown it glowing.
I thought it was just blacklight sensitive.
It's not a very strong glow, so I don't know if it's as heavy pigmented as like some of the other ones.
I was playing with the glowing skull earlier.
Nice.
Oh, that's awesome.
All right. For a second year in a row, Four Horsemen Studios has partnered with Zolocon to release a very special figure from Warrior Beast Universe. We give you the Headhunter. The forest is teeming with creatures that hunt by day, but only a few emerge at dusk. Among them, none are as terrifying as Headhunter, the sinister being lurks. Let me see here. Characterized by its black skin, white cape, and glowing bones, the Headhunter is rumored to be this Show version of the new figure represented in exclusive Warrior Beast packaging, similar to last year's Skullman. The figure includes glow-in-the-dark bones, a pair of menacing white skull heads, one with a fixed jaw and one that is articulated, extra sets of hands, a halberd weapon, and a premium soft goods cape that is fully wired for posing. The SoloCon exclusive edition of Headhunter will also include a bonus skull head with green spectral energy flowing from it. Now, the green spectral energy is not glow in the dark, but his painted on bones, they glow. It's a little bit too bright in here for them to really show up. But like when I hold him under my desk, he glows.
Nice.
Yeah. I got to find the little dark shadowy parts. And K-Dog Broadcasting coming in, chilling with us. What is going on? Busy day, so he missed 3 POA. Got to get my fix, better late than never. As right, man. Got to come get your toy talk. But we finished talking Motu, K-Dog. So if you're here for Motu chat, that's already over. It's happened. You lost your shot.
Oh, I missed that. Did you guys talk about the Vecna?
You know what? Yeah, we were talking about that sweet, sweet Vecna with the crab. Oh, wait. I turned off my light here, so I'm not all... I don't glow in the dark anymore. There we go. This guy, right?
Yeah.
That's sweet, sweet.
I didn't realize Joe had dipped off for a second.
He dipped off right before you brought that up.
Oh, I was hoping he dipped off when I said
it. He's still right there. He can even hear us, probably. We know how much he loves that Vecna figure.
Yeah, I wonder how many he's going to end up with.
Well, as many as it takes to beat Curtis into submission at Legion's Con.
A whole stack of them.
For anybody who's wondering, last night on Let's Go Off-World, we decided that we're still going to, of course, they're going to keep trying to do the event of 1,000 swigs, but now we're also going to be doing the Vecna, 200 Vecnas beating Curtis. So, bring your Vecna so Joe can throw him at Curtis.
I think that's a fantastic idea.
Honestly, that's worth the cost of the ticket to Legion's Con alone. Like just
it won't be the first time he's had a bunch of dongs slapping him in the face, so it's fine.
Oh man, I almost wish he was here to confirm that.
I'll totally say it to him.
Oh, I know you will. That's the best part about it. So how many dongs have you had in or around your mouth, Curtis? How many? If you're in the chat, let us know, Curtis.
He was in the chat a little while ago.
Right? You still hanging out with us. I'm surprised he didn't pop in and just say, isn't that a D&D figure?
Right.
So, Adam, that thing you were talking about in the chat, you building a custom or you just asking to ask? The question you asked me earlier in the DMs.
Oh, no. So I asked Ed if Action Force heads fit on Monster Force Action.
Yes.
Force and Monster Force.
Yes.
Are they really that close?
Yeah.
I never say them back to back like that. I was asking if those heads fit. And Ed was saying yes. So that's I was asking because the Space Zombies from Mars is going to get made in the same factory as Operation Monster Force. So the heads are going to be swappable between Operation Monster Force and Space Zombies, which means that Action Force heads are theoretically swappable with the astronauts and stuff as well. So
that's cool.
We get a space Thanos.
Yeah.
Yes.
You got to do career path for that action figure. You could be an astronaut.
Space Thanos on Mars. Sounds good to me.
Thanos could be a soldier, or he could be an astronaut,
or a zombie.
Mm-hmm.
He could be.
Well, I would need a zombie head. So.
Just get another Atlas and like carve it up and paint it all green and stuff.
We'll ask Arlen if you give him a head, will he be willing to make a zombie makeover? We know he loves the zombies. So.
He might have sculpted that head. He might have that STL file in his computer.
There you go.
At this point, I think he just has a filter. I think he just clicks a button on his ZBrush and it just changes things to zombies.
You know what? That actually is not too far from, like. So
I'll tell you this: he's approached other toy lines and said, "Can I sculpt zombies heads for your line?" And you'd be surprised how many people said, "Of course."
I love that.
So stay tuned. There may be like zombies in a lot of other lines.
That's cool.
I'm down.
Adam on those. The Monster Force is a little loose, or it's a little loose when you put it on a Action Force, and
but it's tight the other way.
Yeah, it's tight on the.
So that's fine. It's I for me personally, I think it's better if it's like tight. So if you've got Action Force stuff and it'll fit tight, it won't be a bubble on ours.
Yeah.
There's always a little bit of sticky tack if you need it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They're not really. I mean, I put the blowback head on Declan's body, and it wasn't loose at all.
Yeah.
So, and then I put Declan's head on the blowback, and it was loose, but not like where it was bobbling around. You know, it sits on there.
So they're pretty close.
Yeah.
And you probably, and then if that's the case, you probably get from figure to figure, from like wave to wave. There's going to be a little bit of variance. They never seem to be like exactly the same. So sometimes they paint that ball too, and sometimes they don't. And sometimes that's the difference, is that it's just like that, quarter millimeter of paint can sometimes make the difference.
Can make a lot of difference.
I was messing around with some of these paint masters, and I had to adjust the STL files, are designed with the head sculpt, has the ball shape sort of inside it, so that when you pop it on, it's nice and snug. But in resin, it doesn't work that way. So I had to Dremel them out and kind of just round out that notch, which is what got me sort of thinking about it today.
Hey, fellas, my son that lives in Virginia just showed up at my house. So
what?
Yeah, exactly.
That's just popped over for a beer or what?
I don't know what's going on, but I'm going to go find out. So
definitely go find out, Joe.
Yeah.
Dude,
all right, Joe, have a good one, brother.
That was a
good one.
Nice surprise just now. So yeah, but thanks for having me on. You guys have a good night, and if depending on how long you stay as far out, I might jump on later. So.
I doubt it's going to be a quick visit.
I don't think. Yeah. Just popping by.
Right.
Just dropping this off, Dad. I got to go.
Like I was on my way to California, just thought I'd swing through. But all right, fellas, have a good night.
All right, later, Joe.
You too.
All right, Joe. See you, brother.
See you, Joe. Oh, man. Look at that. I think for the first time in a long time, the crowd has thinned a lot. Before midnight. Oh no, it's actually close to 1. Guys, I need to go refill my coffee. I will be right back.
Oh, I love the sideburns, man. That is my thing right
there.
That's cool.
That's sweet. I can't wait till these come out.
Really, really loving this figure specifically. But they all look good. I mean, they're all. Oh, I'll show this too. How am I going to show it? Which one's going to work? Actually, I think I have to do it on that one. They're all in different sort of stages of like what fits on what, but somebody asked to see this the other night, so.
Oh, nice.
That's great.
Somebody said they wanted monkeys in space, and I said, well, I mean, an AWOC head is the scale is a little bit off. You can see it's a little bit too big.
I put an AWOC head on a tusk body. It looked really good.
Yeah, they're a little chunkier, so it kind of works, right?
Is isn't Monster Force doing a monkey? Or
It's not Monster Force, but it's the
The fresh monkey figure will have
yeah.
head. So
Yeah.
because that's going to be interchangeable, you'll be able to do that. Plus, like the werewolf heads that they're doing.
The ones for the regular size body. Yeah.
The Kilowog head that comes with the Night Stalker or whatever it's called. So I'm sort of slowly building up, a catalog of heads by way of buying Action Force or Monster Force figures to kind of like go
Lawrence was making a big deal about how he could put some of the GI Joe heads fit on the Monster Force also, and he put the Big Ben head on there. I'm like, with all the heads Monster Force has given us, do we really need any other heads to go on these figures? I mean, good Lord. I mean, it's nice to have the options, but man.
Yeah, it does. You do get to a point where you just have a bin full of heads and
heads and hands. Yep.
And like everything, like it is. I mean, I'm looking at the sort of array of things in front of me. I've got like 6 figures that all have heads on, and then I'm looking at almost 20 other heads. So you get, all the astronauts come with an extra head, but there's like a third head that typically unlocks with all of them. And then there's the head pack, and then the zombies come with extra heads. So it's just
the cool thing about the zombie or the astronaut head, though, is like it's not the same character with a different face, right? Or like something really close. I mean, like
no, they're unique sculpts. So you're absolutely right. Like there's as far as head sculpt, human head sculpts go, there are 8 different head sculpts with the astronaut like hood thing on them.
Yeah.
So you've got like 2 per astronaut.
And then so you buy 2 figures, you got 2 different characters completely.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then that's not even including, the alternate heads for the characters and the extra stuff for the zombies and
I love the exploding neck. I can't wait to have that on a shot with the exploding neck and the broken glass.
Well, that's why we got to unlock the medical zombie.
I know.
So we get the bone saw
unlocked, man. Yeah, that's it right there. Look at that thing.
Yeah, it's cool.
Wait,
so that'll sit. Well, I got to put it on a figure so you can sort of see what it's going to look like.
That'll work.
I won't be able to do it because it doesn't have the ball joint in the bottom.
Yeah.
But actually, you know what? It's big enough that it kind of sits okay. I just got to orient it the correct way. So that's what that's going to look like.
That is awesome.
Amazing.
That's going to be so cool.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. We did a video with the Collecting Brothers what night is it tonight? Saturday. We did it last night, Friday night. And I think that's going to come out tomorrow. And I think there's a reveal in that one too. So tune in to the Collecting Brothers video that they're going to put out tomorrow. I think it comes out tomorrow, like I said. Where if you want to see more gore guts.
Gore guts
and
good.
If you want to go watch, we did quite the bit of coverage with Adam and Ira last night on Let's Go Offworld too. Broken down. You can go watch that. Of course, Curtis doesn't encourage anybody to go watch that channel, but hey, you know what? Even with him discouraging people watching that channel, we still got a couple of new extra, backers. So,
how many shows have you done so far, Adam? Like since you guys started the tour? You've been on like every night, haven't you?
No, last week I actually had 2 nights off.
Wow.
But I did have 2 nights that I had 2 videos, so it kind of offset.
Yeah.
I can tell you, I've got the calendar here.
1 hour plus of zombie talk, John says. And he says it will be out tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, folks. Mountain Time. That's the one between Central and Pacific that everybody forgets about. But Kenny.
Yeah, I was going to say.
16 so far.
Jeez.
That's not bad. That's not bad. You said you got to kind of do these tours. You got to get the word out there. You got to show up anywhere that'll have you, anywhere that can take you. I was actually really excited that Jeff brought it up before I did. about
Yeah.
you coming on Off World. And I'm like, did you need me to reach out to Adam, or can you handle this? He was just like, oh, I'll reach out to him. I'm like, cool. That's great.
No, he messaged in like 3 different places. I got my phone was getting all these messages all of a sudden, and it was like, it's a good thing he did though too, because he messaged me on my highly articulated Facebook page, which I never check.
Right.
So then he messaged me on Instagram, I think on my account and on the TNT account.
I think I'd mentioned to him to message on IG, because that's normally where I just get a hold of you. But that's
yeah. And I've been trying to kind of run all the zombie stuff through the Nameless Toy Company Instagram, just because if I can keep it all in one place, it's just easier for me. Then I know that that's a sort of a touch point for like, okay, that's zombie related, not something else.
So who's next on the tour after that?
Tomorrow? Or like, what's the next one?
Yeah. What's the next one where you guys are gonna
be? Geek Dad Life tomorrow evening.
Nice.
We did Secret Galaxy tonight. That was fun.
That's cool.
Dan is always cool peoples.
Mm-hmm. And then YHS on Tuesday, Toy Anxiety, and then Toying Around on Thursday, and then Purple Gang on Saturday. And then who knows if anybody will reach out between now and then to fill in some of those other days. But and then I leave for WonderCon. So like it's
busy.
It's kind of the end of the tour.
You're right. Yeah, because then it's going to be. You can't do much while you're on the road at a con. You got to
and WonderCon's long hours.
Yeah,
WonderCon's like 9 till 7.
Whoa,
that is so weird. That is so weird.
Well, it's big, right? Like it's a big pop culture.
It's bigger than just
it's
toys.
Not just a toy show.
Yeah,
it's not just a toy show. So
yeah, WonderCon is beyond the typical toy nerddom. Like you said, it's more pop culture overall than anything.
Yeah. I'll be honest, I don't know really what to expect as far as like how we're gonna do there and what the crowd is gonna be like, because it's everything. It's pop culture. It's
were you guys gonna have were you gonna have the comics there at WonderCon?
I think so. I still I won't know with any certainty till Jason ships the palette and says here's what's on the palette.
Right.
My understanding is that he intends to send some of the comics because it is WonderCon. It's Comic-Con's kind of sister show.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll be cool to have them. And I also think that, just having comic books on the table is cool, because it's a layer of that line that probably doesn't get enough attention. WonderCon's in Anaheim, California. March 27th through the 28th, 29th, and 30th. Setup's 27th.
This is classified information, Alan. We're not going to know.
So they do transfer the zombiness sort of in the traditional way of like if you get bitten kind of thing, but there's more to the origin than that. They're like slow moving zombies. They're dumb, but there's more to kind of the backstory in terms of where they come from and stuff like that. So you'll have to back the Kickstarter and get the comic book to know more of the answers to that. But
there you go, folks. Got to back that Kickstarter. I know. I think Thanos, you were the one that dropped that into the chat for us. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, no problem,
guys. It's a really fun Kickstarter, and so maybe zombies in space ain't your thing, but like if you want some astronauts for any of your military lines, they scale right along with it, so you can get some cool looking astronauts to go with. Mm-hmm. There's a comic book. There's a soundtrack. Matter of fact, the whole thing started from the soundtrack, which is probably one of the coolest bits of this whole toy line. The toy line started from Ira and Alan making music together. They started off just wanting to do a jam session, and then they made some music and started making a story out of it, and then toys came out of that, and then they threw the comic in. So
yeah, so far, unfortunately, I'm only in for the soundtrack and the comic, but I didn't plan to lose my job this week.
Yeah,
so.
well, that's
it
Understandable.
changes a lot.
Yeah, it happens.
We are gonna have late pledges open. So long as the Kickstarter funds, we will have late pledges in Kickstarter, and then we'll have the backer kit as well. So, and you can always back them through Big Bad Toy Store. You can pre-order them through Big Bad Toy Store and eCollectibles, although those numbers don't go towards the Kickstarter. But so long as we fund, you'll be able to get them later on.
Yeah, right now, of course, Big Bad Toy Store and any other retailer that are accepting pre-orders, they're actually really hoping this funds, because
Yeah.
they're banking on some sales there with having those pre-orders. And as much as I want to say and to help promote those guys, go pre-order through there. Go back to Kickstarter, because we need it to back before anybody gets pre-ordered.
That's where you go to get the secondary figures that you need to add to your groups.
Yep. Yeah, that's the line has to get funded in order for them to do pre-orders. Like I said, we didn't want the sort of financial burden
on the
of the retailer.
Yeah,
that's just kind of unfair. So
Joe Fan 84 says he finally got the Cobra Terradrome last Saturday. That is one of those
new in box.
Probably not new in box.
Probably
well,
not.
If he did, I'd like to have his bank account number. Well, maybe not now anyway. I just gotta say, it's awesome when we're like an adult toy collector and like a dream like that from childhood, right? That's one of those childhood play sets that a lot of people it was awesome. It had all the different compartments along the side of it. You had the fire bag coming up out of the middle. Killer play set, tons of fun, and to finally get one of those in your collection after a lifetime of collecting, that is amazing. That's how Eternia wanted to feel for me, and I still couldn't get it. Damn it. But it's okay though. Some things I gotta just be okay letting go of.
I've been doing a lot of
We're
that.
gonna head out kind of late dinner time for me and my son, so might hop back later, see what you guys are up to.
All right, Cobb.
All right, Cobb. See, man, we're like not even 3 hours in, and we're already down to just what 4? Oh man, 5 of us now. What happened?
It's a weird weekend. It feels super late for me. And I'm looking at the clock, and I'm like, that can't be the right time.
That hour
I'm
change.
So tired.
But that happened last week, and we didn't feel like that last week.
Last week was like 6 hours, 7 hours. Like wasn't it an epic one last time?
Speaking moistly, I appreciate that, sir. I appreciate that. You spent way too much on Mythic Legions. I mean, I don't think so. Oh, Alan's coming on to join us. Alan's going to be here. Alan's actually doing Monster Camp all day. So he worked all day, and then he's going to come hang out with us. I appreciate that. Oh, and Mr. Magga says the biggest thing from his childhood was the Rattler. It has a badass one. And now you'll be able to get a new Rattler in 1/12 scale. If you
yeah. I never had a Rattler as a kid. Actually, that's not true. I think a little bit later, like kind of right before I kind of got out of toys, I think I picked up almost a shell. Like it didn't have canopies. It didn't have any
okay.
But then
saw it at like a yard sale or something.
Yeah, something like that. And I didn't hold on to that one. But I got a really nice one about 7 or 8 years ago, and realized that it's kind of the vintage ones are so brittle now because something about that particular run of plastic, like everything just snaps if you look at it wrong. So you couldn't put the landing gear down, you couldn't use the canopies. And then I realized like it's so hard to get that gunner figure in the back. It doesn't fit properly. Anyway, back to HasLab 1. So super excited.
So now you finally get one that won't break. When
Yeah,
you
exactly.
breathe.
One that won't break and one that I can put figures in and like whoosh around in the living room with the kids.
And that's always a great feeling too, right? Like one of the things that I realized again when I was starting to get back into Origins, or actually before Origins. So I started watching He-Man with Connor, and I was all like, telling him about, I've said it before, but I love telling the story. Just telling him like, yeah, I used to have toys of this when I was a kid that I used to play with. And he said to me, he goes, yeah, Dad, I wish I had some He-Man toys. So I started looking up online to see what they were going for at the time. This is before Origins. It's after Classics, right? So you kind of figure that might be a sweet spot for maybe some of the vintage stuff to kind of go down in price. No, not at all. Not at all. So it was absolutely terrible. I was like, yeah, Connor, Daddy would too. Daddy would really like to have had some, or would like to have some He-Man toys. And then Origins came out like 2 years later. So I was like, this is nice because I'm not spending like a huge amount of money on like vintage figures that are going to crumble. Then probably like the band's going to break in the middle of them, that kind of stuff. All right. So you've got a picture set up here to do share screen.
Yeah. And, if you want to.
Yeah, I definitely want to because I know I was asking you about this yesterday. We're going to share screen on this here, folks. Actually, I wish we could get a better. If I do, there we go. Okay. So, guys, if you are wondering how Space Zombies from Mars is going to be able to scale with pretty much anything else that you collect right now that is 1/12, here you go. You got a gambit of a bunch of the more popular ones out there right now, from Black Series, Cosmic. You got your Monster Force, G.I. Joe, as well as the Marvel Legends. And he's right in there. Like, basically exactly with the Monster Force.
Yeah, it's I'm surprised how well it scales with certain things. Like I didn't think it was gonna look as good as it does with Cosmic. Also didn't realize that Renew Your Vow Spider-Man was so tall.
He does look tall in that picture. Wow.
It threw me off. I was like, Spider-Man's meant to be kind of like a smaller, leaner guy, but he's pretty thick up there.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's gonna work really well, I think, across a lot of lines.
They do scale good with the Cosmics. That's surprising.
Yeah. And that even that Mando, because Black Series is typically small, but I guess Mando is a little bit taller. It looks pretty accurate, to that scale. So maybe I just picked the right figures. I don't know, but that's I feel like I picked a pretty good representation of each of those lines.
Yeah.
So.
I definitely feel you did a great job with that because, again, these are, when we talk about the popular toy lines in the 1/12 scale, this is really it. Like, the only thing that's missing a probably physical representation from the circles that we hang out with, you don't have an AWOC in there, surprisingly, or like an Action Force. But, again, everything else that's already in this shot, basically, how tall that's going to be anyway.
Yeah, I didn't include an AWOC figure because it just didn't fit as far as like they're not. I don't know. Somehow they just didn't fit.
No,
together.
this works well as far as like, okay, this is really where you're going to supplement this astronaut in like something like this.
Especially the Cosmic, because I know a lot of people are wondering how it's scaled to the Cosmic, so that's cool to see.
Yeah. I also don't have an Action Force figure, so I would have included it if I had one, but I don't. So. Here, I'll share this one too, actually, since we're here. So there's all the Paint Masters that we have so far.
Ooh, they look good.
Damn.
Yeah, pretty.
So I know I was campaigning for the purple vinyl last night. But I know Jordan and Van were just a bit concerned that there are no purple spacesuits.
Well, they can continue to be concerned unless they want to buy, like 1,000 units of a purple spacesuit. If they want to back it, we'll make it.
There we go. There you go, guys. You heard it. If you want purple spacesuits, buy 1,000. 1,000 just purple.
Put in your special order request for 1,000 plus units, and I think we can make it happen.
Oh, Mr. Magos mentions he was talking to this one guy on Facebook, and he said he bought 5 Rattlers. I didn't say it, but I was thinking he's not married. Oh, unrealistic expectations. Well, I mean, for a single person to buy, but hey, he's just putting it out there. Like, if you want to make it, that would be what it's going to take. Now, that's not to say we won't see some kind of purple spacesuited thing in maybe a future wave, but we got to get through this one first. And I'm still campaigning for that vinyl. Better be purple.
Get 1,000 through a group of people. Start a movement. Get it going.
Yeah,
that's right.
Hey, there it is. There it is. Fire it up. Start the movement. If we get 1,000 people to pitch in the back and they want purple. Now, again, each of these colors dictates a branch, right? So
yes, yeah. I mean, within the lore, the red guys are from the original Red Dust 1 mission, and then the other astronauts are factions within the second mission.
The weapons are awesome, Alan.
All right, so we're gonna need to do share screen with the Kickstarter here.
Yeah,
somebody want to bring that up?
They they don't really come with guns because they're astronauts.
The military guys, they have guns.
Yeah.
But again, like the engineers, the blue guys, again, you should they got robotic arms, screwdrivers, that kind of thing. If we unlock the medical team will have a again, for lack of a better term, bone saw. So here you can see there's the military. Military's got guns. Makes sense.
Right,
Military's supposed to have guns, right? Here again, you can see the engineer where he's got more tools, that kind of thing. Because again, that's what makes sense for him to have. And there's some practicality in fighting off zombies with mechanical arms, or at least keeping them from biting you anyway. And of course, we're scrolling down here and you're looking at some of the zombies and stuff like that. That's just all the base stuff. Now we're going into the unlock. And again, the original Red Dust mission, we got some weapons here. Now, I love this one too, because Spike Spectre comes with that retro sci-fi style gun.
Yeah, it's very, very much like a 50s, 60s pulp science fiction look with the fishbowl helmet. He's got that kind of Buck Rogers laser pistol.
Yeah.
That thing's
slightly different suit for those guys too.
I love the little dude down in the corner, the little head thing. That is awesome.
Again,
have you seen it?
Oh, he didn't see it.
No,
Didn't I show it to you when we did your video?
No.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
You ain't see this?
It's actually a helmet.
That's awesome.
And it's sculpted with holes where the eyes are, so you'll be able to see Spike Spectre's eyes through the.
That is so cool.
Through the mask.
That is awesome.
So Speaking Moistly is asking, are red suits like the ones from Star Trek? Yes. Right now they equal the guy a red shirt from Star Trek from original.
No, the red suits are from the original mission. So the original mission, Red Dust 1, went in the 60s, and then Red Dust 2 is in the 90s. So
which is why this guy has the bubble helmet.
And that's why he's got that kind of retro look.
And so again, Red Dust 1, they're all dead because they didn't survive from the 60s into the 90s in space alive.
Well, yeah,
you don't know that. You got to read the comic book.
What were they eating?
Right? Zombies.
Yeah, each other.
Each other.
That's true.
You don't age the same in space, Oz. Don't you know?
That's true. You don't. They had the twins. They definitely.
That's right.
It alters you genetically. On the genetic level, it alters you being in space.
Here's the bone saw Oz was talking about for the medical.
Yeah. which is like a really giant bandsaw, which is great.
Yeah, so the saw part of that and then the claw part of the mechanical arms are ported the same. So you could actually put the saw on the arm.
Sweet.
And put the claw on the hand tool as well.
So do these go from the helmet to the, or do they go from the port on the front of the suit to the backpack? These hoses.
The hoses?
Yeah.
They'll port, like the ports are going to be like a universal sort of standard size. So
If they go from the backpack to the front of the suit.
That's kind of the primary design, but I'm sure people will come up with different ways to sort of set them up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull. Oh man, what was that movie? The comedian from the '90s. Now I can't even think of his name. It's a Bubble Boy where he had the hose attached.
Yeah.
Basically, it was like the astronaut, and they had to share air with the other guy, and then he farted in the spacesuit, and it traveled through, and he was like, "Oh, yeah." And I have one of those hoses connect to another spacesuit, and somebody's farting in there, and they're gonna get stunk out.
A perfectly scaled ukulele with Georgia McBride. So Arlen used to build guitars and used to teach people how to build guitars. So that ukulele is like the frets are spaced correctly, the strings are spaced correctly, so it's like a 100% accurate ukulele, just in a teeny tiny scale.
Hey, what is this tool supposed to be?
It's like a drill.
Yeah.
She's an engineer, so it's kind of like
taking core samples.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Awesome.
But again, that's modular. So if you wanted to run the drill bit on the hand or the mechanical arm, you could do that.
Right. That's awesome.
That's a space ukulele.
I think that zombie's my favorite. The orange
zombie.
Yeah, there's just something about the zombie flesh color with the orange.
Yeah, it looks good.
It looks really.
It pops a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I think he's good.
Where's the glow in the dark one?
Oh, that's further up. That's further up.
Right there. Yeah.
Yep. So we all know this is the one that I backed already. Like this is the one I was like 100% when it launched. I was like, "Yep, glow in the dark zombie, done, back." But I would totally take the glow in the dark pieces and pop them on that orange. Because again, that I think would pop even more.
Yeah, that pops nice. I love it.
Not that the red looks bad or anything like that. Totally
No.
Don't mind the red. Just I think it'll pop on that orange. Now it'll really pop when we get that purple spacesuit.
Yeah.
So actually, since again the colors are going to equal different factions and stuff like that, there's going to be like some alien faction that'll be purple. There you go. Purple's going to be the aliens, which would be fitting.
I think all this, the choices is for the colors of the spacesuits are great. Like,
right,
so many
Science,
of our shelves
engineer.
are just full of silver, flesh, and military green colors, and it's just
yeah.
Thanks, Kenzo.
Gotta love the OD green, but it gets a little overwhelming.
Yeah, well, I mean that's just it, right? And this is like this sort of. We've seen so many sort of science fiction things where like factions are represented by different colored suits, and so it just kind of like makes sense to sort of have them set up that way. But it also gives you more variety on the shelf. It also gives you more options for what you might want to back.
Well, that's one of the things I like. That's why I like the Tusk from Cosmics, because of the different colored suits. It just makes the shelf look so much nicer than
Oh yeah, especially with the shadow circle like that, and then popping that with other parts like
the Walter, the orange Walter astronaut looks awesome too. Walter the Mad Astronaut, he looks awesome.
So good.
I am backer number 305.
I was number 10 because I remember Travis got a little upset. He was upset that he was 11. I was like, he's like, there's only 10 people in front of me, and I'm like, I'm the one directly in front of you.
I mean, I don't know for a fact, but I'm pretty sure that the only person that put information into chat what's it called? I don't even know what it's called.
He uses ChatGPT.
He tried to get AI to guess when we were going to launch. Like he was so desperate to know when it was going to launch.
It's a joke now. So like if Hella Dope releases a new figure and I pre-order or whatever, I always ask them, did I beat Travis or not? And they're like, Travis.
So 3 stars mentioning, he goes, I might need the glow in the dark zombie. It's not a might. It's you need the glow in the dark zombie. And I know
that's what I got.
That Adam normally says we don't need any of this stuff, but I'm going to tell you differently. You need the glow in the dark zombie at least.
Right. And that's a Kickstarter exclusive. You're not getting that anywhere else.
It is. Yeah, it's a Kickstarter exclusive. You're not going to get it from any retailers or anything like that. I can tell you that when I don't look at the Kickstarter that much, to be perfectly honest, because looking at it doesn't change anything. But I did look at it a couple days ago, and like by far the figure that has gotten sort of more people backed is that glow in the dark figure.
It's got 68 backers looking at it right now.
That's beautiful. Just to know. So, we're going to keep riding this train. We're going to keep telling people to do that. And again, Blake, I know he was watching earlier. His Kickstarter launch too.
Mm-hmm.
Look, $25, you get your Moon Man Zero. Let's get all the sci-fi. We've been getting a lot of barbarians over the last few years. You guys know I don't shy away from my love of fantasy and everything like that. If I'm saying like I'm looking at something more sci-fi, less fantasy, that's typically a big deal. But I also wouldn't be saying it if I didn't actually like it. I like retro sci-fi. Like there's just something that appeals to me about it. Probably all the old artwork that gave me the reason why I appeal to fantasy so much. But I just absolutely love that. I'm excited to hear the music that's going to be on the album. And again, I saw the purple vinyl and I fell in love with that. So I'm going to be real disappointed if it's not purple vinyl. And I am going to campaign hard to make sure that if we're not going to get purple spacesuits, we are at least going to get purple vinyl. I'm going to make that my mission.
Yeah, that might very well still happen. We're gonna do a poll after the campaign ends. We're gonna do a poll for anybody that backed, and they're gonna get to vote on what color the final pressing is for the record. And purple's gonna be on there for sure. We're gonna have the sort of 3 that we've kind of decided on, and then we're probably gonna have a 4th that isn't quite confirmed yet. But right now we're looking at purple. We're looking at like zombie flesh green, and we're looking at Mars red. There's been a couple other things that people have kind of kicked around as far as like a 4th suggestion. I mean, it might only be 3. But then, within those, like purple might get, some green mixed into it. The zombie flesh will probably get like blood splattered onto it. Not real blood. I mean, like the vinyl will get like a red kind of.
A little bit of
your own blood into the mix.
Yeah, well,
a little bit of Adam,
if
Ira,
people
and
pressing
Arlen
a record
blood
would
mixed
let
in.
us. We might.
Blood, sweat, and tears. Okay, so come on.
We'll see. No, but we're gonna like the colored vinyl will be limited to the Kickstarter again. So the Kickstarter exclusive figures is exclusive, but the colored pressing of the vinyl will be exclusive to the Kickstarter as well.
Right. And again, to anybody, when you're going to back, and especially if you're going to go back for the music and stuff like that, make sure you are reading everything correctly. So at the very top, like there's a thing for, it's like $15 and you can just back digital comic, digital music. That's the digital copy. Okay. So don't jump in and think like, oh, $15 and you're getting the record.
Yes.
That's further down in the Kickstarter. Make sure you're reading. You'll also notice there's no picture on the digital copy, but again, I want to make sure that I preface this and say, if you're going in and you just want to back the comic and the record, which by the way, roll up a blunt, listen to the record, read the comic all at the same time. It'll just be like back in the 70s. It's totally cool. I highly recommend doing that. Just relax, chill. But that's going to be more expensive because again, getting that physical media out, that's plain and simple, just how it is. It's more expensive. But yes, I'm going to continue to campaign for purple vinyl. So juror tampering is a crime. Kickstarter intimidation to lean a vote a certain way may not be anything that they can hold me legally accountable for. So it doesn't mean I certainly won't try. I will definitely be pushing hard for purple vinyl and some splashes of green I'm never going to complain about.
Yeah, it just adds a little something, right? I think.
Green and purple always pop together. Look, like, you know, Jordan's showing us right there. Green and purple meant to go together.
Yeah,
Green,
and it'll
purple,
probably be translucent too, just because I'm involved.
now you're just getting me even more excited.
I was actually, I saw something that said if you you can get like a white slip mat for your record player too, and then it makes all your like translucent records like look way better.
Yeah,
so I gotta find a white slip mat.
Well, because you know, like, who was it that put out? Was it Get Wet? Where it was the vinyl with the water in the middle? Like,
yeah, that I didn't know that was a thing until somebody was like, you could get it with liquid inside," and I was like, I don't think we can afford that. But
like those screen masks. That'd be awesome.
Right. Again, all of this stuff costs more.
Yeah.
We're trying to keep it as cost effective as possible. Colored vinyl is going to make it, you know, glow in the dark might be cool, but I could see where if you're putting a needle to it over time, you know, maybe that's it. You know, have glow in the dark.
So when we've gone through like colors and stuff, the people that like press records, they you know, they send you a list of like, here's all the colors you can pick from. Here's all the different, you know, ways we can set up the press and stuff like that. I haven't seen glow in the dark in there. I'm sure there's glow in the dark records, but
I'm almost positive I've seen at least a pressing or two that was glow in the dark. I just can't imagine that the cost in making it glow in the dark.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an increased cost. And then I don't know if you could pick the same colors either. Like you might not be able to do like a purple glow in the dark. Like it might be like, if you want glow in the dark, that's it. Like you don't get any other options.
It's going to be that yellowish green glow in the dark we're all familiar with, because that's just the most common. Honestly, you get too much farther outside of that. Blue's still kind of bright, but just about every other color that you try to do glow in the dark with, it gets a lot darker.
If you think about it though, with a vinyl, right? You usually keep it in its sleeve, so you're not going to be able to charge the damn thing and have it actually glow for very long.
You're gonna play it for like 20 minutes, flip it, play it for 20 more minutes. That's like barely enough time to charge it up, and then you're just gonna put it back in the sleeve anyway if you want it to last and not get scratched up and damaged.
Again, vinyl collecting is kind of its own big thing too, though, right? True. Where people get it and they got it framed on a wall and stuff like that, where they'll have the cover and then they'll have the vinyl, because again, a lot of these pressings of vinyls, there's like some kind of neat or exclusive look to it. Being a 9 Inch Nails fan, I know that's kind of a big thing with Trent. So Mr. Magga says he likes the blue ones for some zombie Cobra Troopers from space. Well, tell you what, man, you could totally go grab some blue ones and then
a couple green ones, a couple blue ones, a couple water slide decals, and away you go.
Done. You got Real American Hero, you got Cobra. Go for it.
Yeah, I'm thinking with so the plan at the moment is that we'll do most of our fulfillment out of New Jersey. Because there's a fulfillment company that I've worked with for other lines, and they're amazing and they're fast and they're inexpensive and they don't get things wrong. And
they just don't work.
So that's efficient. So that's a whole load of anxiety off my mind. But for Canadian orders, I'm probably going to fulfill them myself just to avoid extra additional fees for duty and you just weird stuff that like you get hit with by the logistics companies that are like, oh, here's a $27 handling fee. It's like you didn't do anything different than if it just goes across the US. Like, what are you actually trying to charge me for? But if I fulfill the Canadian ones, I'm probably gonna get some water slide Canadian, like Canada flag water slide decals and include them in there.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Just so that Canadians get like a nice little touch.
So what I'm
which is way
saying is,
easier
I'm
when
going to
I'm
have to
doing it
order
myself.
from you and just have you bring them
Yeah,
to a
just
con
put
that I
my
see you
address
at.
as the delivery address, and then
There we go.
I mean, I could, but then you're still gonna pay shipping because then it's gonna have to cross a border. But anyway,
Yeah, then it would be awkward. So Speaking Moistly has the suggestion for a flocked glow-in-the-dark alien because he's just being crazy
I wish
Like,
that
that's
was
a whole
even
dream
a
I didn't.
possibility.
That's a whole dream I didn't even know existed until just now. Glow-in-the-dark flocked aliens.
You know what? I'm
could do
sure
it.
I'm sure it exists, but wouldn't the flocking cover?
Oh no, they have glow in the dark
Like-
flock.
Oh, okay.
Now we're just on a whole new level of Mossman with bioluminescence in a cave.
Yeah, I like
Hell
that.
yeah.
I like that.
Bioluminescent Lichen Man instead of Mossman. Lichen. Oh, sweet. See, look, Brian, you come on here. This is your first time being on Clubhouse, and look at the weird kind of shit we've just gone down, man.
This
well,
is
now,
nowhere
now,
close to the
now I
weirdest
have a
stuff.
question. Do they make translucent flock?
No.
No. Okay.
I mean,
you just got to cut up a whole bunch
technically,
of
yes,
fiber
but
optic cable.
Yeah.
Technically, it is translucent, but it has to be dyed in order to even actually see it.
Right? Like at some point, they got to add some kind of
It's so
pigmentation.
small, you wouldn't even see it if it was translucent at all.
I'm just chopping up a bunch of fiber optic because I'm rolling in the dough like that with all my new ad revenue. SES Dog says, but you probably have a black light on while playing it, so glow in the dark isn't impossible.
True.
Wait a minute here. This is just the most badass new plunderling ever.
They're so fun.
Look, I don't know though.
They are, right?
You got a white
Did you just get
plunderling.
the? No, you've had them forever.
Yeah.
Oh, he's always had plunderlings.
What I love about them is that they just fit with every other line.
They do.
Like when you're just playing with toys, their faces, you're just like, yeah, this works. Like they're not the right scale or proportions or anything, but you're like, yeah, they just fit with toys.
Yeah. I'm looking
general.
forward to the new bird ones. Those look pretty cool.
I'm kind of.
I don't know
torn
how
on
I
those.
feel about those.
The wings look odd.
For
Well, you
me,
can do the wings in 3 different configurations the way they snap together. So
Yeah, but they still the articulate like the
way
joint on
they're-
them looks
the way they're jointed
odd.
So for me, the kind of way that I've always enjoyed plunderlings is like I always feel like they're the roadies to my toy world, right? Plunderlongs kind of cool because they can reach stuff on the tall shelves or whatever. Plunder strongs are needed to pick up the heavy. Again, to scale, like a plunder strong could pick up like the base of Point Dread or something and move it somewhere. Like having them help set up your photo shots or whatever. Like that's how I view plunderlings. That's why they go with every single line that you have, right? They're the roadies of the toy world for me.
Well, the plunderlings they really started me on my toy photography journey because I could put them on a kitchen table and just take a picture of them.
Yeah.
I mean, they
Fit
can fit
in anything.
Yeah, they can fit in our world too. So.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it. That's absolutely it. That's why they make so much sense. That's why they're just incredible. Probably one of the best toy lines ever out there for an original IP that has nothing to do with anything.
Fun.
Those commercials they were doing too, man. They could have made a whole cartoon series of those, and I would have watched.
I loved it.
That was
loved the shit out of it.
I had just like with my love of translucent stuff. I have 14, figures across the plunderlings like landscape between longs, strongs, plunderlings. I had 14. 9 of them are translucent.
You got to type.
Hey man. Adam knows exactly what I'm talking about. We have like that same love of the translucent, of the glow in the dark. Just to me, glow in the dark has always just been the coolest action feature. Like and this is why I love that Creative Beast Studios did it for PowerCon for 2023, and I'm sad I just couldn't get them at the time. Like their glow in the dark dinosaurs that they did for that year, reminiscent of those stupid old glow in the dark dinosaurs from back in the day. But I had like a dozen of those things because they were just fun and they did nothing. They just glowed in the dark. They were coolest.
I meant to pick that set up at Legion's Con, and I totally forgot because I grabbed other stuff. I meant to get that glow in the dark set.
I definitely need to go back and get it because it was a good
just
set.
fun, yeah.
Kenny, you've been real quiet this whole time, and you know what? Hylian Dread's looking out for you. He says Tila and Xenomorph 2-pack and Wondar and Predator 2-pack. I don't even know where this is coming from.
Those
but
we
all know I'm all about it.
Oh yeah.
Xenomorphs and Predators in Motu, I'm there for it.
Sounds good. I'm in. Yep.
Alan, how was Monster Camp today, sir?
Long. I ran into my first silicone mask monster camp, and we ran into some unexpected issues. We had to remake a bunch of cores, so it was from 9 a.m. and we left at 11:30.
And that's a long day.
Yes, but I think everything is going to turn out fine tomorrow. Tomorrow's what we call hatching day. All the masks come out of the molds, so.
I like the fact that you call that hatching. That is amazing because that's definitely what that seems like.
My wife started that. We always go live on Stilt Beach Live for the hatching, and it's nice to see faces.
Just popping out of nowhere.
Yeah, just enjoy what they made. You know, they came in Friday and it was a lump of clay, and they leave and it's a mask that they made.
Hold that one up again. Was that the Roman Reigns gauntlet on that one?
It came with the custom Forza T guy that I have.
Okay.
But it is one of the wrestling ones painted silver.
Right. That's what's up. Yeah, that hand came with what's his face? Roman Reigns, and then it came with Mr. T.
Yeah.
Mr. T was cool because he had that on one hand, and then he had Jitsu, the flat hand, on the other one, and they were the actual glove pieces, not like when they went to Origins and it was the hands again, like the physical hands. It was just the gloves that went over it. I'm glad Casey Jones had the glove with the Jitsu hand. It makes sense for like the goalie pad, like, hand.
Ooh, speaking of, did you see that new head from RBL 3D?
Yeah,
Casey
the
Jones,
angry
3 of
Casey.
them? Yeah,
That looks
nice.
really good. I really want one of those to go on the. It's funny. I got 2 Caseys because I wanted to use one head to make like an Origins Conan because of the dark hair, but I just don't care for the mask. And I always said if I found like one of the best action, the Loyal Subjects Ninja Turtles Casey Jones, like the normal one, they've got a mask in there that I've seen apparently fits on the Origins head pretty good. I just can't find that one anymore. The only one I find is the one that's painted up like the American flag, and I just don't care for that one either.
Yeah.
It looks dumb on them.
I had to slide over and look at the Casey Jones heads.
There you go. Got to look at
Hey
it.
guys,
But yeah.
hey guys, I'm going to hop off here, but nice to see everybody and nice to hang out for a while. So,
Brian, it's great having you on.
Very
Man.
good
Come
having you,
join.
Brian.
all right. See you next time.
Yes, sir, brother. Join us anyway. And as we have one leaving, we have one more coming in. What is up, Brendan? How are you tonight, sir?
What's going on? How's everything?
It's good, man. It is good. Glad to have you here. And speaking moistly, says straight up, Mr. T is the coolest. Damn right he is.
I pity the fool.
Pity the fool that don't believe
Oh,
Mr.
Alan, those ogres, the one-headed one went up on Gundamn It, if you wanted a one-headed one as well.
I would not mind a one-headed one. Are that 5K toys?
It went up on Gundamn It. It'll probably be up on 5K a little bit later.
Okay. I'll probably just go with 5K because that's where I ordered the 2-head.
Somebody else uses Gundam It, huh?
Hey,
I don't find too many.
Trying to get the import stuff, man. Sometimes it's best place. Well,
I've
again,
been using them for years. I swear by them. Absolutely swear by Show Z.
And
I'm a Transformers collector, so I get all my third-party imports from them.
there you go. Curtis is back with us. So everybody stop talking shit.
Just in time for Motu.
There you go. More Motu. And figuratively speaking, John is here with us as well. John, brother, man, I'm telling you, got to get behind these new Motu characters coming out. We got to get them because you know what? That's great. They're breathing new life into the line. It's gonna continue. It's gonna keep happening, and that's how the line's gonna keep growing. We got to get some new stuff in there, and I'm all for it. I love it.
At Target, I found another one of the because I bought it on eBay, the early in Grizzlore, the sketchbook series. I found a set at Target, and I picked that up too. So now I've got 2 of those.
Nice. Yeah, I was just talking earlier how Curtis has somehow turned that 2-pack into a 40-pound package that he shipped to me. Every time I bring it up, it's just going to keep getting bigger. Curtis's package is going to be massive by the time it gets here. Motu does have Vecna. Look at that. Motu Vecna. This dude's giving Skeletor a run for his money on popularity right now.
I am bummed that the Super 7 Vecna is not coming out because I thought it looked really cool.
You know what, man? That's probably like one of the saddest defeats ever. Like that didn't actually hit. Because that would have been really cool. And I'm sorry, Hasbro's got D&D license. They do the game already, right? So they got to do the toys for it. And it's like when you just pepper a couple of things out here and there, like get into it more. Get into the Forgotten Realm stuff. You know, there's a long list of really cool characters in there. We've got 2 Drizzt figures.
I thought that was weird that they did Drizzt and then they were like, oh, you know what we should do?
Drizzt again.
Yeah.
without one of the coolest parts of Guinevere. We're gonna do Guinevere first. So everybody rush out and get this. Now we're gonna release a Drizzt figure without Guinevere. You don't want it now? What? Seriously. I do. I love the fact that they did some of the monsters. Keep going with that. Keep doing a whole bestiary line from D&D. Bring it to us. Bring monsters, more monsters in.
The movie monsters figures from D&D, the owlbear, the beholder, the displacer beast, those are great monster figures.
They are. They're just, again, they're fun. They help flesh out your world. You have a world full of fantastical creatures. This mimic, this is beautiful. Again, just give us fun stuff with this.
That can go on multiple displays. It doesn't need to be D&D.
Yeah,
right.
But
that's what I like.
You said with all the D&D beasts and creatures and stuff, though.
That's why I'm not being fully into that line just because I didn't have a group of people growing up around me that was into it.
Right.
I love all the beast stuff. I mean, even not knowing the whole history of the story, the beast that I can put that in with other things. I mean, and make it my own. That's the great part about any of those lines.
Sure.
Like you were saying before, I recently started purchasing Valverse, and I really love just the plain army guys because it adds to the Joes, which kind of lacking in the Hasbro line. The actual just army-looking Joes. So I really just started doing this now, and now I'm like, okay, I can use that for that, that for that, that. And let's open up a whole nother toy thing that's killing me.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if that's where you're going to get it, that's how you're going to get it, right? So,
yeah,
it's Atlas, Curtis, right? Atlas. Somebody put it in. There you go. Owlbear is still chilling at Ollie's I go to. That's crazy because, honestly, the owlbears went quick. I was lucky enough I managed to pick up the snow owlbear and the regular owlbear. And Alan knows, the one week I went to the one place and they had a beholder there. The very next weekend, Alan came up. He was doing monster camp up here, and we went to that Ollie's. They didn't have the owlbear. But then they had the displacer beast, so we picked that up instead.
I was actually, I've been meaning to shoot a picture with that displacer beast. Just haven't gotten around to it yet.
Such a cool figure. Such.
I was gonna have it facing off with the D&D kids. Just haven't gotten around to setting it up.
And WWE Superstars, that's a great line too, especially if you're trying to flesh out your Motu ranks, because like you get a lot of fodder. I mean, if anybody needs a Ric Flair, Ollie's got them like tons of Ric Flair.
They would re-release Andre the Giant because it's that
Yeah.
nice Motu body.
That big one, right? That would be awesome. Yeah, Beholder is a really cool toy, and it's got freaking an articulated eye, which we don't see often.
And a goldfish.
And it's goldfish.
Hella gold.
Yeah.
It was a cool figure.
I need that mimic for my Furion figure. There you go.
The only thing at Ollie's are these things stacked to the friggin' wall in mine.
What is it?
Oh, those are cool. I picked one of those up.
Yeah.
Man.
Oh wait,
they're like,
you see, you've got one of those. I don't have those at my Ollie's.
you don't? You want one?
Yeah, if you don't mind, Brandon, I'll take one.
No, I picked up two. Just for future use. I could, yeah, I'll send one to you.
I appreciate
They're
that.
like-
Thank you.
They
Yeah.
are seven something.
Okay.
If anybody needs more, I see if they still have them. Yeah. I didn't know what to do with them. They were so cheap, and it was the only thing they're worth buying. So I just had to buy something.
You can't not buy it.
Exactly. I actually that's a week later. I found an 11, and I went up to the register. I was going to use it for a body underneath a cloak for an Irish folklore tribute. Mary Loud, but I went up to register and they said 48 cents. Do you want to buy this? I'm like, you said 48 cents, right?
I'll take
Like,
that.
why
Can I
wouldn't
go
wanna
back
buy-
and grab the rest of them? Like,
There was no more. I would have. I definitely would have, and just given them out. But we don't have anything. But when we do, it's cheap as hell.
yeah.
Where are you located?
I'm North Jersey. I'm in Parsippany, right by Legion's Con.
Gotcha.
The Marriott Hotel right there.
Yep.
So I've got 3 malls within 20 distance of me, but only one Ollie's.
Alan, are you coming back through Maryland, Baltimore anytime this year?
I have not looked at my wife handles my schedule, but I just kind of says, hey, this week you're going to this place. Okay, great.
I'm gonna text her right now and find out.
Out by Skelevator, so I've got a lot to do out there. They're putting in 3 months designing. So,
It's funny. Now that you mention that, because Skelly came out here last year, like a couple weeks before you did. Actually, no, it was a couple months before you did, I think. But John, Emerald Knight, had mentioned that he was coming out here, or I thought around this time of the year. This year, he was coming into DC. I got to find out what's going on with that, because I want to hang. Sorry, John's like my con buddy. Every con that I go to, John's there. See, look, Shannon's actually already here. I could have messaged her.
Hey, who's Shannon Hops?
that's my wife. Make sure that
I was waiting for that. That's what we wait for every night.
go to bed. I'm not on too late because we have to leave here at 6:30 in the morning. But I'm
Right.
extending Beastman's spikes for my red Beastman right now. And I won't be on long, but I just wanted to hang out with you guys for a little bit. And
Well, we
Yeah,
appreciate
for sure. Well,
something that I
Shannon,
me when I'm teaching Monster Camp, I'm on their time. I got to make sure they have a great day. This is me having a good day.
Exactly. Well, she's got your schedule, and she says you're going to be in PA next month.
Yeah, it's Philly for the
so Philly's not too far.
East Coast Haunters Convention.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
You know what? Maybe
Got a
I'm going to
booth
talk to Ziggy. Maybe we'll come up for that.
Yeah, that's like an hour and a half from you, maybe tops.
Yeah, tops. Like, it's not far. Philly's not far at all. Okay.
Alan, I'm sorry.
So,
go
ahead, Brandon.
I'm sorry, just real quick. Do you go to Chiller, Alan?
I used to go to Chiller. I haven't been to Chiller in a long time.
Damn. That's right next to.
It was in Cherry Hill.
Oh, the one in Parsippany.
Yeah.
That. Yeah. Okay. I recently found friends and neighbors of mine who we became friends with own Wild Bill's house, the Silence of the Lambs house out in Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
They go to some of the Chiller Fests. I don't know what else they go to. I just recently met them.
Nice.
But it's real interesting how they have people that handle the house and take tours and all this other stuff. It's pretty cool.
We have a Munsters house near me. It's in Waxahachie, Texas, and so they built their house just like the Munsters. That's what it looks like. And they have it's kind of a similar deal. You can rent it for the backyard for parties, that kind of stuff.
Sweet.
Do they have a dragon under the stairs?
They have a tail.
Awesome.
Oh, I know they have one.
You know
That's
what?
awesome.
You should let them know that for $550, they can definitely get a dragon to put under the stairs.
That's right.
Just gonna.
What
put
a
that out
segue.
there.
That's a salesman.
Always shilling. He's always shilling.
That's a salesman right there.
I didn't see the update today. How's the dragon doing?
We're still hovering. We're still trying to make it. Honestly, I'm surprised it. I really thought that, mind you, we still got Sunday to go through. I kind of thought by the end of this weekend it would have backed at least the dragon. Fiery Breath has made it from what I've seen, or is about to. It was like just about to, I think, earlier today. Again, and they don't update it like regularly. Like, we can't track it like we do a Kickstarter or something like that. So, they really know what's going on. 3 stars got the number right here, but I did want to address this real quick. I've had this up for a minute. Thor brings up last week, everybody said that it was going to be 100 plus for a Studio Series 86 Snarl, but yesterday he was able to order from BBTS for $65. And he says, but he's a few weeks away from a complete 86 Dinobot collection. That's great. Todd follows it up with, don't pay the scalper price on Transformers ever, because they will re-release them or you wait for them to. And yeah, a lot of stuff does get re-released. You just never know when.
Yeah, it could be 3 years. Like Grimlock.
Right.
Grimlock is still $300 right now. I bought it with the original run for $65. I've seen it run how many times? I mean, and now it's going to be re-released 4 or 5 years later.
Yep.
Just patience, especially in the Transformer world.
Yep, 63% is the number that 3 stars thrown out, which is great. And yeah, because they take the money when you pledge, we're probably going to see quite a bit towards the end. Yeah. And here we go. Breath is 87% and the wings are 71%. So many of you guys may have heard, well, actually, I don't know, because I didn't actually put it out there quite a bit. So I have to back out of the dragon. Ziggy and I were going to split the cost of the dragon. That's how I was going to be able to afford it. I know they've got 4 payments of, whatever that cost is going to be. And Ziggy had some unfortunate family business kind of come up and everything like that. And his finances changed to the point where he actually is canceling going to Joe Fest with me. I was unfortunately thinking I had to cancel, but I really quickly reached out to somebody who I knew was already going. So I'm going to be bunking with them. I'm still going to be at Joe Fest. Missed last year because of my own issues. Not going to miss it this year because of somebody else's.
What weekend is Fest?
20th?
Yeah.
June 20th.
Yeah, June 20th. And it's like you show up like Thursday or Friday because the con starts Friday evening.
Yeah.
And then it's through the rest of the weekend. So, but yeah, you're right. You're going to see a big push in the last week, and that's kind of always the way it goes, right? Yeah. And there you go, 20 to the 23rd. So Friday the 20th through the 23rd. I'm heading
on Friday during the day. A lot of people are just hanging out in the hotel waiting for the show to start because the show starts at like 5 or something, right? Now, I'm thinking Friday started at 5.
Yeah, they have like a preview night where if you have the weekend pass, you're allowed in for an hour or two on the Friday, and then I think you get a early access on Saturday.
Yeah, half hour early Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, which they didn't. I mean, we didn't.
Everybody was going in. It didn't matter what pass you had. Everybody was going.
All the vendors showed up late because nobody realized that the show opens at like 8 a.m. or something for early bird. Nobody had any breakfast. Everybody's grumpy. All the retailers are grumpy at Joe Fest because they didn't have time to like get ready.
They were partying the night.
Actually,
before.
Legion's Con pulled that on us too. Legion's Con, we didn't realize that they opened.
The next morning was early.
Yeah, Saturday morning at Legion's Con was like 8 a.m. again, and I was like, "Why are they doing this to us? What are they trying to?"
Right. Every other con I go
pull
to,
here?
it's like they open their doors at 10 or 11, and it was like 8 a.m. And I was like, "Shit, we got to be up early and out." Like we barely had time to get breakfast before we had to roll out. And mind you, I picked the hotel I stayed at, the Embassy Suites, because I know they have a killer all-you-can-eat breakfast buffet. Like an actual breakfast buffet, not like, oh, here's some cereal and hard ass bagels.
Well, I think the restaurant at the Marriott for Legion's Con, like I think the restaurant opens at 8 and the show opened at 8. So like,
so you got no time to
you
get
had a
anything
table.
to
If you were a vendor, like you had to figure out your own breakfast off-site, basically.
I had to go hit the Wegmans across the street.
And I've gone 2 years now, and everybody keeps saying ham roll. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, I haven't had one either. We were talking about that here. I was gonna have to try one, and I got no idea what that is. I still haven't had.
Try what?
Ham roll? Is that what it's called?
Oh no, ham, egg, and cheese. Oh jeez.
No, everybody's like, oh yeah, you should, like that's like a New Jersey staple, and everybody's like, oh,
TEC with ketchup or TEC with SPK. Salt, pepper, ketchup.
I don't know. That's
yeah, that's totally. Well, it depends. It's split in New Jersey. Down by Philly, it's a pork roll.
Oh, that's what it's.
Yeah, there's Alan. Alan's raising his hand. Yep.
I'm shaking paint, but I'm excited.
Oh, okay.
It's
a very, very big argument in this state for some reason.
Todd's mentioning he doesn't know who's crazy enough to pay aftermarket prices on this dragon if they don't back it down. And that's kind of the thing, right? Like,
yeah,
I'm not, and that's one of the things that why the Horseman's not going to leave it available to retailers, because the markup from the retailer for this thing is like already it's pushing that envelope of where something would be kind of reasonably priced. And the reason I say that is because there are people within the community that do buy multiple all-ins. So like this kind of price range is not exactly unimaginable for something, because again, people will do multiple all-ins. But this dragon, it's honestly, it's one of the biggest things that I've ever wanted. And yeah, like we were saying earlier, sometimes you just got to let stuff go. When I just got done saying last weekend how like got it all worked out that I was going to get this thing backed, then friggin' Ziggy hit me up like Monday with the news, and I was like, oh shit.
The good news is that they're going to be doing. There's going to be doing 4 other, draggings, right? I mean,
there will be. There's 4.
It might not be exactly the same thing, but the opportunity will be back for something big like that. Again.
Well, this is the other problem, though. Green is my favorite color.
Yeah.
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah.
I only say one story because this whole thing has been killing me. I've actually stayed away from a lot of stuff. I wanted a Unicron. I wanted a Unicron really badly. That was a $500 figure. I did not have the finances or the financial place to be there. I am not going back and paying $1,500. It's a loss.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think about it anymore.
Yeah.
I'm in a position now where I can afford this and I can get this. And it's like, okay, like there's people complaining that they can't afford it now, but maybe that leads to something in the future. Why is it other people's problem? I don't want to get in that part.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I forget about it. It's over. I'm never going to get a Unicron because it's $1,500. That's way too much aftermarket for me. It's out of my mind. So like, that's the way I look at the dragon. Like if I was in that same financial situation right now, I would just say, okay, I just can't afford it. It's my problem. It's not the toy company's problem.
Yeah.
You just got to be happy that other people are getting something that they.
Yeah.
Right? That's
It
exactly.
was like the worst timing possible for me, and then my situation got even worse. So like, it's like, nope.
Yeah, I'm
not
sorry.
gonna happen.
But good luck, Dennis, because I got laid off in October and I start my new job Monday.
Yeah, I've got some applications in. They're gonna have to pay me my 130 hours of vacation that I never fucking took. So and I have
as well as any other
I'll be all right.
unpaid time.
Yeah.
So Thor Casey is asking, can someone post the link to that Kickstarter? You're talking about the space zombies from Mars, I hope. Because the dragon itself is not a Kickstarter in the usual fashion. But I will gladly drop it here in the chat again. I know we dropped it earlier, but always willing to redrop.
So, Adam, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Is toy maker person your day job, or do you have a day job and that's something else that you do? And
I have like a normal, 9 to 5, Monday to Friday day job. Then I moonlight for Spiro Toys, and then the Nameless Toy Company, and this Kickstarter is like in addition to those things. So I'm fairly busy most days.
I hear you. Very cool.
I also have 3 kids under the age of 10, so that takes up time as well.
What are you talking about?
I don't know
for Reliant yet?
I'm not sure what you do for Spiro Toys could be considered moonlighting anymore, Adam. I mean, it's.
Well, the pay would suggest that it is.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you too.
There you go.
I thought we all got rich doing toy stuff. Moonlighting for our friends.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Man, after I hit 1K last week, my pockets are lined with gold from monetization.
So have I missed the celebration cake for the 1K already, or no?
Yeah, Curtis came on and celebrated.
Curtis came on, celebrated.
I know Kenny had flavored popcorn, but I thought everyone else had cake. So. Right.
I'm getting a 300-pound package of Curtis.
Holy shit! Now it's up to 300.
That jumped.
That's just Curtis then. Like Curtis is coming to.
Like Curtis shipped himself to. He was trying. Actually, Darla's just trying to get rid of him. He thought he was going to MuskyCon in Chicago. He's showing up here.
Let's see what the Kickstarter's up to right now for Adam, because you just finished the Secret Galaxy stream, so.
Mm-hmm.
You definitely got a bit of a jump after that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so
and then you got the big horse coming in with BBTS, hopefully to kind of jump this up even more.
Nope.
No, that's not going to be part of the Kickstarter.
Oh,
no retailer bumps.
It's just there to help promotion, basically.
Okay.
Yeah. Basically, it's going to get more eyes on the Kickstarter, but back to Kickstarter because that's the only way it's funding.
Well, you got to get the glow in the dark alien anyway. So I mean,
but how does that work? Because don't you pre-order on BBTS? Isn't that how it is?
So you can at the moment you can pre-order on Big Bad Toy Store and you can pre-order on eCollectibles. However, those are both pending the line existing. We didn't want the retailers to be sort of financially backing this project. We wanted it to be a truly crowd-funded project.
Because sorry, I got confused because some of the HasLabs that jump over the finish line out of nowhere usually do it because of the big retail push at the end. So I just maybe confused the two.
There's been a handful of action figure Kickstarters that have had really big spikes that are directly related to retailer, numbers coming in. But Ken, as you know, like when you're selling product to a retailer, they're not paying the retail price. They're paying a discounted price, and then Kickstarter takes 10 or 15% on top of that. You're not getting further ahead as far as your capital. And if you're crowdfunding because you need capital, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, in the case of BBTS, they have a very hard line as to where they want their wholesale price to be, and you can try to get them to move off of it. And what they'll do is they'll tell you, sure, we'll move off of it, do you mind if we increase our MSRP? And then they make up the difference there.
Mm-hmm.
So then, so you end up getting kind of an everyone win situation, except now you're a little bit higher on BBTS, and everybody thinks that your product costs too much now. You know, they weren't willing to pay 25 before. Now they're definitely not going to pay 27. But BBTS, you have the $4 shipping, so maybe they will. That's about it. So,
yeah, it's a balancing act. You got to sort of figure it all out. But yeah,
it's late night. I don't think Joel minds if I disclose conversations that we've had.
Well, it's not like you're giving away any information that people couldn't just look at the numbers and see.
Yes, exactly.
Well, I mean, it's also not. You know, there's always going to be collectors that don't understand how things work.
What
Numbers
are you talking about? I am an expert in all of this because I have a
I've
YouTube
worked in
channel
retail
and I snort
forever,
plastic.
and you do get people that just kind of don't understand margin and don't understand that like things cost something, and for every hand, you know, that it sort of crosses, somebody has to like make something, right? So it's this, you know, when I'm hearing people talk about tariffs and they're like, oh yeah, the manufacturer will just have to lower the cost. It's like, that's not how it works. Like
no.
That's not how any of this works.
And the worst part is shipping goes up. Like we just got quoted shipping for our Joe Fest exclusive 2-pack, our Hailstorms and our weapons pack, and we're like, didn't it cost just a little bit more than this to get the entire wave 1 last time? And now we have basically 4 products on their 3 SKUs, and we're not quite, but we're not that far off from, you know, relative to what it costs to ship the entire, you know, massive 40 by 20 container, whatever it was that we had last time. Like, are you joking? It's like, no, that's what it is. And I mean, a lot of people are feeling it.
That's the reality of things. Like, again, people just
that shipping from overseas has been consistently going up though.
It has. When we got quoted, we're like, hey, by the way, FYI, we don't need the air shipment. We're not in a big rush. They're like, we didn't quote you the air shipment. I'm like, that can't be by boat. Yeah, it's by boat. You don't want to see the air shipment fee. I'm like, oh my God.
It still fluctuates dramatically because it did go down a few months ago, and then it's going back.
Oh, see, you've actually shipped stuff a few months ago. For us, it was last April and then this April. So it's like, and then the only thing we had in Joe Fest, which was in early June. Well, the shipment came June 1st, but was the airship of the exclusive. So we didn't know what the boat shipping was. So wow. Okay. Yeah. You've shipped more recently than I have. So.
The company I work for, everything comes from Germany, and we just went through like a 8 to 10% price increase just to cover the shipping increase over the last.
It's hard. Year. It's hard. Yeah.
I personally, I wonder if there's a lot of companies that are accounting for the volatility.
Oh, I'm sure.
And buffering.
You know it is. Right. They're prepping now.
Yeah, they're covering their butts just in case.
What they think is going to happen in the future.
If we had known, I would have probably pitched the idea to do a third color for the Hailstorm to cover that tooling some more and get
right, just to get that one other alternate look.
Yeah, because we've already talked about third color schemes, but he was like, well, I don't want 3 color schemes of the same thing to come out right away. And I'm like, yeah, but it's a troop builder. Right. But 2 seemed plenty at the time. And the third scheme he had, I actually was the one who said, you're not making that. But I didn't pitch another one. So he rejected his third scheme based on me. Then I didn't propose another one. I'm like, well, if we had done it, our shipping.
You didn't like Steve's hot pink Hailstorm?
I said it was too similar to the gray, but yes, it's basically I didn't. Yeah. He wanted a more like Terminator black one as a third one. I'm like, well, that's too similar to the gray. Right.
Yeah.
But now that I'm looking at it, like I told him, we need to do a Gundam gun tank color. And he didn't know what that was. And then I showed him what the Gundam gun tank was. He goes, but that looks exactly like the Hailstorm. I'm like, I know. He's like, I've never seen this in my life. I'm like, seriously? I'm like, this didn't inspire? He's like, no, I've never seen an episode of Gundam. And it looks so much. And he's like, we're definitely not doing gun tank color now. I'm like, but that's printing money right there. But then he's like, but I don't want it to be so obvious. I'm like, I'm sorry. It was obvious to me for like 3 years when you first showed me the concept.
Yeah.
Right. And I didn't say anything.
The other part is it's like he doesn't want that to be so obvious. Meanwhile, Serpent Blue.
Yes. Hey Steve, where are you? I think you're back home now. No, well, Serpent Blue isn't a mold thing, though, right? Like it isn't a. It isn't.
No,
a
it's
design
definitely
thing. It's
not
just,
a mold thing.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I have a text on my phone. I wonder if it's Steve telling me to shut up. Oh no, it's not. Never mind. No, it's just somebody else trying to tell me we're Exo Squad.
Gang, I do have a early monster camp in the morning. You guys are awesome. Thanks for letting me hang out. I gotta run. Go.
All right, Alan. Have a good week, brother.
Later,
See you,
Alan.
Alan. Take care, brother.
Go buy some space zombies.
Yes, buy Space Zombies.
Glow in the dark, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Are you
all
feeling
that
pretty
space.
confident though, Adam? Because usually there's a big surge at the beginning and a big surge at the end, but your middle lull isn't really a lull. Like most people have.
No, we've been kind of like climbing steadily day over day.
Yeah.
Like we haven't really flattened out. Like we didn't
Yeah.
have a huge spike at the beginning either. It's just been a really nice sort of consistent
Yeah,
thing.
which you don't often see. You
No,
usually
and I
see
mean
a big
we're
spike, a
competing
lull, and a
against
spike.
a lot of other noise. You know, there was when we launched, there was the Dragon, there was Toy Fair, there was ZoloCon. So you know,
Lyle Kaiser has lab. There's a couple of books
yeah.
up right now.
So like there was just a whole bunch of stuff going on. Some of that stuff's died down. You know, we've got a few more videos to do, and you know, we're gonna see that spike at the end. I'm sure it's just a matter of how big that spike is at the end, I guess. But you know, I can't predict that, and I can't change anything. All I can do is, you know, what I've been
Cross
doing
your
and
fingers and hope. Yeah.
yeah. So it's kind of like, you know, I'm not losing sleep over it because at the end of the day, I can only do so much. I can only control so much.
You're very calm though. I lose sleep
Yeah.
if one of my videos is pissing. One of my video editor is pissing me off. So
Yeah, no.
So again,
which
just spread the word as much as you can, and that's the best way to help out with this, because that's exactly it. Last night, managed to get a couple more. Tonight, I'm hoping we're managing to get you a couple more. And then
We got
after
one more
tomorrow,
at least.
you got John. You're going to be on Geek Dad Life. All right. Yeah, we got at least one more tonight. So again, it's always going to help just to get more eyes on it.
Are you
That's
going
what
over the chart tomorrow on Geek Dad Life?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, Brian Brink did a chart for us, so I don't know where to put it is the thing. Like I always went to Geek Dad Life to see the charts. And so it's
right
sort of like because I don't think for Spiro, like I don't think we put it anywhere. Like we knew it was there and we could look at it, and so I'll probably bring it up on my video tomorrow too, but then we'll probably bring it up on Geek Dad Life as well. It's kind of a depressing chart because it's just a steady line. There's no it's not exciting. There's no big spike at the beginning, and there's no like spikes from like early bird goals or anything like
But it
that.
should
It's
have the projections and stuff, right? So
he won't until the end, I don't think.
Okay.
now is Jay going to be able to make this the main topic tomorrow, or are you coming on to talk a different topic and then this will be the end topic? Do you know?
I mean I don't know. We booked this a while ago, so
Okay, yeah, because I know sometimes he doesn't like using indie news as the main topic. Then again, he did for Legions this last time, so maybe he's changed his mind a bit. Because
we'll find out tomorrow.
Yeah, you're right. He doesn't send the thumbnail until like an hour before it goes up anyway. I'm just like, like the night I went on to talk about the NECA Donnie's Lab thing, which I wasn't really feeling like talking about. I didn't find out until I jumped on the Discord server. I'm like, oh crap. I already said yes, right? He's like, yep, we're talking NECA. I'm like, all right. Put on the headphones and I'm listening to
I'm
all the news.
I'm happy to talk toys with those guys, so I don't really you know, if it's 5 minutes of zombies, that's fine with me.
Yeah.
Having gone through the whole thing so many times now, it's I feel like I'm repeating myself, but then again, it's different audiences all the time, so there's always somebody that's never heard of it, and so that's always that's the reason that you do it. So
and people pick their live stream guy of choice usually to listen to, right? So
yeah, no, but we still got like, you know, we've got new pictures. Like I have the scale pictures, which are relatively new, and then we have like the Paint Master pictures are starting to stack up, and we still got stuff to reveal. I keep saying like we're not gonna get to the end of the campaign without revealing everything, whether it unlocks or not, just so that people kind of have an idea of what's out there. Because there's no sense, you know, holding on to that stuff if it's never gonna get made. You may as well just show people. It's
Haha, this is what you missed out on. Oh,
Yeah, a little bit.
But I mean, that's kind of the fun of it too, right? Like, you want to make sure people are realizing, hey, look, this is all what's coming down the line. You don't want to take a chance at leaving any money on the table by the end of it. So you're going to want to reveal everything.
So you guys said you were doing you plan on doing other lines. Are those going to be kickstarted as well, or if this one goes, you'll just kind of roll over to the other stuff?
Yeah, I mean it really all depends. If this one affords us the luxury of not having to do a second one, then we absolutely wouldn't. We've got things in the works for basically 2 other lines, and then other waves within the sort of space zombies from Mars story within this kind of lore, and it's all within the same universe, so it's all like everything will sort of have a certain vein of story will be similar across all the lines. And but I mean, we have to start with something, so that's what this Kickstarter is. And people are kind of like, oh, why don't you show that stuff? And it's like, well, it doesn't really make sense to show that if this doesn't make it we'll have to sort of retool and figure out how that works. So we're focused entirely on this right now, and then from here we can we can sort of start sharing all that other stuff. Like I said, revealing something else and people being like super hyped on something else doesn't get this project funded. It's sort of like, oh, I'll wait for that. It's like, well, that's not.
It'll never come.
It might never come. So that's sort of the goofy thing.
Well, talk to Darren Howlett from the Legends of the Hidden Force line. He's always working on something. He's got like 3 different lines he wants to develop, and he's having trouble getting around to all of them because it's so hard to split your bandwidth of time. Keep everyone's interest, keep your current line going, meet your current obligations for your day job, do your family life, have your hobbies, find time to sleep, right? So yeah,
it's not easy. And I mean, like the idea that I think some people have that like making toys is like a license to print money. It's just absolutely not correct. Like there's no margin in any of this.
There's
within
so
the Kickstarter, we didn't add anything for ourselves.
There's so much that can go wrong. Just any communication, any logistics, something as simple as like Mega J's our webmaster for Delta 17, right? Imagine you're at your day job. I'm getting a coffee. I'm getting ready to go to another meeting, and then I get a ping from Jay saying, "Okay, so the sale's ready to go live. So give it a once over." And there was some miscommunication about like whether or not the Joe Fest exclusive was counted as part of the sale, and then he didn't think it was, but I thought we told him it was, but it wouldn't go the full 20%. It would be only 10. Something got bungled up. People put orders in. I started getting messages, people saying, how come the Joe Fest Okami isn't part of the sale? And I was lucky because I thought people were gonna place orders and ask for a partial refund. But thankfully, the first couple people who only ordered one, and they weren't like, well, cancel it so I can reorder and save another $2.50. They just weren't going to do that. But if somebody had ordered like 15 of them and then found out later that it was going to be 10% off, we would have had a problem. Right. And I'm like standing there at the coffee station, like, 1 foot in the meeting room almost. And like, you got to change this now, bud. So, and Steve was asleep at the time. He's waking up to the chat group going, what did I not say last night? What's going on here? I'm like, it's done. Don't worry about it. Right. Just all the things that can go wrong. And that's just on our end. Right. Now add the factories behind the scenes and everything. Right. So.
Yep. It's pretty glamorous.
Yep. Like he just nodded the whole time there. You're like, I know exactly what it is, Ken.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, no, I mean nothing about it is easy. Nothing about it is like straightforward. You're talking about international stuff. You're talking about language barriers. You're talking about delays due to shipping, delays due to miscommunication, delays due to Lunar New Year's, like on and on and on. It's just it's not easy. It's a grind to get it done. So
Angry customers, factory saying they can't have the exact Pantone or color for you.
Mhm.
A tampo goes wrong. A tampo gets smudged. An accessory is missing in the package. Bubble falls off the package, and somebody wants a mint one.
Mhm.
You know, fulfillment center raising their price for palleting fees that you didn't account for because it's not free to store it there,
Mhm.
unless you want to do all the fulfillment yourself, which means all that time you're planning to do other things, and you're not packing
It's
boxes.
gone, yeah.
Right. So yeah, right. Shopify, the online site where most people sell their stuff from, needs updated documents, things like that, all the time. Tax.
Yeah, they just
documents.
updated a couple things in the back end too that kind of like were annoying, and yeah, it's just
If you got it solved, let us know because we haven't.
which thing, the pixel thing or whatever.
No, the please update the address thing, and we're just like, we gave you that. What document isn't? Anyway, we're
I
getting
don't
really
know what that
technical
one. I don't know what that one
Never
is.
mind. You got a different error. See, you got a different error message from me. That's how silly this is. We both got
Yeah,
error
yeah,
messages. We
yeah,
thought it was
yeah.
simple.
I mean, nothing's simple, and nothing's like, and once you kind of lock everything in, it can still change, right? Like the goalpost can move on you without any real notice. So
Yep. Or if somebody releases something too similar to what you were just about to announce, right? That's another thing that can happen, right?
yeah, I would be surprised if anybody else is doing space zombies, but we'll see.
Stranger things have happened.
No, but they can do a guy in a red astronaut suit. So anyway, it's ridiculous. But you get to take the wheel on this one, which is kind of cool, right? You're not just riding shotgun on this one, so it's good.
Yeah, no, it's been fun. It's been like I said, there's still sort of more stuff going on, and we've still got cards to play and stuff like that. But
it's good to know.
Yeah.
Right. Anyway, has everyone the chat dropped from 27 to 18 since I showed up, so I think everyone's good.
Like, oh, this guy again.
Basically,
Not
is what it
that
is.
again. Jesus.
It's like F this guy, right? So future of the channel is the topic tonight. Did we decide?
We're also at like 4 hours, so I mean,
yeah. I gotta drop out because I'm fading super fast here. I gotta.
Well, there goes our remaining 18 viewers, I guess.
All right, Adam.
Exactly.
Later, Adam.
I gotta log
Have a
off
good night,
all my
brother.
accounts. So the viewership might go down.
Plug your next couple appearances.
Have a good
Oh
night.
yeah. Well, my channel tomorrow,
Yeah.
highly articulated. I'll be talking about zombies. I'll be showing off, all the latest pictures and answering any questions people have. And then Geek Dad Life tomorrow at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're gonna be talking toys with Jay and probably Quip, and talking space zombies from Mars.
And you got
Collecting Brothers have a video that we recorded yesterday
nice.
that's going up on Sunday, which
nice.
is tomorrow. They usually post them in the morning, so you should be able
It's at
to
9:30 Mountain Time.
Excellent.
yeah, so you should be able to like get up and get your bowl of cereal and watch that if you want. And then beyond that, next week we've got Toy Anxiety over on YHS on Tuesday night.
Oh, you locked them in too. Perfect. Yeah, you're gonna do well.
Yeah,
you're
toying around with Kevin on Thursday.
You're getting the big audiences. Okay.
Yeah, so should be good.
Okay. Awesome.
Later, Adam.
Bye, everybody.
Take care, man.
Later, Adam.
That's why he didn't ask me to do a live stream. He's got the real live streamers. I was like, why didn't he ask me? Well, I've got Geek Dad Life, I got Secret Galaxy, I got Toy Anxiety. Yep, okay, you're good.
I think he's still got 3 days.
Always
If you
selling
want to
yourself
do
short,
something.
Ken. Always selling yourself short, brother.
Actually, I hadn't actually backed it yet. That's why I didn't ask him. I'm trying to decide which one I want.
It's glow in the dark. That's the answer.
I just went all in. It's easier that way. Don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. Space Zombies is a little bit far from what I collect, and as you all know, I'm on a very big vintage kick at the moment.
Yeah.
So, but I did want to support it because it's Adam, and Arlen is actually a friend of Steve's. I've never met Arlen, but Steve knows him quite well. So, the Steve backed it.
Arlen and his brother are both good dudes.
Yes. Ira, is it? Ira,
yeah.
Yeah, no, it's cool. That's cool. Yeah. All right.
Very cool. What are you doing, Thanos?
He's doing his morning stretches.
I was just
He's old.
hacking
He's
something
old,
up
Ken, so
there.
he's got to stretch before he goes to bed so he can wake up.
There you go.
Yeah.
Very
I am
good. Very
old.
good.
I was thinking about getting an Atlas figure just cause Thanos.
I think we all need to get one and then just have like an Atlas night.
Yeah.
I recommend it. It's the most handsome figure you'll purchase all year. So.
It's just uncanny how it is because, like, I know Leatherneck is kind of like Larry Neck, and that one's pretty good, but this one's even closer.
Yeah,
I would say that Atlas with the beanie on is spot on for things.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
I had my friend Rob was up, and I took that picture and sent it to Thanos, and I couldn't believe it when I was holding that figure in my hands how close it was.
Yeah.
They have them here in Canada at E-Collectibles. I might just have to do it. Right.
You need to put some gray in the beard, but
yeah.
Or just
we don't
put some dark in yours.
We don't want it too real, Thanos. We don't want it too real. You know? It's Thanos from 10 years ago.
I think I would look weird if I if I didn't have my gray streaks. Like, I think it would be super noticeable, and people are like, "Why'd you dye your beard?" You know what I mean?
That's why
I do. I don't care.
My kids have always said, "Why don't you just put some gray away in your beard, Dad?" I'm like, because people have already seen me without it, so it's just going to be odd now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was hoping it would spark up some content, but nobody gives a shit. No, I'm joking.
Well, I've been meaning
Get
to
on
tell
there,
you
make
how
fun
much,
of me. I don't care.
I've been meaning to tell you how much sexier you've been looking, Ken.
Hey.
But, you know, I didn't want to,
I lost at least 3 months to my look, right? now I don't almost look like 47. I look like just a little over 46.
That's right.
Ay. I got a month left of my 46s.
I got 2 months left.
I don't even remember 46. So
you guys are so old.
2 months, yeah, 2 months from Monday, May 17th.
I'm on the 10th of April.
I'm already well on the other side of 50. So,
Ooh-wee.
Yeah, we'll all be there soon.
Everybody will be there soon.
Maybe.
And then we'll all be here.
Yep.
Yep. That's the only guarantee right there.
That's right.
That is a guarantee.
That's amazing.
On a long enough timeline, that's where we end up. Some longer than
Everybody
others.
distribute figure eventually. Then
Thor's in the same spot, almost out of 40 completely.
Everybody gets a tribute figure at one point.
That's right. At one point in time.
Yes, sir.
What did Oz do? Go get coffee?
Yeah, he went to get coffee. Said he was he's a back.
Book.
He says he's gonna make some popcorn and pizza. Eat it.
Have you told that story already, Kenzo? Or
No, I have not. That's your story, and not my story.
Yeah, but you're like the reason it happened. So
yes,
can inspire
Is it-
people to have
is it-
dreams
is-
about me. And
is it time? Because
No.
it's been like a month.
you almost forget now.
No, it's not that. It's that the only thing anyone's gonna take out of the story is that Ken dreamt about Kenzo. That's the only thing they're gonna get from it, no matter how amazing no matter how
Hey, and you know
hilarious
what?
all the other
We're
details.
okay with that. It's okay. No.
Okay, so sometimes because I really have a bad stomach, I get up in the middle of the night and I gotta use the bathroom. I have Crohn's disease. I've been fighting it for close to a decade, right? For whatever reason, I just turn my phone on, and one of the things near the top is Kenzo's late night. I think it was a Wednesday stream you did.
The Friday
Was it
night
Friday?
stream.
No,
The
this was
Insomniac stream.
No,
or it
but-
could have been Wednesday.
I was
Could've been
gonna say it was a weekday because I remember it was before work. I was messaging you, so I listened to a little bit of it. You were greeting Wraith Mace happy birthday. I probably didn't get more than about 20 minutes into it because it's like 3 or 4 a.m. in the morning and I'm about to go back to bed, right? So what did I dream? I had a dream that Kenzo and I were going to do a live stream, but we were going to do it here at my place, with the backdrop here, and the topic was going to be white whales and holy grails that that we don't have yet. And I'm talking to Kenzo. I don't know why. Like, he looks exactly like looks right now. He's got his ball cap. It's not some weird dream where he's either a giant or I'm or whatever, right? It's like very surreal how real it was. And I think I said I got some pizza if you want to have some lunch before the live stream. And I go in and there's only like 3 slices left. And I'm like, well, I guess we can have a slice and a half each. So I go to put it in the microwave and the microwave's busted. And I go, oh, okay, well, I'll just I'll call my handyman to come over. I get a call from the government saying, "Hi, is your microwave broken?" I'm like, How would you know if my microwave is broken? And they're like, well, there's been a cybersecurity breach through your microwave. Please stand by. And then I opened the door, and it's a bunch of like federal agents, right? And there's 26 of them.
Exactly,
26
right?
federal agents coming in to record the incident, ask questions to me and Kenzo, write up a report, send it back to the Bureau of something. And I've already got my handyman, William, who actually retired years ago. He's already in the garage saying, Ken, can I just have a look at this thing and tell you what's wrong with it? And I'm like, well, the cybersecurity breach guys won't let us go near the microwave, and Kenzo and I want to warm up our pizza, even though there's only 3 slices between 2 grown men. But whatever, you know. And then eventually, I just asked like whoever the head guy is. I'm like, why is there 26 of you? Like, well, it's a really big cybersecurity breach. And I'm like, it's a fucking microwave, right? And then I'm like, wait, who's paying the salaries of these 26 people that are here? They're like, oh, we're gonna send you a bill. I'm like, get the fuck out of my house right now.
My first question is, what fucking kind of microwave do you have, Ken?
Yeah, exactly.
My second question is, can I have the name of the edible you had?
Yeah, right.
That one. Name of the edible is I don't know, whatever the hell this thing is. And eventually, Kenzo says something like, "Well, it's okay, Ken. I didn't feel like having pizza anyway. I don't even like pizza. Let's go get some popcorn." I'm like, "Yeah, yes."
That's the weird part. That'd be the weird part
because I love pizza. Like pizza, right? And it's just like
love it.
You're like, I
now
want
it gets
some popcorn. And then I'm just kind of like, okay, let's get rid of these 26 people first, and then let's go buy some fucking movie popcorn. So a couple things came out of that. I messaged Kenzo the next day, and he's like, "You're actually remembering all these details." I'm like, "Yeah, I have no idea why." All because I listened to like part of your Wednesday night stream.
First of all, real men eat leftover pizza cold. Let's start there.
Sure. Second of all, I usually toast it anyway. What the hell is the microwave doing? Yeah. So I burst out laughing when I was heating up my son's milk in the microwave that morning. And I think Kenzo
hoping for that security breach not to happen, right?
And that's when I messaged you. Like, I think I dropped off at school, and I'm like, Kenzo, I've got a story for you, and you're either gonna love it or you're gonna be creeped out as hell. So
that's
awesome. Of all the things in your house to have a security breach to, it's your microwave.
Yes. And 26 well-dressed federal agents outside my door, all lined up. Yeah, and my handyman getting pissed off.
You know, there's a thing like in the Alien verse where like the Men in Black show up when you have an alien visitation, whether you invite them or not. So maybe that's what happened, Ken. Maybe an alien came, used your microwave, and then the Men in Black were really there, and you just thought it was a dream.
Yeah,
and maybe they saw you watching me on the screen, so they morphed into my look, and then hey,
they got your voice and everything because you were really you. And I think you said you're about 6 or 6'1",
6 foot, yeah.
You were quite a bit taller. I'm like 5'6", right? Like you were quite a bit taller than me, so everything was like what it should have been. You know what I mean? You know, it wasn't like you were my kid size or anything like that. And it wasn't like you were Shaq. You know what I mean? Because usually in a dream, there's some weird proportional thing going on. Like my car is 3 times the size when I'm driving it or something like that. Or I've had dreams where I'm driving, but like I'm driving at the steering wheel's in the backseat. Right?
I'm definitely going to need, I'm like Brendan. I'm going to need the edibles you've been taking before you
Dude, I never remember my dreams like that.
But the dreams are usually like, this is fucked up, but all the details, like it was this house, it was this table, like, you know, it was this collection back here. Like it was weird. Right. So yeah, it's just like, I think I woke up and I was like talking to myself saying, can I just buy a new fucking microwave, rip that thing out and take it with you? Leave me alone. And I was like, oh, and I'm already awake. Right. So
that's good shit, man.
Yeah. So I guess what is it? Are we having popcorn together, Kenzo, or are we doing a live stream about Holy Grails?
Hey, dude, I'm telling you, I'm going to try to figure out to get to a con in the next year or two to make sure I get to one with you there, and I'll bring some pizza and popcorn, and we'll have a good old time.
Yeah, I think I demanded my popcorn buttered too. Like it's
I gotta have butter on.
Ken, this brings up a good question here. I know we were discussing about ZoloCon because you were kind of asking about that. Have you talked to any of the guys that were there from Skeletron? I know I spoke to Mark specifically while I was there.
So when I talked to Troy from the Call Sign Longbow team, because he was at the booth, right?
Yeah.
Because I only just asked Ben, "Did you have a great time?" And he said yes. But Troy had said, he says it's really good, but he says it's probably more of a 6-inch, like 1/12 scale show. That was his thought.
But see, I don't know, because like I was looking, and there were a lot of people eyeing up the Skeletron 3.75.
Okay, good. Well, that was the Zolocon exclusive. Actually, was a 3.75.
Right?
That was actually the exclusive. So, I mean, I'm gonna have to get Steve to look at a walkthrough of that because it'd be nice. The other thing that's happening is I don't know if you're following Ed Schumacher on Facebook at all, but he seems to keep teasing doing a second show, like a winter, not Joe Fest, but like a Toy Fest, kind of like what Toylanta. He doesn't know what the name's gonna be because I said, why don't you call it Toy Fest Comic and Toy Show? And he goes, that name's already taken. I'm like, okay.
Okay,
Right.
so find something just like off of that.
Yeah. Oh, Steve's here in the chat. Nice.
I was gonna say he's actually here as Steve for once, and not as, hey, Steve, check this account and make sure it's subscribed, so I have another subscriber to my 1K.
Yeah,
I'm gonna take off, guys. Thanks for having me. I will talk to you all soon.
All right, Kento.
All right,
Have a good one, man.
See you.
Take it easy.
Take care, brother.
Steve, we're talking about the Zolocon walkthrough. In fact, Steve, you're back home now. I could probably send you the link for this because
for sure, Steve's
you're
always welcome to come join us.
Since you're actually, because Steve was out of town last night, so I didn't even think to send him.
Gotcha.
This, but now that I think he got back late morning or early afternoon today, so he's had most of the day sitting at home. So I'm going to just drop him the link.
Yeah.
Oh, and this Ken, this was my Ross special. This was one of the $4.99 Ross. that I got. I just had it. I had it in storage. I just hadn't opened it yet. So.
A Tiger Force Flint.
Yeah,
I think cool.
It was one of my Ross purchases. But
I'm
this
not
was
gonna
the one
lie,
I
that
showed
retro
earlier. You
card
might not
one
have been
looks
here, but
good.
this was my Goodwill purchase.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, Chuckles. That's awesome.
The Goodwill SDCC exclusive.
Yeah, that's so crazy.
That one was Goodwill too.
Thanks, Steve. Oh my God, Snow Job. That's cool. So this is what I got.
Crazy.
You know what's funny too? I just saw online somebody was posting about. Hold on a sec there. It's me and Ed fighting over controls, or maybe you're.
That was me.
Okay, it was me and Ken fighting over the control.
Yeah. So.
Ken, you're gonna make me want to go out and grab a whole bunch of these. But Exoscott,
And
my problem is I would want them complete, right? Like I do not want Exo Squad if it's not complete.
Because there's so many pieces. So the JT and the Draconis I showed last week were complete. This one's an interesting one. The frame was complete. The pilot is not, but it came with the instructions. It came with the box, and it was priced like a loose one. So I'm like, okay, there's all that extra, but the pilot doesn't have his 2 weapons. I'm like, oh, I'm just going to do it because it was local too, right? And if you remember the character Sergeant Rita Torres, Oz, someone just offered her to me tonight. So
Offered her to you. How's that sound?
It's late night. It's good. We're talking about the future of the
Yeah,
channel.
yeah.
I'm getting some badass sergeant offered to me that's going to kick my ass, even though she's animation. So, yeah. No, a buddy of mine found out that I have the boxed version of Roadbuster that I showed you all about, and he's just like, "What can I do for that?" I'm like, "Well, cash and trade. What do you got?" He's like, "I got the Rita E-frame." I'm like, "Done." So throw me some cash on that, right? Because I don't know why I didn't need to keep the boxed version of Roadbuster here. I don't know why. I just don't really care for it, right?
You know, just one of those things too that I absolutely always loved about Exo Squad. For some reason, it's such an inconsequential overall piece to any one of the frames or the mechs. Is the little chip, the data card, right?
Yes.
Like it's so inconsequential. It adds no real play value to the toy, but I always thought it was cool that it was like it's got the little card, and the card should be in it if it's going to work, kind of thing.
You're talking about this thing, right?
Yeah, and they're always like that clear plastic, and
it's so brittle. This is actually one of the bigger ones because it's on a large
right. It's a bigger E-frame.
Yeah,
whereas,
usually these things are missing. Right? They're almost always missing. So yeah, but I'm working on that now. Dom and Hans's parts are recorded, so I'm working through the edit of that right now. So
that's going to be great. So you know what though? Somebody was asking, as actually it was Brendan who mentioned it earlier, because I was talking about like what direction to kind of go with the channel here, kind of like what kind of exclusives can we give for channel memberships and all like that. And he was mentioning like some behind the scenes of when you and I work on a collab project, and I was like, well, that'd be a pretty uninteresting video, because it'd literally just be Ken and I sitting kind of like we do here, but it's just Ken and I. And he asked me like 1 or 2 questions at the beginning. I talk for 20 minutes, and then we say, yep, that's it. Good job. Well done. We got this. Let's go.
Yep.
That's it. There's really not too much more than
the
that.
funny thing is, I've actually thought about offering that up. I may not have them anymore because it's been a while.
Oh no, it's been too long. All
Right.
that kind of stuff. But something as a future.
Yeah, but I've actually thought about that because there's a lot of outtakes, right? Because we might record for 30 minutes, 6 might make the final cut. Now, that's partly because we tell stories. There's time that I ask the question, I clarify something repeats again. And then you realize, and then something seems okay, and then it ends up kind of going way too far off topic from the direction of the video. Then I cut it entirely. Yeah. So, yeah, there's just quite a bit there. But the hardest part of those videos, a lot of times, is those first couple of minutes. Ed knows this too, and Oz, you know this too, is that when I clip like a 30-second clip of you talking about something in Gundam Wing, for example, that's fine because we're on the topic of that character. But that pre-introductory segment where it's like quick hits, 3 seconds of you, 3 seconds of Adam, 3 seconds of me, you know what I mean? And then all of a sudden I go, let's begin, and then we get to the theme song. That's just to create that initial documentary feel and kind of hook the audience. That's extremely difficult because you're trying to find sound bites from a 40-minute recording, right? And then making it flow to the next soundbite, right? And still run B-roll over top of it, right? And knowing exactly when to tune the music down, right? So,
yeah. And Ken is a master at editing, because as good as I may sound, Ken just makes me sound better.
Well, you were really tired during the Dino Riders collab. Like, you were really tired.
Dino Riders, I was like exhausted, and I can't even remember what it was that week, but I had just run myself ragged by the time we sat down to record Dino Riders. That was probably the one I struggled with the most. But then other times was it Motu 84?
You were amped for 84.
Dude, like 84, Ken asked me like one thing, and then every other question that he had, I just went and answered. Like from the
he
first
talks more in that
question.
video than I do. Let's put it that way when it comes out.
I went through the
But the way I edited it, you would not have known you were tired in Dino Riders and that you were more amped up in 84. I had you the same. Anytime you looked like you were fading but still talking, I ran B-roll over you. And if your voice softened, I boosted the volume. Right?
Holy shit! I didn't even recognize that.
Single thing that you could have thought of, right? And if you missaid a word, I didn't stop you in the middle. I found the right word in a different sentence and I put it.
That was it.
Dude,
it makes me sound good. What can I say?
Like you totally didn't
That's
say
crazy.
You totally didn't say Valorians when you're talking about the good guy. You said something completely different. And I'm just like,
I
just
probably
keep going.
said the Rulons or whatever.
No, I think you literally said Valurians. Just like you literally were like trying to struggle to say the word.
Right.
And then I just went and found I just made you say Valorian somewhere else. And then I just put it.
Yep. Plugged it in there.
I'm just like, I'll take care of you, man. Don't worry about it.
I want to start doing that, but like doing it bad on purpose, where if I mess up a word, just replacing it with like an AI voice and just.
Well, you could do the Rocco approach and just leave it in there as the wrong thing, because then you get all the engagement comments afterwards where everybody's correct.
Yeah. Well, the one I'm going to struggle with Exo Squad is that, you know how some nights my camera is really janky? Dom's was like that for the whole time and even worse.
Oh, no shit.
So he's going to be like 90% audio. So there'll be times where he's on for like a second and then it's all B-roll.
That's crazy because Dom normally
something was going on with his laptop that night, and he said it'd been
Okay.
dying for a little while. So I think he might have gotten like a snap replacement. Like, remember when my laptop was dying and I just couldn't get it working? Right? At least his audio was still going. So he's like, "Do you want to redo this?" I'm like, "I'll take care of it, Dom. Just
let me work my magic."
That's interesting because the reason I got that idea from is watching all the photographers do their background shots. I absolutely love that, like them doing their final shot and then including on Instagram their setups and how they did everything. So I didn't know if that would translate well into these videos.
Well, see, that's all Ken, because Ken does the pre-recorded content.
Mhm.
There's no behind the scenes from the live,
I get that.
except for when we all are chilling backstage after, and we're just kind of hanging out. But I can't record that. There's no setting to record that. So unfortunately, like I have no way to capture those, because that was a thought I had a while ago. Basically, the way I'd have to do that is record us, or have us do the stream, and then set up a separate invite link to another recording,
and then do that backstage,
and then do the backstage.
But see, that's literally an after. That's literally an after show, right? So
right,
But I will tell you this: when Motu 84 eventually goes up, I'll give your patrons early access for that. That's totally
of course, and that's always been the deal.
Right.
Like,
It's just
patrons
for whatever
get that exclusive early access.
For whatever reason, though, that video has gone on the back burner as my "I need a week off, this is gonna go up" video. I don't know why that happens. Every now and then I do that. I just sit on the video for like 6 months, right?
That's fine. When it goes up, it goes up. It's no big deal. At least you got that on the burner ready to go.
Yeah. I've also been slowing down production because it's just been I'm getting groggy editing now, right? Like it's getting to be a bit much, right?
Well, like you'll come on here Saturday and you'll be like, you'll mention something, and then next week you are setting up exactly what, like, I mean, at least I can tell. I don't know if it's just because the way you and I talk, but it's like I can tell when you're ready to do your next thing, because you'll mention like a little something on a Saturday night, and then by Sunday evening or Monday morning, you're asking me a question about this or that, and then next thing I know, it's Ken's getting ready to do history, because like that's how it started with Exo Squad.
That's how it started with Robotech. That's how it started with
Robotech, with Gundam.
Yep.
You said you were doing a wild card video, and it was like 3 days later it popped up on a Saturday. Like I thought it was going to be like, okay, I'll see this in a couple of weeks. No, you just came out with it. I was like, I didn't know you were already. Yeah,
I was easier. That was only 11 minutes, and it was basically one combiner. That was easier. The problem was trying to do it in that 72-hour time frame, because I knew that it had already launched, and I needed to get it out no more than a week after, right? So,
By the way, works really good under pressure.
As long as everything else in my life is okay, like work's not too hard, and family's not having issues in terms of like I don't know, like just anything.
When does that happen, Ken? And you're still successful.
So I guess when it gets closer, I want to reach out to you guys. Maybe I'll talk to you also. I'm going to be doing like a showcase at Chubsy Wubsy with Transformers Masterpiece.
Oh, okay, yeah.
We're going to be doing a live stream, but also I'm going to have the wonderful Dylan come, and we're going to get a few people together and do like a posing party ahead of time, where we take random figures from across the lines. We're going to be at Chubsy, so Savage Crucible, Mythic, AWOC, Transformers, and just show people how to pose them correctly. Like for people who want action poses. Like I've been sitting here playing with the Iron Factory Lyle costume, just how to get these things to stand in dynamic poses that don't look like they're stoic.
Do you have Death Cobra?
Death Cobra?
The green one. The helicopter.
No, they haven't. I don't think they released. I'm sorry. I don't think they've done that for Iron Factory yet.
Is it just a pre-order I saw?
Maybe it is. I didn't look. I didn't see it on Iron Factory.
Okay.
If
For
they
some
have
reason,
Death Cobra,
I thought for some reason I thought it was actually released already. Anyway, he's the for anyone who thinks we've gone on a tangent here. Death Cobra is the stretch goal for the HasLab.
he's for the HasLab,
But the third party company Iron Factory has definitely announced him as well.
I gotta check that then because I have
pretty
I
sure
have
he's
the whole set.
available.
Okay.
But those are the ones you need to make the combiner. I'm just saying that he's an alternate limb, right?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna. I probably won't back the HasLab, but so yeah. To get back to that, I'm probably gonna need help trying to figure out how to do a recording of that and edit that. I don't know who to reach out to.
Use your cell phone.
Well, yeah, my cell phone has the best camera, unfortunately.
That's
It's-
all I. That's
It's like
all
that
I
for
use.
a couple of us.
I live off this device, so don't worry about it.
Okay. Yeah, I guess it's because actually it's pretty cool. He's gonna have Bala in at some point and do a live stream there. He had Stevie in from Hasbro about a month ago. This is a new thing Chubsy's gonna start doing is different kinds of showcases. And he has a G.I. Joe showcase up now, classified. So after Vala does his thing, I'll be up there. I love the headphones.
Sorry, I just decided to maximize Bud's screen there.
Well, I mean, he's got a flex. He's got them glowy.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Got a flex.
Oh, it's headphones. Oh, it's not just. Oh, fuck, that's awesome.
Yeah, those are.
Bud, what snack did you have with your edible today?
I had.
Oh, nice.
Is
Much
it better?
better
To, is it better to snack something with edible? I usually take my edible on an empty stomach.
No.
No comment. Just no comment. Just do it.
I get depressed.
Bud will get so depressed that
I
he'll
definitely
eat
get
ketchup
depressed if I
packets.
don't have this.
So
This is true. I've done it.
Oh man.
No, I've been pretty much stoned for the past 24 hours. I had a little procedure done. Nothing big or anything, but just a little tender.
they didn't take out your other kidney, did they?
Well,
No.
Bud wouldn't be here if they took that out. So
Yeah,
that wasn't quite it.
Yeah.
Or Bud would look really yellow right now.
Just making sure.
He'd be coming in for his final goodbyes.
We're not going to have that happen for a damn long time. Thank
Long
coming
time.
in with my Evelyn cosplay because I'd be all yellow.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
Finally got it. Well, guys, he
Yeah,
went back on the thing, but I'm probably gonna bounce. Like you see, he's doing editing now, but he went back on his VR, so I was like, I'll just hang out for a little bit longer. But I think
Usual Mike. There's the Bobcat Mike.
That's right.
Bobcat Mike Television.
Usual Mike
That's
TV.
right. What's going on, Usual Mike?
So
Glad to
all
have
right,
you
guys,
here,
I'll
brother.
see you all next time.
All right, Kenzo.
Take care, Kenzo.
Kenny,
Have a good
thank
night.
you for being here, brother. Thank you for helping to spread the love for the new Motu stuff, even though
Love it.
some people just seem to, I don't get it.
Positivity, baby. Positivity.
Yeah.
It's not even just
It's
about
crazy.
being positivity. It's being about passionate about the brand, period. Whether it's something you like or not, if they're coming out with new stuff for the brand, that means the brand continues, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
And if it's a bridge,
packs like
if it's to
those
bridge
pay
the
for
gap,
other
give us
figures.
something we've already seen. I don't care. I'll take it. So,
Agreed.
all right, guys. We'll see you later. Have a good
Take
one.
care. Take care, Kenzo. Bye.
See ya. So Usual Mike stopping in, saying what's up. We got TJC in the house saying good morning, legends. I hope this channel is staying Oz.
Oh yeah, of course it is.
This channel ain't going anywhere, brother. I'm just trying to figure out what more to do for you guys because I love you guys. We're at 1K now. Got to figure out what to do from here because, I want to try to do as much as I can for everybody. And Stanley Eberhard joining in with the house here saying, what are the cliff notes on the future of the channel? So right now, we really still don't have any idea what I'm going to be doing extra, but that's why there is no channel membership. So again, those will be going up soon. Just got to figure out some more details on what extra I can give you guys to make it feel like it's worth
The
being a
immediate
channel.
future of the channel is figuring out what the future of the channel is.
Pretty much. The issue with the future right now is that because your work week is quite draining and life is just draining in general, it's hard to do more than this. For me, there were certain obligations that kind of ramped down and have slowly ramped back up again. And that's when I just doubled and tripled down on history videos, right?
For sure.
And that's when I called Ed to do Adventure Team. And you probably noticed there's been like 20 history videos of that length and style since then, because I knew when the other shoe drops, I'm going to go at like 1/3 the speed, right? Because if I was going at the pace I was going at before, Exo Squad should be like done tomorrow kind of thing. But it's not. Nowhere close. It's going to go.
Which is
for a
good.
while.
You got to take that time.
I'm going at the pace I should have been going at the whole time, but certain obligations dropped off. And then I was just like, I'm just going to use this free time to grow the channel. And then when I get the free time again, I'm going to do it again. It's kind of like a binge and purge. And then I'm trying to look for live streams in the middle to fill the time in between. Like next week, I've got Brian Hickey coming on for the Palatoy Star Wars book. A couple of weeks back, I had Michael Charles Hill. I just did not do a video, but there was a time when I would do a video, like a 10-minute video and a live stream the same week all the time, right? But just can't do that anymore. Plus, I like coming on here, right? So.
Right. Yeah. And again, coming on here for any length of time, like, you know, it takes a little bit out of you, you know, and I'm not saying that in a bad way, right? But this is going to be a long conversation, you know, that we go throughout the night having that continues. It peaks and then it dips and peaks, and that's just how the show goes. That's the format of the show. So
this to me, we've been going for nearly 5 hours. Like you all have. I've been here for maybe an hour and a half. And,
right.
This is having dinner with your boys, watching the game, having some drinks after, playing some billiards, hanging out at the arcade. That's what we're doing right now. And as much as we love it, it'll take a little bit out of you, right? But you want that, like you feel like it was worth it when you're done.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because again, like I don't like people as a whole. I don't like socializing. This is my ideal socializing. And mind you, it's not like I couldn't do this once a week in a physical sense too. Again, if it's all of us just kind of doing what we do here, right? Like, totally be down to showing up over at Ken's house for the weekend, opening up some toys late on a Saturday night, talking about crap or whatever. You know, just as, you know, doing that kind of a thing, you know, getting a pizza and we all just hang out. But, you know, this is how we do that because there are constraints with, you know, well, let's face it, I'm not crossing the border and taking the travel all the way up. So, you know, like I'm not going to be able to do that trip just casually on a weekend.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so we do this.
Only Brick has set foot and actually looked at these. So, you know.
Right. Well, there will be one day. There will be one day.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, I have this thing
whether
over
it's
here.
Voluntary or fleeing.
Yeah, I'm gonna show up at Ken's house, just force my way in.
Well, Joe's son did that today. He just showed up out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's a little different. That's Joe's son.
I know. But he had to drive across country. Without a phone call, he drove across country and just shows up.
True. Hey, sometimes that kind of surprise is amazing.
It's a good one. Yeah.
Speaking
That's what my daughter did at Christmas from the Air Force. She just showed up. When she was supposed to be home. Best thing ever.
Yeah, that's the kind of welcome surprise. Like, I mean, I'd be a little concerned if Connor just showed up on a Saturday night.
Well,
like, given his age, you know, just turned the big 1-0. If he just showed up on a Saturday night right before I was about to go live or something, I might be a little concerned about how he got here, but it'd still be a welcome surprise. I mean, depending the circumstances.
Yeah.
And yeah, Kenny, definitely bring the pizza, right? Because everybody loves pizza.
I mean, if he's carrying like a severed head or something, I might be a little alarmed.
Nah, I'd be like, all right, let me go see if I can find a jar to put this in. I'd be so proud in a way.
There's a certain type of pride in that, yes.
I'm not
my
all
son is-
rude like the blood bank and start asking questions about like, where did you get it? Whose is this?
I'm really proud. My son's now using the same tactics I used to use in first-person shooter games, but now to kick my ass. You know?
Oh, that's beautiful. We
Yeah.
never got to that point where Connor and I gaming together, sadly.
Yeah, we gamed today. And he beat me. And I was like, wait a minute, did you use my tactic against me? And he just kind of laughs at me. I'm like, yeah, I guess I did. I'm like, God damn it. I don't know whether to be really annoyed or really proud.
Nice. Oh, Andrew's asking if we got a
I got it.
link.
I'm right there already.
You got it. Okay.
I appreciate you, Ed. Thank you. Yeah. Again, we are going to continue to push. We're pushing for Moon Man Zero. We are pushing for Space Zombies from Mars. Back these things, guys. Like, hey, look, if you're saving money by not backing that dragon, go back Space Zombies from Mars. For real. Like, just go do it. I know. There it is, right
sorry.
there. Appreciate it. No. That's fine. Get it up on the screen. I know, figuratively speaking, John is saying he's going after the new mass toys. I know a lot of people are stupid excited about these, with good reason, by the way, because it's freaking awesome. Thank you, Nacelle. I need that My Pet Monster they showed off, and I know Bud's going to be going for the My Pet.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I'm picking up that My Pet Monster.
I still gotta find mine. I'm trying to think where it could be, but
around there somewhere.
Because the one I
Duchess
had
got it.
had the hard face and the eyes that could like blink.
Oh, nice.
So if it was like laying down, the eyes would be closed.
So you should be able to find the mass toys when they release. I believe they're going to be available at Walmart.
In the collector section.
Yeah, in their collector section, not in the usual toy section. Wherever they have their nacelle section at is where you should be able to find those. Speaking Moistly says he's not getting the dragon, so he backed the Space Zombies. Perfect. Excellent. That's what I like to hear. John's mentioning that he wants the monster too. The dragon has not fully funded yet, so honestly, it's taken a bit longer than my expectation, which is okay, but I definitely want people to back it. Like, I want that to fund. I want that thing to come to fruition. Steve, what's going on, brother?
Hey guys, how's everybody doing?
We are doing good, my friend. Doing good. Glad to have you here with us. Usual Mike says he's going to get on the mass bandwagon too. Why not? Do it.
Oh yeah.
I mean, 15 more days, Andrew.
I have the Gullwing and I have both the ramen ones that were released so far.
The Gullwing and the shark, the great white.
The shark, yeah. They're nice. I think I complained about it already, but I got to get an explanation that the head was too small, that they didn't put the mask on. The swappable head instead of a mask on portrait.
I mean, some people find the price of the mask ones a little on the high side.
They
In
are.
today's economy, I was like, I'm not shocked. I was still just hoping it'd be less, though, but I wasn't shocked.
Oh, you mean the actual license mask?
Yes, not the ramen.
90 for the Rhino is not bad. I don't see that being
99.99. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you look at...
That's not... When you look at relatively other... Sorry.
Well, no, just overall, like, paying that price for brand new or paying whatever your classic collector's price is going to be for a completed old one. Which way are you going to go, right? I'm sorry, I'll get the new with the plastic that's not.
I kind of want to play with my toys. I just don't want them to sit on the shelf.
Yeah,
that's my theory. So
Yeah,
I want
I don't particularly like playing with the old ones. I just kind of grudgingly do, right? And like the Gullwing doors, the silver thing, it won't stay in anymore. Right? Like it just keeps coming back down. Right? Still got both bombs. Yeah.
Is your Megazord still in a box?
I'm sorry.
Megazord.
Is your Megazord still in a tote?
No, that was me saying I'm sorry because it is. I know, Bud just disowned me. Bud just disowned me. And the worst part is, Bud, that is my
Keep going.
childhood Megas. Where'd Bud go?
He said, "Piss on you, Ken."
Yeah.
The worst part is, it's my childhood Megazord from fall of 1993.
Bud is on his way to Canada right now. He just posted his GPS. He's moving at a speed we have never seen before. He is coming to get your Megazord out of the boxes.
And it's next to the Dragon Zord from 1993 as well. Those are my childhood ones.
The Dragon Zord, is that big dragon? I've got that one. It's green and yellow with some foam.
No, it's mostly black.
Right, yeah. The original Dragon Zord was mostly black. He's kind of he basically was looking kind of like a Godzilla. There was a that one.
No.
So
I've
the
got a
one that
dragon.
does it look like a Chinese dragon?
Yeah.
Serpentera.
Yeah.
He's got Serpentera. I just realized it. Yeah, you got Serpentera.
Which was much taller.
Yeah, it's huge. It's really long.
Yeah. Which again, another great freaking Zord, by the way. Really cool.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Yeah, you've got that one.
Yes.
You got Serpentera.
Hold it back
Sorry,
up, gang.
it's just,
Never
I
mind.
already took it away, so.
Good job.
Yeah,
No,
sorry,
that was
bud.
really
They're
good.
literally it's my childhood ones, right? And you know, I just got to find room to display them. But I mean, I've been packing stuff up, you know. But the problem is then about Exo Squad. Then Exo Squad's going to go there. So
yep,
yeah,
Exo Squad's good.
It is good. Did I haven't shown you the E-frame that I got after the last show, Steve? I got the Marsalis E-frame.
Wow. Yeah, that's sweet.
This is the two-seater one that everybody wants. So
yeah, wow.
Frame is complete. Figure doesn't have his little weapons, but the frame is complete.
He's going to be sitting in the frame though, right? So
yeah. So I don't know. Like it's just Carson from 3D Joe's was actually the one who got me into Exo Squad because it's his second favorite line.
Oh, they're really cool. They're very cool.
Yeah, and my new Grail, my miscellaneous Grail, I'm gonna try to pull it up here. Oh god, Exo Squad, Valkyrie. So, okay, where the hell is it? Okay, yeah, that'll have to do. So, when Robotech got re-released in the Exo Squad line.
Oh, nice.
They actually did the Robotech Veritech Fighter / Valkyrie there. That's kind of a new white whale for me because it's the lore did not cross over, but the toys made it in. So it's Exo Squad, but it's Robotech, but indirectly it's also Transformers, and by association it's also Macross. So it's like the ultimate crossover item in my mind. So it's become like a oh my god, like if I ever see this, right?
So does it transform though? Like, is it fully?
Okay, this is the tricky thing. No, it does not transform. And the reason it does not transform, does everyone know this story? Is that because Transformers licensed the toy for Jetfire at this like around the same time, actually before Matchbox did the Valkyrie, Matchbox had to make changes to not overstep the license. So they made theirs non-transformable to not overstep the license. And that's one of the reasons Harmony Gold got so confrontational over the years and tried to get Hasbro back with lawsuits on other things, things like that. And that's why Hasbro has never reissued that Jetfire. Even though they reissue a lot of their G1s, right? They've never reissued Jetfire because Harmony Gold has a stranglehold on it in this market. And then Bandai is a competitor of theirs overseas because back then Bandai, I don't think Transformers licensed it from Bandai back in the day. I think they licensed it from Takatoku, who then went defunct and then were picked up by Bandai. Now, is it possible that Hasbro still got permission from Bandai to use it in North America? Maybe, but then both companies grew, and now they're more directly competitive than they were back in the 80s. So, yeah.
The rights to all that are an absolute mess.
They're a nightmare. Harmony Gold is hard to deal with, right? And they tried to block every Macross release, even stuff that wasn't related to the original Robotech later on, and eventually that stranglehold ended. And I think if Harmony Gold was continuing to make Robotech, I think people would not have been so pissed off at them. But they were just holding license for hostage and not allowing Macross stuff to come here, even if there were no Valkyries and no Roy Folkers and no Rick Hunters.
And that's kind of the thing too, right? Because and I'm going to use the term of fanboys kind of lightly here. Like when you're a fan of a certain property, right? So take Ninja Turtles with Playmates, right? Even when there hasn't necessarily been active media behind it, Ninja Turtles just seems to constantly have a steady stream.
Yes.
Of, toys coming out from something. No matter what. Typically it is supported by some form of media, but there's been times where there hasn't really been any active media presence and there's still somebody is producing a Ninja Turtle toy. So the license is active somewhere. Fans tend to get upset when people are holding a license and not doing anything with it, like having this stranglehold, because there are other companies that would like to, but unfortunately they can't because somebody is holding that license.
Yes. And Harmony Gold took it a step further in that they were not just strangleholding their license, they were stopping what they perceived as their rival license with Macross from getting over here. Like, you can kind of understand why they didn't want the original Super Dimension Fortress Macross to get over here. That's kind of competing directly with what they're doing, because it's kind of the same story, but in Japanese and branded in a way that they can't get royalties. But Macross 7, Macross Plus, Macross Zero, none of that stuff was using the original characters, right? It would literally be like Japan blocking Beast Wars from leaving the United States and being marketed anywhere else because, we have the overseas exclusive license to Transformers, even though the only thing we've made is G1. You know what I'm trying to say? Right?
Yeah.
It'd be like them blocking. So
weird.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, literally, that's what it is.
So does that relate to why Hasbro won't let? No, they license their figures, but their rule is nobody but them can produce transforming figures. They own the transforming license. Does that spur from that history from 40 years ago, or is that just something new?
I don't think so, because while Transformers had issues with Harmony Gold and the whole license going from Takatoku to Bandai, etc., that's really one character in their lore. Right. Yes, obviously you've got Whirlin' Roadbuster also came from Takatoku and got bought out elsewhere. I think Bandai has those as well, but maybe they don't. But those never made it into the show. The significant one is Jetfire, right?
Yes.
Right. So right? The original, the deluxe Insecticons, Whirlin' Roadbuster, and Jetfire.
Yeah, you had all those.
Yes,
That's why there was no scout. They cherry picked from all the lines over there.
They did, and that's exactly why the scale was always
like a set player that's this big.
Jetfire matters the most because he was in the cartoon and he had a bigger role in the comic. Whirl and Roadbuster were there as part of the Wreckers team, right?
Yeah.
But still, like, Jetfire is the desirable one. So I don't think that's the reason. But you bring up a good point, because when Yolo Park did the simplified plastic models, their contract specified they couldn't make transforming ones, and they had to make them literally within a certain scale so that it wasn't competing with other Transformer stuff. And there were certain licenses that they couldn't. There were certain countries they could not market to.
Right. Yeah. When I found out. Yeah, somebody explained that Yolo Park license about a year ago, and it was crazy. All this.
It was probably me. I've literally. I mean,
might have been.
I've seen the contract.
I just didn't know you at the point. I probably saw your video.
I did explain it. I probably didn't explain it in the video because that information might be proprietary, so I didn't want to say too much, and I still haven't said too much.
I don't know. I don't know anything.
Yeah, that's fine.
I know nothing.
Oh, but thanks for explaining. That's more explanation than I've ever heard about it.
I've been known to mansplain stuff.
That's what it is. Can't explain.
Yeah.
Right.
Explain.
Nice.
I could say Disney if I want to. And Thor saying he misses his OG jet fire. The springs on the landing gear was strong enough to really hurt your finger if you weren't careful, though. I mean, that was just a lot of our toys back then, you know.
Lawn darts.
The new one is amazing. It's a simple transformation for a masterpiece.
Mm-hmm.
Really? Because I didn't get that one because I have the Fans Toys one. Am I missing out?
I would say so. It's easy to transform. I don't know if I can do it by heart right now, but I was able to do it in about 5 minutes.
Fans Toys is a nightmare.
I've heard.
It'd be 5 minutes to read the first page of the instructions without even.
Yeah. No, you could do it by hand once you figured it out a couple times. It was very easy.
Wow.
What am I doing wrong?
And it's a solid figure. That one I spent the $275 for. In all honesty, I paid full price for that. For that figure, it was damn well worth it.
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, at that time, people were paying $200 for one of the 10 Optimuses that were out at that time.
Wow.
Well, and then the MP44 came out, and that blew the wheels off. Wasn't that 400?
That's 400. I did not buy that.
No.
I got the Transform Element. I love that version.
I just have the original. I just have the original MP10 from like 2011.
I would have loved that one. I would love to have that one.
That's still my masterpiece Optimus. People think the arms are too long. I'm like, yeah, but doesn't he pose with a gun like this anyway? So, you know.
Yeah, I would have been fine with that MP10.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's upstairs. I'll grab it in a minute.
It's all good.
It's a beautiful piece. It's clean. I mean, Fans Toys is great. The transformations are supposed to be easy, but they're getting harder and harder every time they come out with a new release.
I've never tried Transform Cup or RC because they come from Fans Toys. I just won't do
That's
it.
why I like X Transbots. It was because Fan Toys has become so hard to transform. There's no difference between them and X Transbots. That was always the separation factor.
X Transbots likenesses aren't, or has X Transbots upped their likeness ability? Because their likenesses weren't as good back in the day.
Oh, I haven't shown the Devastator then yet.
I haven't gotten into third-party Transformers in like probably 4 years.
I have Long Haul and Scrapper right now.
I bought one 2 years ago, and it was an older third-party figure anyway. So it's been a while since I've really.
Yeah, this is the new X Transbots. They only have 2 out so far. But there's another Devastator war going on now.
Oh Jesus!
It's like 6 new Devastators, 7 new Devastators out.
Oh. It's like a crack addict. Like, that's expensive, you know?
I still have the 2012 Make Toys one. That's how far back I am.
Nice.
But that's the standard still. And these ones
the standard?
I don't know.
It's too short.
Toy World, not Make Toys.
Oh, okay.
Toy World is still considered the standard.
That's closer to 2016 era, though, right?
Yeah, that was more 2016. But still, there's like Combiner Wars only happened less than 10 years ago.
Yes, that was 2015 item. Yeah. Anyway, are we boring everybody with Transformers talk? We can.
Yeah, I think so. Just think of the same thing. Trying to change the subject.
We can move back to future of the channel.
Oh, it's all good. I'm actually looking up at how much the cost of the vintage A-Team Command Center playset is.
The Galoob one?
Maybe.
Yeah, the Command Center.
I can't find it as far as pricing, sadly.
I think they have a Little People A-Team set.
It is kind of like cardboard and plastic combined.
Yeah, okay.
That was the way of things for the most part.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, I'm not seeing anybody who has it, so oh well.
You think eBay would have everything, but it doesn't.
No. Well, I mean, they can only have what people list.
Yeah.
And tell you there's not a lot of people listing that playset.
Yeah,
But it's cool because it's like their warehouse. It even had like a crane on top and everything. Like it was neat. There was the elevator that went through. Oh wait, hang on a second. Where is this one?
Megatron. Nice.
Yeah. Accessory 10-part. Yeah, that's not it. So yeah, we've hit that part of the show where Oz is just looking at
Spacing out
stuff that he would like to buy that he can't find or afford.
Right here.
Because I don't know. I got now mind you, that's not going to scale as well with some other stuff, but just to kind of get the parts of it, and then you could even upscale it. Mind you, it wasn't exactly a tiny playset either.
But that was for the 3 3/4 inch, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, the gloobs.
I've never seen it. I'll look it up.
Oh, here.
Okay.
I can look at pictures of it. I can't buy it. That's all.
Yeah, show us
has
what it looked like, man. I want to see this thing. I never knew that 18 would have like a play set, like a home base. I always thought they were mobile, right? Oh, that's pretty cool.
Right? Like it's got like the helicopter landing pad. There's a radio antenna. You got like the little crane feature. There's an elevator on the inside.
Yep, nice.
Yeah, it's just a freaking rad playset.
Other than the warehouse behind the laundromat in like season 1, they were never in the same place for very long.
Oh yeah,
No.
right.
See if we can get a better look at the picture here.
Okay.
I love it. Big magnifying glass, and I go to zoom in, and that was all it did. It's not the greatest picture either because it's got like glare on the box.
Yeah.
But trying to find like a good picture of what it looks like on the inside is apparently people just don't know how to fucking take pictures. Here we go. This is actually a good one. Let me see here. It's on Pinterest, so it might actually be. Are you really going to show me this tiny little fucking thing?
Yep. You put 2 fingers on your mouse pad.
Click to make the most out of this with a free account.
What is this?
Well, I'm trying the Control Plus on keyboard.
There we go.
Are these for the 6-inch figures?
Telling me I'm signed out.
No, that was 3 3/4.
Yeah, but the
This one looks like it is, but that was 3 3/4.
But okay, yeah,
that looks like the.
Well, yeah, because look at the helicopter. He's way too big to be riding the helicopter.
Oh, I see. I see what it is. They just put the 6-inch figures on the 3/4.
Oh yeah.
Set maybe.
So
Maybe
showing you that they can go with, but yeah, like look at the size of that table versus the figure.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, you're not putting Doc inside the crane.
Yeah.
I do have all 4 figures now, so maybe history of 18. Oh wait, shit. I've done one, but not on the toy line. Anyway.
Do the history of history.
Yeah.
Of all history.
Yeah. There we go.
And before there were dinosaurs, and they lived before the Ice Age, before the caveman, or around the time of the caveman. And,
We had a bucket of mud like
Yeah.
this one.
yeah. Well, you got the van.
Nice. Oh, the band's awesome.
We had a stick and a rock, and we had to share.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Mr. T 12-inch doll. Just Mr. T.
I have that
BA.
Mr. T.
And it's literally Mr. T. It's not B.A. Baracus.
Yep. I have mine.
Well, and again, the fact that and you can tell here, $15.99 for the 12-inch doll, $5.99 for action figures.
Mm.
And again, which $33.49 price for a playset like this. pretty badass.
Where did those days go?
Shit.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, and Steve's fan club is here. We got Delora Palmer hanging out from Kenzo's channel. Laura, good to see you joining us back here. Yeah, like this is just cool, right? It's just a fun little play set.
They never did an actual van for the 3 3/4 inch, though, did they? They did that stupid tank looking van, right?
Right. They had they had a van, but I thought the van was for the bigger scale figures. The 3 3/4 one had the more tank looking one.
Yeah, they had that.
I don't know. It's tough to keep track of what they did with what scales for what back then.
Yeah,
because
a little bit more difficult.
So yeah, let me look it up. Actually.
So it's hard to remember which one.
I don't think they did a van.
Which.
They didn't do the GMC van for the 3 3/4 inch. I remember they had that tank thing, and then
no,
It was like a half track almost, wasn't it?
yeah,
it looks like it is for the 3 3/4.
Is that from Galoob, or is that from when they did the movie figures?
That's Galoob.
Really?
Yeah.
I never seen that thing. The only thing I ever saw was that half track looking van.
Yeah. Here it is with yeah. There it is with Mr. T inside.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
I need that.
Yeah, I think that was the impetus for Ramen to do the 6-inch scale van.
Yeah.
Right. Well, my camera's not janky tonight for once. Anyway,
I got my van. I didn't get the 18 version though.
I haven't got my van yet. So what's going on there? So, yeah,
it's pretty badass, but it's tough getting a 6-inch figure in there. Like my Monster Force figure barely fits.
Oh wow.
Ooh.
Maybe I got to ask where the hell mine is.
You got a Marvel Legends Punisher to throw in there? Tell me.
No, I don't actually.
Was Ramen the ones who did the big 5-foot tank that people are talking about, or no? There's a 5-foot tank that Articulated Ninja put up a video of. Yes,
that's Ramen's new tank, because Ninja got an early issue of it to do a review.
That's not the MBT, is it?
It's supposed to be what the fuck did he call it? But that's not 5 foot. Shit, that thing's not 5 foot long.
No, there's no way.
Because he had them at Joe Fest, and they're probably not much bigger than the van.
Yeah, they're like 2 feet at the max.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I bought a Sherman today. I bought a Sherman tank for 1/18 scale BBI.
BBI, nice.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to show up to Joe Fest in an actual Sherman tank with Delta 17 painted on the side.
Oh, you better believe that day
excited.
is coming. That day is coming, man.
If you do that, Steve, I want to be a soldier on that tank.
Right?
You got her.
I'll be at the base.
Yep.
Man.
It's like I'll be filing time cards for the soldiers.
Yeah.
That's what I'll do.
Yeah, clerking.
You'll be one of those guys that always has his boot shines while the rest of us are dirty.
Yep.
That's the only reason to buy boots. Have shiny ones.
I don't know, man. I got some boots. I got a big box of boots here. All my issued ones.
Well, that just proves we're going to have to teach Ken how to make the coffee then. I mean, if the rest of us are going to do the dirty work, Ken can make the coffee, but you got to make it right.
I'm totally.
If you've seen Black Hawk Down, you're going to be our Ewan McGregor.
Yeah,
because then you're like, oh,
Brian. They call him Brian. Yeah.
I'm totally going to make it all decaf.
Well, I'd be all right with that.
You might get stabbed. Because especially if I'm not smoking anymore, and then you switch my caffeine. You
got to have real army coffee where there's grounds in the bottom that are so caffeinated you can't even stand up when you're eating.
You got to chew on it. That's right.
Chew it out. Yeah.
All right, and Lone Dragon says it's okay, guys. We can totally start the stream now that he has arrived.
He just did say he was awake now, so that's good. Thanks, Lone Dragon.
Appreciate you. We couldn't have gotten this far without you, sir. Appreciate it.
Funny.
Aaron Steplin says he was talking about the bridge on the classified.
That's what I was wondering. Yeah, because when you extended it.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, because that bridge layer did look huge, but
with the bridge on there, I believe it. Yeah, for
yes, because Ace had it folded up, and that makes sense.
Right.
That makes a lot. Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah, it's funny. You'd think I would have just watched it, before saying anything, but I saw the thumbnail like, oh, this is interesting.
I haven't watched it yet either. I just saw the thumbnail.
It's like, wait, I gotta run. Damn. And then I just forgot.
Yeah.
I picked it up and messed with it at Joe Fest though, so I really don't need to watch a review on there.
No, Ken.
Kenzo, are you coming on?
Yeah, where'd you go?
Restart with the Motu talk if you're coming back on. Are you coming back on?
Make a slideshow with you though.
We'll restart the whole thing. Bud, get the slides together. Come on.
No, Bud's still on the road on his way to steal my Megazord.
Yeah. Beat you up with
Yeah,
it.
he's at the border right now getting through customs. So
I was like, what do you mean I need a passport to get over
It's
there?
the only thing slowing Bud down is customs.
Yeah, they're wondering what's with his headphones.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like I can just see Bud at the border right now saying, look, I don't have a passport, but this is really, really important. I must get there.
I'll be back in half an hour, I promise.
It's like, I promise, yes. And it's just like, okay, sorry, we can't let you through it. Bud's like, fuck you, it's morphin time. And then starts kicking the shit out of the border guard.
It's morphin time. He turns on the pink lights. Bing!
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He'll have the lights. Yeah.
Your power's on.
Yeah. There's a Megazord in a container. Can't breathe.
He literally left because I said my Megazord is not on display.
You chased him off, Ken. You chased him off.
I didn't even need to drink to chase him off. I mean,
He's probably in
the bathroom throwing up because he's so disgusted by that, Ken.
He's angry.
You're talking about a guy whose flag and terror drone and Boulder Hill are sitting in storage. I mean, wrong guy.
Only so much room you got anyway, so.
Yeah.
Right.
Doesn't matter how much room you have, there still isn't enough room for the flag. You know, the flag's huge.
You can't throw a flag in the barn there, Steve?
No.
You could totally suspend it from the mezzanine. Don't give me that shit.
Well, okay. You see, remember those helicopters that were behind me?
Oh.
Yeah, Black Hawk down and Apache down, I think 2 days ago. I set them up there with 10-pound line.
And they still came down?
They snapped, yeah. The last one, the Apache, just happened 2 days ago. I was sitting here and boom, and I was like, I didn't even bother turning around. I was just like, ah, shit.
Gravity's always going to win no matter what.
Yeah, so I'm going to use bank line next time, like tarred bank line.
But aren't the toys damaged now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Which sucks even more.
And those
Yeah,
aren't
the
anymore either.
Black Hawk, the landing gear is totally shattered, so I'm going to rebuild it, probably using metal screws of some kind. I don't know. The Apache was okay. Just the front gun was a bit messed up, but I'll fix that too.
Nice.
Yeah, that sucked. The RoboScope is still up there.
Well, that's good.
Yeah,
that's good.
Make sure that never falls.
Impressive. Wait, is that the retro RoboSkull or the new
No,
one?
no, it's the new one.
But it's a special edition, so you'll never be able to replace it ever.
Well, there's some around there.
I mean, I'm sure we'll be able to find one.
Those helicopters aren't easy to find anymore either, though. So.
No, and I got a really good deal on them too. You know, one guy traded me like a handful of Delta, I think 6 Delta figures for the Apache. So
Jesus, that's
sweet.
a swinging deal.
Sweet.
And then Dom sold me the Black Hawk for 150. I was like, oh yeah, baby.
Ah, Dom.
Oh, Dragon says, write a review then. Landing gear not stable enough for actual landing.
Crash landing. That's a crash landing.
Just go ahead and put that out there. Yeah, it's a crash landing, and no landing gear is designed to survive a crash landing.
No.
Hence the crash part.
Yeah, the training pilot failed his test.
Yep, exactly.
All right, guys, it might be a little bit early, but I don't know. What do you say? Let's call it a night.
I'm ready, man. I'm ready to go eat some food.
Yeah.
Up to you guys. Yep, whatever you want to do.
All right, brothers. Well, look, we have had a fun night. We got to talk about some Motu. We got the roll around some ideas. I got some ideas of what I could try to do for some channel membership. So we're going to see about trying to get that set up in the next week. Again, thank you all to anybody who subscribed to the channel. Getting to the 1,000 definitely was really, it's cool regardless of how it got there. It's pretty neat to see that number up there. And for all of you guys watching the replay, enjoy a 5-hour schlong stream with a shit ton of ads in between because that's how that works. I don't have a lot of control over that. I apologize. But I appreciate you all for taking the watch, guys. Have a great night, and we'll see you next week. Peace.